Memories of Others by TheBeardedOne. Prologue. In the forest, and you know why everyone hates you? Mizuki sneered from his position on the tree branch. It's because 12 years ago, the Kyuubi attacked Konoha, killing many ninja until it was stopped by the 4th Hokage who sealed it away. Mizuki, no! Iruka shouted. Into the form of a baby! Mizuki continued with evil glee. That baby was you, and you are the nine-tailed fox. And now I shall finish what the yondaime started. Naruto stood above the beaten and battered form of Mizuki, surrounded by hundreds of Kage Bunshin. Ahahaha, I kinda got a bit carried away, he explained weakly as Iruka limped over. The clones started to vanish as Iruka stopped before Naruto. Close your eyes. The Chunin smiled. Huh? Trust me. Naruto closed his eyes and felt his goggles being gently removed from his forehead, then something was tied on in its place. Slowly reaching up, his nervously questing fingers found a fabric band and on that band, a metal plate. The plate wasn't newly minted like those he had seen on those classmates of his who had graduated, but the edges of the inscribed leaf were still easily felt by his fingertips and the edges of the plate, although nicked and slightly scarred, were still solid. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and saw Iruka smiling proudly at him, his forehead bare of the Hittite 8 that now adorned Naruto's brow. UI? Congratulations, genin Naruto. Iruka said gently. You are a true ninja of Konoha now, and of all my class, I am the most proud of you. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled at the scene in the crystal ball on the desk in front of him, then he reached out and placed the official stamp on a piece of paperwork that he had been filling out while watching the events unfold. Well done, Naruto-kun. He whispered quietly. You've taken your first step to achieving your goal. The piece of paper on the desk was placed into a small folder. As it vanished, the words at the top were briefly highlighted by the lamp in the corner of the room. Form 451979, confirmation of field promotion in Peacetime Academy student Uzumaki Naruto promoted to genin, 012607, promoting officer senior Chunin Yumino Iruka, 011850, seconded by Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, 000261. Memories of Others Chapter 1 Path of a New Genin. Naruto woke up with a huge smile on his face as he opened his eyes to see, placed on the small wooden box that served as his bedside table, the slightly battered and scratched Hittite 8 that confirmed beyond all doubt that the events of the previous night hadn't been a dream. He was a ninja. And in just 1 week, a mere 7 days, he would be assigned a team of his own, letting him prove just how totally awesome he was. As long as he wasn't teamed up with Sasuke, that broody bastard. Naruto shook his head to clear away the depressing thought. Taking a deep breath of morning air, and he really needed to get that window fixed, he bounced out of bed, before scampering into the bathroom to shower, then he paused and created a clone. Head to the kitchen and make me some breakfast. He commanded, and the clone nodded. Okay, but hurry up. Naruto stuck his tongue out at the clone, then turned the tap to switch on the shower. Shedding his pajamas, he jumped into the shower cubicle. Cold. The clone snickered as it switched the kettle on. Naruto finished tossing on his orange jacket. Chicken ramen. He smiled, then he paused. Hey, how did I know that? For a moment, Naruto frowned, then he shrugged. Maybe I smelled it. Whatever. Time to eat. Pausing to adjust the small sigil on his shoulder, Naruto bounced into the kitchen to devour the rameny goodness awaiting him. Itadakimasu. The morning was bright and cheerful as Naruto closed the door to his apartment. Unlike normal, he didn't lock it, a fact that was explained as the door re-opened and another Naruto stepped out, this one holding a bag of rubbish in its free hand. We'll have the apartment tidied up by the time you get back, boss. Good. Naruto nodded, mentally noting how useful Kage Bunshin were. Now if there was only some way to get some decent food. Blasphemy. The clone gasped. Ramen is the food of the 1,000 kami. Naruto chuckled in agreement, then turned to continue his interrupted journey. I'm going to have a walk round, maybe visit the old man to ask who's on my team and why am I even telling you that? You're me. The clone laughed. We'll get things done for you. Good luck with our team. Maybe Sakura-chan will be on it. As long as the team isn't, she might stop hitting us. That would be amazing. Naruto said dreamily, then he turned and walked towards the stairs. Wish me luck, Mies. Good luck. 3 of the clones chorused and Naruto left, chuckling. 3 hours later, his good mood had almost vanished, although the average, non-ninja, observer wouldn't have been able to tell. Whenever he walked near a crowd, he would hear whispers along the lines of how could they let IT become a ninja? Or it won't be long before that thing snaps and goes on a killing spree. As well as several other comments which showed that they had known all along about his burden but had put the same interpretation on it as Mizuki had. Turning, Naruto strode through the entrance of the Hokage tower and scampered up the stairs. Heya Gigi! He called and his adoptive grandfather looked up from the paperwork he was perusing with a smile that lightened Naruto's heart. Naruto, it's good to see you, he said as he waved for Naruto to take a seat. So, what brings Konoha's newest genin into my office today? Naruto grinned at the reminder of how he had attained the long-desired rank. Well, I was wondering who was going to be on my team, Naruto admitted. I'm sure you'd just love to give me the hat and all, but even I know that's not gonna happen yet. Very true. Hiruzen agreed gravely, although Naruto caught the gleam of laughter in the old shinobi's eyes. The teams are still being arranged and the Jonin senseis assigned to them cool. Naruto breathed, then he frowned. So that means? That I can't tell you what the teams are right now, Hiruzen supplied. You know, in just 1 week you'll know which team you are going to be assigned to and who your Jonin sensei will be. As long as I get an awesome one, it'll be cool, Naruto exclaimed, then he blinked as a blur deposited even more paperwork on Hiruzen's desk. Why don't you head out to get your official photo taken for the files? Hiruzen suggested. And tomorrow, after you bring the photo and I approve it, I'll take you out for some celebratory ramen. You're the greatest, Gigi. Naruto exulted, his previous good mood fully restored. One awesome pic coming right up. Hiruzen laughed as Naruto bounced out of the office, then sighed as he looked at the top sheet of paperwork. So how do I find where to get the photo? Naruto muttered to himself as he walked down the main street. Naruto? Naruto looked round to see who had called him, his gaze coming to rest on a familiar dark-haired girl who was staring at him from beside a taller, red-eyed woman with longer midnight black curly hair. A brief moment's thought brought up the younger girl's name. Hey, Hinata! Naruto called as he jogged over, grinning hugely as he pointed at his Hitai 8. I made it! I'm a ninja too! I heard about that, the taller woman said, and Naruto gave her a curious look. I'm Jonin Yuhi Karini. Pleased to meet ya, Naruto replied. Genin Uzumaki Naruto, future Hokage. Hinata giggled, then gave a small bow. Probationary Genin Hyuga Hinata, honored to meet you. Wait, Naruto said, probi probanana awatsit Genin? I thought you passed. The others who passed the academy exam are all currently probationary genin. They will become full genin when they are taken as students by a Jonin sensei, Karini explained. You are granted a field promotion, so even if you don't get a Jonin sensei, you'll still be an official genin and able to take missions. Hinata gave Naruto an odd look and his grin grew wider. Yep, I'm awesome. So, what ya doing? We don't get teams till next week, so why are? We are going to be working on my chakra control, Hinata said quietly. I need to build up my reserves. Chakra control. Naruto groaned. That's my weak point. I blew up the leaf last time I tried. It sounds like you almost certainly have too much chakra, Karini mused. If you wish, I can teach you a new exercise that should be fairly easy for you, then you can work your way back down to leaf floating. So, training? Naruto exclaimed. Count me in. If that's okay with you, Hinata. I mean, she's your teacher, right? It's fine. Hinata squeaked, turning red, and Naruto grabbed her shoulders. Hinata, you're turning red. Are you getting a fever? Let me check your temperature ARGH. Karini. Hinata's collapsed. She'll be fine. Karini smiled. However, if I can ask a favor, Naruto gave Karini a quizzical look. Favor? Well, it's a bit of a walk to the practice grounds, and this is where we are going to practice. Hinata heard as she regained consciousness to find herself being carried on someone's back. For a moment, she thought that she was being carried by Karini, but the hair against the side of her face was all wrong for that. Wow, cool place. Naruto's voice said, and Hinata frowned mentally. It wasn't Karini who was carrying her, and Naruto was nearby. Hinata's thoughts hiccuped to a stop as she realized that it was Naruto who was carrying her, but before she could do anything, Naruto was speaking again. Let me put Hinata down. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A wave of chakra seemed to flow through Hinata, engulfing her in a feeling of protectiveness. Then she heard Karini gasp. Oh, how did that happen? Naruto asked, and Hinata opened her eyes, glancing round to see herself staring back at her from the back of another Naruto. Good heavens, Karini breathed, her gaze switching rapidly between Hinata and her unexpected clone. I know that the Kage Bunshin technique duplicates what someone is carrying, but to duplicate an entire person? Hinata took advantage of Naruto's shocked stillness to lower herself to the ground, an action copied by her clone. Both girls glanced at each other, then looked down, tapping the tips of their forefingers. Well, Karini said slowly. I see that Hinata's clone has her mannerisms. Clone Hinata, what was the last flower you pressed? A bell flower. The clone replied, and Hinata nodded in agreement. So you have Hinata's memories too. Do you know what Naruto had for breakfast? The clone shook her head, and Karini hummed thoughtfully. I've never seen this done before, she finally admitted, but it would seem that you've somehow cloned Hinata as a byproduct of cloning yourself. Even having just found out about it, I can tell you that once word spreads amongst the Jonin, you'll become the favorite support ninja in the village for ANS ranked missions. Which means we need to keep this quiet, or enemy shinobi will target you specifically in order to stop you boosting our forces. I don't get it. Naruto admitted, and Karini sighed. Sit. She commanded, sinking to the ground, and the others followed suit, the two Hinatas descending gracefully while the two Narutos simply flopped into a seated sprawl. Now, about your potential as part of a team. If you managed to learn how you cloned Hinata, you could potentially do it for an entire group at once, thus doubling their numbers. Repeated enough times, and Konoha could field an entire army comprised purely of ANS-ranked shinobi, each at full power and with all their abilities. Imagine having a dozen Hokages step onto the battlefield with another dozen in reserve. No enemy would choose to stay around at that point. Yeah, Gigi showed me some of his skills when I was younger. Naruto agreed. He's awesome. And that is why we need to keep it a secret for now. Karini stated. If I can see that potential, so can Konoha's enemies, and until you get strong enough to defend yourself against enemy Jonin, we need to keep this skill quiet. So I can't use clones? Naruto asked, and Karini sighed at the proof that he had missed the point she was trying to make. You can use as many clones as you want, just don't clone anyone else unless they already know about it and have given permission. Karini stated. The two Narutos turned to look at Hinata and her clone. I don't mind. One of the Hinatas said quietly. On the plus side, you using clones can help with your training. Karini added, and both Narutos stared at her in incomprehension. Ha? Indeed. Karini said, rising. Naruto, stay here. Clone Naruto, come with me. Naruto watched his clone follow the Jonin to the edge of the clearing before they vanished into the trees, then a memory popped up in his mind. I'm going to learn how to walk on water. Awesome. How did you know that? Karini called as she walked back towards him, his clone nowhere to be seen. You told me. Naruto said blankly, then he paused. How? I was here, but you told me behind that tree. I don't understand. I told your clone, then dispelled him. Karini explained as she reached them. When you dispel a Kage Bunshin, you get back all their memories, in this case, me explaining what the first exercise for you will be. Naruto stared at her for a moment. I think I get it. So, everything they learn, I get back? Karini nodded. Yes, but too many memories at once will hurt your brain or worse, so we'll work our way up slowly. I did several hundred clones when I beat up the traitor. Naruto supplied. And how long did it take? A few minutes. So a few minutes times 100 or so clones is maybe 4 or 5 hours worth of memories, and since you were concentrating on one thing, most of those memories will have blurred together. Karini mused. Create 4 clones for now and we'll train for an hour before dispelling them so you get their memories. That should be fairly safe and we can work our way up to higher numbers. Yay, training! Naruto shouted as he flipped to his feet and made the clone seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Chapter 2 Training of a New Genin. Karini shook her head in bemused amusement as she looked at her audience. After explaining to Naruto, in very simple terms, the memory transfer function of the Kage Bunshin and how it could be used to help training in ninjutsu and in recon, she had demonstrated the water walking technique and Naruto had sent a quartet of clones to practice. Her next demonstration, tree walking, had left Naruto gobsmacked for a moment before he had generated another 4 clones and sent them to practice, joined by the accidentally created clone of Hinata while Karini covered some of the basic knowledge that Naruto had somehow failed to acquire during his days in the academy. So, now I've explained the difference between shinobi ranks and official ranks, do you have any questions? Iruka-sensei is really an A-ranked shinobi? Naruto burst out and Karini nodded. Yes, he is. If he wanted to put the effort in, he could be S-ranked, but he is perfectly happy teaching future generations of shinobi. And most ANBU are B or sometimes C-ranked while the Chunin who kept trying to chase me are normally C-ranked. Naruto mused. No wonder Iruka-sensei was always able to catch me after my pranks. I thought I was getting rusty or something. Being able to hide from your pursuers while wearing bright orange is quite impressive. Karini aloud. If you ever went for darker colors, you'd be almost impossible to track for anyone without a Byakugan. In fact, Karini rose from her kneeling position and cast a quick genjutsu that projected a compulsion to gather round. The 8 clones ran up from the trees and lake, forming up around her. Now, real Naruto, with me, but make another dozen clones for this. Excellent. All Naruto clones head into the trees, no more than 200 meters distance from the edge of the clearing. I want Hinata and Hinata to take the role of hunter neens, find and dispel the clones. This way, both of you get training. Naruto, you get training in escape, evasion and survival, while Hinata gets training in tracking and attacking. Hinata's, a light Juken strike, will dispel a Kage Bunshin. Naruto's, try not to make it easy since the harder the training, the better it is. Begin! The clones scattered, the 2 Hinatas in hot pursuit, and Karini looked at Naruto. While we're waiting for the exercise to finish, do you remember how to dispel genjutsu? Naruto stared at her blankly. Hinata was impressed. She had thought that Naruto's bright orange trousers and jacket would be easy to spot, but his natural stealth skills countered the obvious color to an incredible degree. In addition, Naruto acted in ways that she had never encountered in her clan's tracking exercises before, ways that she would have to use herself in future exercises. He wouldn't balance on branches, he would hang underneath or cling to the trunk. He could squirm through low bushes without disturbing a single leaf or dart across open spaces fast enough that if she blinked at the wrong time, she would never know he had been there. Byakugan! Hinata blinked as she heard her clone activate their dojutsu, then she nodded in understanding. She was barely a D-ranked shinobi in her own right. If she was to catch the elusive clones, she needed to use every single advantage that she had. Horse, tiger, boar, hare, rat, dog, horse, dog, hare, rat, boar, snake, Byakugan. The world shifted around her and her eyes widened as she saw one clone crouched in the bush just behind her, a bush that she could have sworn was empty. She got another. Naruto reported as he tried to suppress his chakra again and Karini cocked an inquisitive eyebrow at him. Kick to the shoulder. Felt odd, though, more like that hand strike of hers. I didn't know that she could use Juken through her feet. Karini mused. And I think that was the last one. Naruto added. I didn't even see her that time. Just a poke in the back of the neck. She's good. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Hinata said as she emerged from the undergrowth. I'm glad you think so. the second Hinata said, and Naruto smiled. You did amazing, both of you. I can see I'm going to need to practice my stealth more. Can we do this again tomorrow? Karini glanced up at the darkening sky and nodded. I have to get Hinata back to her home soon, but here again tomorrow at 1:30? Sure thing. Naruto said, giving her a quick bow, then pulling both Hinatas into a hug. See you tomorrow. He chirped, then he bounced off, leaving Hinata and her clone both blushing so hard that Karini was amazed that the air wasn't glowing red around them. I think you shouldn't dispel the clone yet, Karini said with a wicked smile. Let's tell your father that it was the unexpected result of a jutsu. The two Hinatas looked at each other and started to giggle. Arg! Naruto's voice echoed from around the corner. I completely forgot. Where do I go to get the registration photo? Office 1C in the tower. Karini called back. The Chunin there will be able to take the photo for you on top of the Hokage's tower. Thanks. Naruto hollered back and both Hinatas started to giggle again. What the? A girl's voice said, and all three Kunoichi turned to see a pink-haired girl staring at them. Two weak little mice? Karini frowned as Sakura sniffed and strode off, muttering a comment just loud enough to be overheard while quiet enough that it could be argued that she was simply talking to herself. At least they're not competition for Sasuke-kun, even though they'll never become good ninja. That was rude. Karini said slowly. Who is she? Haruno Sakura. Hinata said quietly. She was the Kunoichi of the year thanks to her perfect test scores and is one of the girls who keeps chasing Uchiha Sasuke, even though he's never shown any interest in girls. A fangirl. Karini sighed, shaking her head. Thank goodness you're not one. Fangirls do not make good Kunoichi. Ano, Karini-senpai Hinata began. Could you help me to learn to be braver? The other one finished and Karini smiled. You are doing a great job already. You only fainted 3 times around Naruto today and you were able to bring yourself to dispel his clones. Both Hinatas blushed. Hey, you the photo nin? Naruto half yelled as he almost erupted through the doorway. I need my photo for the files. And it's gotta look awesome. Not even a chance to finish my coffee. The Chunin behind the desk groaned. Oh well, let's get this over with. So, name Uzumaki Naruto, how did you know that? Naruto asked. I've never seen you before, have I? I'm a censor type. Name's Saji. The brown-haired ninja said as he rummaged through the desk drawers. That's how I knew who you were, a new genin with almost Kage levels of chakra and less control than the average academy student? Only one person fits that description. Hey! Naruto protested. I'm getting better, I can water walk and can almost tree walk. Hinata-chan really helped me by telling me what I was doing wrong. And what were you doing wrong? Saji prompted, his voice muffled as he pulled out several large folders from the box under the desk. I kinda toppled a tree by using too much chakra. Naruto admitted and Saji jolted, causing the desk to lift slightly. A moment later, he reappeared, rubbing the back of his head. Ouch! You toppled a tree just by pushing chakra into it? Have you ever thought about doing that with your fists? Naruto blinked. Huh? Why would I want to topple trees with my fists? I meant the chakra push thing. Saji sighed as he stood up, holding the camera equipment. If you manage to send out a pulse of chakra just as you hit something, it makes the impact a lot stronger. Of course, gathering the pulse means that someone like me can sense that it is coming. So should I try to learn how? Naruto asked and Saji nodded. You should. Sensor-type ninja are fairly rare, so you'll have the advantage more often than you won't. Plus, if you get it working, you'll be able to claim it as a personal technique. I've got a few of my own, as have many of the shinobi. Wow. I'll have to try and come up with some awesome techniques. Naruto grinned as they emerged onto the roof. Saji pointed to one of the sheltering awnings. Stand just there and look as serious as you can, but don't frown. Naruto bounced to the indicated point as Zaji set up the camera and tripod with the ease of experience. Now, look at the camera! Naruto blinked as a flash of light almost blinded him. Oh! What was that? That was one of the basic field jutsu, often used for signaling. Zaji said slowly. Didn't you come across it at the academy? No? Can you teach me? It's quite simple. Zaji said as he put away the tripod. You start by focusing chakra in your thumb and first finger, then you release it as you click your fingers like this. As Zaji's middle finger impacted against the base of his thumb, a small but bright pulse of chakra sparked between his thumb and first finger. Cool. Naruto breathed. You practice it, I'll file the paperwork. Zaji said as he vanished down the stairs. Behind him, the roof was suddenly lit by a flash of light brighter than a lightning bolt. Arrgh! My eyes! Oh, don't look directly at it or use too much chakra! Zaji shouted. Now you tell me! And here we are. Karini said as the trio walked up to the Karini's front door. Now, before we go in, Karini's comment was halted by a massive flash of light from the top of the Hokage tower that left them blinking several times. What was that? I don't know. Karini admitted. It wasn't an explosion, I'll check tomorrow. For now, why don't we finish arranging those pressed flowers of yours? With two of you, it'll be done twice as fast. Yes, Karini-senpai. We'll probably be done before your father gets here to pick you up. Karini smiled as she opened the front door. Naruto dropped the empty pot of ramen into the trash can and flopped onto the sofa. What a day! He sighed in satisfaction. I can water walk and know a cool jutsu to blind my enemies. Take that, team! The familiar surge of clone memories flowed through him and he winced. Ouch, I didn't realize that my orange was actually painful to Hinata. Maybe I should ask her to help me get a different orange, a darker one. Wow, the world through the Byakugan looks weird. Wait, was that Sakura? Oh, that was mean. I don't think Hinata-chan deserved that. Wait. Naruto's eyes slammed open. Those were Hinata's memories. Arg! Hinata wavered as her clone's memories integrated with her own. That's the problem with Kage Bunshin. Karini noted. If you're not prepared, the memory inflow can be rather disorientating. I was unaware that my daughter knew that particular jutsu. Hayashi noted from the front door and Karini shrugged. She doesn't. What? She doesn't. Karini repeated. We found a way to use someone else's chakra to make a Kage Bunshin, and Hinata has just confirmed that she gets the memories from the clone, not the person who actually performed the jutsu. Fascinating. Hayashi mused. Should this person become strong enough, they could aid by duplicating the person most suited to the mission in question. Lack of skill would no longer matter. May I learn the name of the one who has developed such an incredible technique? Karini gave a small nod and Hinata answered. Uzumaki Naruto, father. Hayashi blinked several times. What? But he failed the academy exam. He's a full genin now. Karini corrected. The Jonin lounge was buzzing about it earlier. It's quite a tale. They pulled Irika in to tell it since he was part of it. Then I shall have to visit tonight to find out the details. Hayashi stated. Thank you for looking after my daughter. It has been an honor to be entrusted with her care. Karini replied with a smile. Good night, Hinata-chan. Good night, Karini-senpai. Hinata replied as she moved to stand by her father. Chapter 3 Equipping of a new genin. There he is. Hinata said and Karini blinked. He seems nervous. The subject of their conversation turned as they approached and Karini's eyes widened slightly as she realized what was different about him. Naruto wasn't wearing his normal orange jacket while his trousers were dark blue civilian wear, totally unsuited to combat training. Karini-san, Hinata Naruto said in greeting, one hand rubbing the back of his head. Hi? Naruto. Karini said in return. You seem less relaxed than yesterday. Yeah, I kinda found out something, Naruto admitted, but I'm not a perv or anything like that. I just didn't know it would happen, and by the time I worked it out, it had already finished, and so I Naruto. Naruto stiffened to attention at Karini's shout. Hi! Just tell us briefly what happened. No excuses, no opinions, just the facts. I kinda got Hinata-chan's clone's memories when she dismissed it yesterday, Naruto half-whispered. And I didn't realize Sakura could be that mean. You totally aren't a timid little mouse. Heck, you're awesome at wait a minute. Karini said slowly. You're saying you got the memories too? Too? Hinata and Naruto chorused. Hinata got the memories when her clone dispelled. Karini explained slowly, her mind flicking through what the newest revelation meant. So don't try it with anyone unless they know about this and give permission. All right? Karini sighed and Naruto nodded. Okay. Now those clothes won't hold up to any real training, so about that, I was hoping Hinata could help me pick out new ones. Naruto interrupted, pulling out a frog-shaped wallet stuffed full of Ryo from one of his pouches. I mean, I don't want to hurt her eyes every time I make loads of clones and Hinata sees colors way better than me. I didn't even realize that my trousers and jacket were different shades until I got her memories of it. I spent an hour last night trying to see for myself, but I couldn't. Women can see more shades of color than males. Karini agreed. Hinata, do you want to? Hinata nodded. I'll be happy to help, Naruto-kun. Naruto promptly engulfed Hinata in a hug. Thanks, Hinata-chan. Hinata? Ack! Karini-san. Hinata's collapsed again. Karini managed not to giggle at Naruto's panic. You remember what we did yesterday when Hinata collapsed? She prompted and Naruto nodded. Sure thing, can you support her for a moment? I don't want to accidentally copy her while she's out cold. Karini held Hinata's limp form as Naruto created two clones who promptly placed Hinata on the original Naruto's back before dispelling. All right. Now, since you're a shinobi now, you can shop at the shinobi-only shops. Karini said with a smile. They tend to have good quality items optimized for shinobi, since the owners have their own experience to draw upon. We'll start with Higurushi's. They do a good young shinobi line of reinforced clothing. Cool. And this is where we are going to get most of your new stuff. Hinata heard as she regained consciousness to find herself being carried on someone's back. For a moment, she thought that she was being carried by Karini, but the hair against the side of her face was all wrong for that, yet somehow very familiar. Wow, cool place. Naruto's voice said, and Hinata frowned mentally. It wasn't Karini who was carrying her, and Naruto was nearby. Hinata's thoughts hiccuped to a stop as she realized that it was Naruto who was carrying her for the second time in as many days, but before she could do anything, Naruto was speaking again. I think Hinata just woke up. You awake, Hinata-hime? I am. Hinata squeaked and Naruto half knelt, allowing her to get her feet back on solid ground. Hinata took the advantage of Naruto facing the other way to shoot Karini a small glare, to which the older Kunoichi responded with a bright smile, her eyes twinkling with mirth. Higurushi's. Hinata read from the sign above the door. They're very good for the basic stuff. Karini supplied. Combat trousers and tops, sandals, kunai, shuriken, ninja wire, tags, all of the basic things that any well-equipped shinobi required. Come on. Karini led the way into the shop and they were greeted by the young teenaged girl behind the counter. Welcome to Higurushi's Weapons and Supplies. Can I help you? Basic outfitting. Karini said, pointing to Naruto, and the girl stepped out from behind the counter, circling Naruto as she looked at him with a measuring eye. I'd say size 4, medium length for the trousers. Those sandals still have a bit of wear in them, but I'd advise replacing them in about 4 weeks or so. For the top size 4 as well, what's your fighting style? He's a brawler. Karini interjected. Mesh enhanced, then, to protect against slashes. The girl stated. You want sections 14 and 32. I'd recommend at least 3 of each, maybe 4. I'll get them. Hinata offered as she scampered off. So, weapons. The girl continued. Let's see what you have. Naruto pulled out a kunai and the girl flinched. What? I only got them a week ago. Naruto protested. Dad! What is it, Tenten? A deep voice replied from the back. We need a full set of kunai and shuriken. What? Naruto protested as Tenten's hands seemed to blur, pulling out all of his lovingly polished weapons and lining them up on the counter. I've got the clothes, Hinata said as she returned. What's going on? That's what I'd like to know, the deep-voiced man said as he stepped through the door, then his eyes latched onto the weapons on the counter. Ouch! Who on earth uses that? He rumbled, picking up a kunai and examining it. This is bad, metal crystallization, badly forged, no real edge, badly balanced. This would barely count as a training kunai. I paid 5,000 ryo for those. Naruto grumped and both man and daughter flinched. Kid, you were robbed, the man stated. The last time I saw a kunai this bad was Tenten's first attempt at making one when she was 7, and that was before I'd taught her how it was really done. Normally a full set would set you back 2,000 ryo, but if you give me the name of the moron who sold you these and let me have them as scrap, which is all they're good for, I'll have that price. I got them from Shima's shinobi weapons, Naruto said slowly, and the man nodded even as he scooped the weapons into a bag. Okay. In future, you need anything ninja-related, you come here and I'll treat you fair, he said. Name's Kyugu, Higurashi Kyugu, that's my daughter Tenten. Gloves! Hinata exclaimed, and everyone looked at her in confusion, causing her to blush. What do you mean? Karini asked gently. I was thinking about what Naruto-kun needs, Hinata mumbled. He blocks a lot, so something like metal-lined gloves got just the thing, Kyugu said after taking a long look at Naruto's hands. Wait a moment. Kyugu vanished down one of the shop aisles, then reappeared. Fingerless gauntlets with overlapping metal plates on the outside, he explained, handing them over. Open design, more bracer than gauntlet, but the metal inserts on the knuckles help you punch. Naruto finished donning the gauntlets and took several swings, causing Tenten to flinch. Who taught you to fight? She winced. Mizuki, Naruto said, realization dawning mid-word. He screwed up my style, didn't he? Damn him, he said it was a special style only I could use. I spent hours every day trying to make it work. You'll need to inform your sensei that you urgently require taijutsu training once you've been assigned to your team, Karini noted. I saw how you fought against Hinata, your stance wasn't like anything I've ever seen before. Another thing to try and fix, Naruto grumped. Why the hell did I even think the academy was useful? Irika was the only decent teacher there. Now you know of the problem, you can solve it, Kyuga stated. The most important thing any shinobi needs to know is themselves. No lies, no delusions, just the basic truth about themselves, because if someone else knows you better than you know yourself, they'll be able to manipulate you to their will no matter what you want. Naruto gave a slow nod. So how much for all this? 2,000 ryo. What? Naruto gasped. But the clothes, the weapons, 2,000 ryo. Kyuga repeated. You've been screwed over enough. It's time to help get you straightened up. Just accept it, Karini advised. Thanks, Naruto said with a smile, then he picked up a pair of trousers and one of the armor mesh-lined t-shirts from the pile. Do you have somewhere I can get changed? The bell above the door tinkled and the woman behind the counter looked up. Welcome to Silken Leaf Fashions, she chirped. Karini. Here for another dress? Not today, Kunikata, Karini said, nodding towards the two genin who had followed her in. I'm escorting Naruto, he wants something that looks good but will stand up to combat. Kunikata rose from behind the counter and limped round. Both genin stared at the prosthetic that had replaced her left foot and the woman smiled. Long skirts are not good for kunoichis, she said in explanation, and Hinata nodded in understanding. So any specific requests? Orange? Naruto asked. Not bright orange, more darker orange, 'cause orange is cool, but too much can hurt the eyes, and I'm shutting up now. I'd recommend putting the Uzumaki clan crest on the shoulders of your t-shirts, Kunakata mused. And if you want orange, maybe a Hayori? Add some inner pockets for storage and a mesh layer, it'll help to reduce injury in combat. Hinata nodded as Naruto glanced at her. Hinata Haim probably has a better idea than I do, he admitted. However, I'd like to include this as well. Naruto pulled out the clan tag that he normally wore on the shoulder of his jacket, and Kunakata nodded as she took it. Easily done, I can simply mount it on the cord that holds the Hayori in place. Let me get a few measurements and I can have 2 complete within the hour. Leave the t-shirts as well and I'll add the crest to the shoulders. Left, right, or both? Left, please. Hinata requested, and Kunakata smiled. Left? Naruto queried, then he shrugged. I don't see a difference, so sure. Left. Come back in 2 hours. Kunakata ordered. While we're waiting, there's a few things I think I should check, Karini said once they'd returned to the training field. Naruto, how well can you read? Not very. Naruto sighed. I had to teach myself, there's quite a bit I still don't understand. Hinata? Hinata blushed, but nodded. I'll help, but it's almost time for me to go back home, maybe if you left a clone. Karini mused, and Hinata brightened. Okay. She smiled as she placed her hand on Naruto's shoulders, then she eeped as Karini gently pushed her into Naruto's arms. We don't know how much contact it needs, so let's play it safe, Karini explained. Naruto? 1 set of clones, please. Hinata closed her eyes as the wash of chakra flowed through her, shivering in pleasure. Hinata, you cold? Naruto asked, and Hinata shook her head as she stepped away from him. No, I was just thinking about something. Clone Hinata, here's my house key. Take clone Naruto there and start going through some of the basic books on my shelf, Karini ordered. Naruto, I'd recommend practicing with your new kunai and shuriken. In fact, go back to Higurushi's and ask if they can help you with that. 1010 is a weapons mistress in training, if memory serves, and they have a training yard out the back. I'll escort Hinata to her home, then come and pick you up so that you can pick up your new clothes. Okay. Naruto grinned, then he hugged Hinata. Thanks, Hinata Haim. Today would have sucked without you. You're welcome, Hinata managed as Naruto released her and raced off. Karini waited for a moment to ensure that she wasn't about to faint, then touched her shoulder to get her attention. Let's go, she said. You'll see him again tomorrow and you'll get memories of teaching him later. Hinata smiled. Chapter 4. Teaching of a new genin. There he is, Hinata said, and Karini smiled at Hinata's eagerness. Wow, he looks better than I expected. Karini's smile widened as she took in the sight of the distant genin. He had replaced his old blue sandals with black ones to match his trousers, while dark orange wraps covered the gap between the sandals and the trousers. His Hayori reached almost to mid-thigh, and from the way it hung, Karini could tell that it was armored. As he turned, a kunai pouch was briefly visible attached to his belt, while the flapping of fabric showed a line of shuriken attached to a magnetic strip just inside the Hayori itself. Hinata Haim! Karini-san! He shouted in greeting, and Hinata returned his exuberant wave with a smaller, but no less heartfelt one. Naruto-kun, you look great, Hinata managed, and Naruto's grin widened. Thanks to you, Hinata Haim, he said in reply, and Hinata blushed. Hey, Karini-san! What awesome stuff are you teaching today? It'll be Hinata doing most of the teaching, Karini said with a smile. I think her teaching you is helping her as much as it is you, albeit in different ways. I brought books for you to practice reading as well as some maths worksheets. As she spoke, Karini pulled out a small scroll and unrolled it on the ground, swiping one finger across it. A cloud of chakra smoke formed and dissipated, revealing 3 small stacks of books. History, field tactics, and maths, Karini said, indicating the piles. Hinata'll teach you via clone, so you'll both need 3 clones for this. Naruto waited for Hinata to nod in confirmation before he caught her in a hug and made the familiar hand seal behind her back. Karini nodded in approval as the newly created clones gathered up the books and then moved to different places around the field so that they didn't accidentally interfere with each other. Today will be stretching and flexibility exercises, Karini said. Naruto, if you could send a dozen clones to practice water and tree walking, that would be good. Karini waited for the newly created clones to run off to the trees and lake before she pulled out another scroll and unsealed a trio of rolled-up mats. Passing one to each genin, she unrolled the third and shed her sandals before stepping onto it. You probably haven't done these exercises before, Naruto, so pay attention and try to copy Hinata and myself as best you can, she said gently. We will start with basic stretches. Keep one leg straight, hands on your hips, and bend the other leg like this. Naruto wobbled for a moment as he tried to follow the moves that the two females were doing so effortlessly. Are you all right? Hinata asked worriedly as Naruto lay sprawled on the grass. How do you do that? Naruto groaned. I thought I was fit. There are different sorts of fitness, Karini said from where she was finishing rolling up the mats. You're used to high-energy movement, running, jumping, that sort of thing. These exercises were all about flexibility, control, and precision. I'm aching, but it's sorta in a good way, Naruto mused. I'm not sure I can move at the moment, though. Hinata, you might want to lie down as well, Karini suggested. It's almost time to dispel the clones. Hinata sat down, then glanced at Naruto measuringly. It's okay, Hinata, Naruto groaned. I know you don't want to get leaves in your hair, so you can borrow my Hayori to use as a pillow, huh? Naruto lifted his head to look down at Hinata, who was resting her head on his stomach while she clasped his hand in both of hers. Karini looked over at them and promptly raised a hand to hide her smile. Karini-senpai? All right, first pair, dispel, Karini ordered, and both genin twitched slightly as the first set of memories cascaded into their minds. That looks very comfortable, one of the clone Hinatas whispered to herself enviously, and Karini fought down a sudden attack of the giggles. Okay, ready for the next one, Naruto called out. Hinata Heim? I'm ready. Karini nodded at the next pair, both of whom promptly dispelled. Even as she fought to integrate the new memories, Hinata blushed at how she and Naruto looked, but didn't move. Karini turned away before she could lose control over her giggles. Karini-san. Karini stiffened in shock, then spun to face the new arrival, who was fortunately standing just out of view of the clones. We're ready for the final ones, Hinata called, and Karini spared a moment to nod at the remaining pair of clones before turning her attention back to the man in the trees. Hayashi-sama, she said with a slight bow, and Hayashi stepped forwards, his expression inscrutable. I see that my daughter is willing to aid Uzumaki and is becoming a friend to him, Hayashi said, and Karini nodded. I determined that Hinata's confidence improved every time she helped Naruto to recover from what seems to have been a campaign of neglect during his days at the academy, so the use of clones seemed to be a viable way of increasing that improvement without spending too much time that could be used in other forms of training. Hayashi held up a hand to halt Karini's explanation. I have no problem with Uzumaki aiding my daughter in becoming stronger, he stated. However, my daughter will soon be assigned to a team, and I would appreciate a chance to gain the measure of one who may be her teammate. I have already spoken to the Inuzuka and the Aburame. Not the Uchiha? Karini asked, and Hayashi shook his head. No. My sources in the tower tell me that he will almost certainly be on the same team as the Haruno girl, with the third being either the Inuzuka or Uzumaki. If it's not Naruto, your daughter will be depressed, Karini admitted. What can you tell me about him? Karini glanced over to where Naruto had got to his feet and was helping Hinata up. What sort of information do you need? A standard character report should suffice, Hayashi said with a slight smile, and Karini nodded. Uzumaki Naruto, parentage unknown or classified. Orphan. Failed the academy but was promoted to genin after succeeding in an unplanned field mission. very high chakra levels which make it hard for him to concentrate for long periods of time, although the chakra control exercises have already provided a small but noticeable improvement in that. Current ratings are Taijutsu low, Ninjutsu medium to high, Shuriken Jutsu low to medium, general knowledge poor, but part of this is due to passive sabotage in the academy and Naruto having to learn to read and write without assistance. Future potential is very high in all fields. Thanks, Karini-san. Naruto chirped from behind her. I'm gonna get as good as I can, 'cause I'm gonna become the Hokage. Believe it. Hayashi glanced at his daughter, who was nodding in agreement. And how are you intending to improve that much? He asked. Simple, Hinata's helping me and she's awesome. Naruto responded, giving Hinata a one-armed hug as she blushed. My reading skills have shot way up since she started teaching me, soon I'll be on the same level as most of the others, and it's all because of how amazing Hinata Haim is. And would you say that Karini-san's summation of your skills was indeed a precise reflection of your current capabilities? Naruto stared at him blankly. Did Karini-san get the list of your skills right? Hinata whispered into Naruto's ear and he brightened in understanding. Mostly, but she got the taijutsu wrong. It isn't low, I completely suck at it thanks to being taught all wrong. I'm trying to relearn the academy style, but while it feels better, it still doesn't quite feel right. When I get a Jonin sensei, I'm gonna have to ask for taijutsu training as the most important thing I need. Hayashi raised a mental eyebrow at the brutal honesty in Naruto's reply, but didn't allow a hint to show on his face. It is rare to meet a shinobi who doesn't allow self-deception to overrule self-knowledge. He offered. Well, when both teacher and sparring partner wince at how bad you are, it's kinda difficult to claim you're good. Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head with his free hand. I've talked it over with them and it's only my stamina and high pain Hinata? Threshold? Thanks. High pain threshold that let me win at all. Naruto finished. So I suck and I need to suck less if I have a chance at the hat. But I'll make it, believe it. Hayashi stared at Naruto for a long moment, then he turned to Hinata. Daughter, tomorrow, I will send Ko to pick you up after your training, although he may be early. Karini-san, you may make whatever use of him you wish if he is early. Hinata glanced briefly at Naruto and Hayashi caught the question that she didn't dare ask. Rather than reply out loud, he inclined his head slightly to acknowledge her worry and confirmed that he would deal with it. Hayashi looked up from the paperwork on his desk as a shadow announced a visitor outside his study. Briefly activating his Byakugan, Hayashi paused just long enough to slightly tidy his desk before speaking. You may enter. The door opened and Higuchi stepped through, sliding it shut behind him. Stepping forwards, he dropped into a Seiza position, then bowed. You summoned me, Lord Hayashi? I did. Hayashi confirmed. As you are aware, Jonin Yuhi Karini has been guiding and teaching Hinata over the last few days. Hayashi paused and Ko gave a slight nod to indicate that he was indeed aware of the events that had stopped his usual task of being Hinata's bodyguard. What I am about to tell you must never be repeated. Hinata has been using the Kage Bunshin to aid in her progress. I was unaware that she had learned that Kinjutsu, Lord Hayashi. I did not think her chakra reserves were large enough for such a technique. She has not learned it and they are not. Hayashi stated, enjoying the look of confusion on Ko's face. She has been training alongside Uzumaki Naruto, who has learned that technique, and they discovered that should he create a clone while Hinata is in contact with him, he clones her as well. Ko's jaw dropped for a moment before he pulled himself back under control. When her clones dispel, she regains their memories. Hayashi added. Incredible. Ko breathed, then he frowned slightly. But for her to be studying alongside him and thus we reach the next secret. Hayashi stated. I have received permission from the Hokage to tell you this. Naruto is the third who carries the Kyuubi and you once had a crush on the second, his mother. Ko blanched. Kushina? She is his. I thought he was simply named after her. She carried the Kyuubi too? As did Senju, formerly known as Uzumaki Mido and Kushina's aunt. Hayashi said in a calm voice. 3 generations of Uzumaki have held the kyubi, and in all that time, it has only escaped once. The seal that holds it now has been described as the masterpiece of the yondaime. In other words, you will from this day on respect Uzumaki. He is not the prisoner, he is the prison that holds it, and to strike at him is to risk the prisoner escaping. Am I clear? Ko nodded frantically. Hi, Hayashi Dono. Good. Now, about tomorrow. Hinata winced as Ko used to stick to swat Naruto's leg. Point the foot forwards, not out. Ko commanded. Make a fist like this and move it like so to punch. I hadn't realized that Ko was such a disciplinarian. Karini noted. But Naruto does seem to be improving. Given how bad he was to begin with, going to simple bar-room brawling would have been an improvement. Ko noted as he walked past them to where a group of Naruto's clones were going through the first kata taught at the academy. Smooth motions. Flow like water. I think I owe your father a favor for this. Karini noted. I'm not very good in taijutsu, relatively speaking. I make up for it in the other fields, but Karini shrugged, then she returned to watching Naruto being shown how he should have been taught to fight. With those clones, he should be caught up in 6 months or so, assuming his Jonin sensei bothers to teach him. Hinata gave Karini a long look. Is he going to be on our team? I don't know. Karini sighed. I used up my favor by asking for you. Naruto, I can't say. Chapter 5 Assignment of a new genin. The noise level of the classroom dropped significantly as Hinata and Naruto entered. Part of the sudden drop in volume was that instead of scurrying in timidly like normal, Hinata was standing up straight. Most of the reason, though, was the person who was accompanying her, a person whom everyone else in the classroom knew had failed. Of course, not everyone was focused on that fact. Ino breathed. How did the class clown hide all that yuminess? Hinata promptly shifted to slightly in front of Naruto, shielding him from Ino's semi-predatorial gaze. Hey, why is the dead last here? Kiba shouted. He failed, remember? He couldn't even do a clone. Most of it's classified, but I helped plug a hole in the security of the village, and as a reward, I got promoted. Naruto shot back. And no, Sasuke couldn't have done it because he passed the test. The mission needed someone who had failed. Several of the girls in the room froze, their instant declarations that Sasuke should have had the chance to do the mission slamming into the realization that in order to have got the mission, he would have had to have failed, and Hinata capitalized on the pause. Grabbing Naruto's hand, she towed him to a pair of adjacent seats and settled down, smiling as Naruto let her rest her head on his shoulder. But how did you manage to get a pass without a clone? Kiba persisted, and Naruto rose, placing his hands in a cross seal. A cloud of smoke erupted behind him, dissipating to reveal a single clone, and Naruto sat down again as the clone walked to Kiba's desk and smacked his nose with one finger before dispelling. Oh! Kiba whined, clutching at his nose. That hurt, damn it. You know we Inuzuka have sensitive noses. That was a solid clone. Sakura gasped and Naruto nodded. Yep, I've got way too much chakra to do one of the normal bunshin, so I learned something better. Teach me. Sasuke snapped, spinning to look at Naruto, but it was Hinata who replied. You do not have enough chakra, Sasuke-san. If you indeed wish to commit suicide by exhausting all your chakra while trying to perform a technique that you are physically incapable of, then may I ask that you first make a will? The Hyuga clan will happily take possession of the Uchiha sector once you have killed yourself and thus ended the Uchiha's presence in Konoha. Sasuke growled as he flopped back down, and Hinata half turned to see Naruto gaping at her. Wow, Hinata! You really told him. That was awesome. Hinata blushed and buried her face into the junction of Naruto's neck and shoulder. Heh, it would seem that young Hinata's been spending a great deal of time around Naruto. Hiruzen chuckled as he viewed the scene through his crystal ball. The opening of the classroom door caught everybody's attention, and Iruka walked in, looking at the assembled children. First of all, may I say congratulations to all of you for passing the test last week? He said. Now, before I read out your assignments, do any of you have any questions? Yeah! Kiba shouted. How come the dope's here? He failed the test and gave us a story about passing another way. That is correct. Naruto was given a field promotion for his actions in preventing a great loss to the village via the actions of a traitor. Iruka said, showing no sign of regret at Mizuki's fate even though Mizuki had been his friend for years. Combined with his learning of a variant of the Bunshin, it was decided that he was indeed qualified to become a shinobi, a decision confirmed by the Sandaime Hokage himself. Do you have a problem with this? Kiba slunk back into his seat and Iruka checked his list. Right now, teams 1 through 6 are being assigned in the other classrooms, so I shall begin with Team 7. Team 7 is under the command of Jonin Hatake Kakashi and consists of the Rookie of the Year Uchiha Sasuke, the Kunoichi of the Year Haruno Sakura. Yes. Sakura exulted. Take that, Ino pig! No! Ino screamed. Sit down and shut up! Iruka roared and both Kunoichi dropped back into their chairs, pale with shock. Ahem and Uzumaki Naruto. No! Naruto shouted, inadvertently drowning Hinata's identical exclamation out. This team sucks. Because you're on it. Sakura sneered. Even trying to look as cool as Sasuke doesn't change that fact. Iruka pointedly cleared his throat. Team 8, under Jonin Yuhi Karini, is Aburame Shino, Hyuga Hinata, and Inuzuka Kiba. Hinata sighed sadly and cuddled up against Naruto. Team 9 is still in rotation, so Team 10, under Sarutobi Asuma, will be Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choji. Damn it, Forehead gets all the luck. Ino raged. Your senseis will be here to collect you after lunch, so you are dismissed for an hour. Naruto gave Hinata a quick kiss on the cheek, then rose and walked over to where Sasuke was sitting, trying to ignore Sakura. Since we are assigned to be a team, we should try to get to know each other, he began, only to quickly step back as Sakura swung at him. Before she could recover her balance, Hinata had appeared almost out of nowhere, Byakugan blazing, and struck Sakura's right arm, numbing it. Oh! Thanks, Hinata Haim. Naruto said, noting that Sasuke had taken advantage of the situation to escape. Shino, Kiba, I'm taking Hinata to Ichiraku's, my treat. Since you're on her team, you want to come as well? Sure. Kiba shrugged. Sharing sustenance is traditionally an acceptable way to encourage and enhance interpersonal relationships. Shino droned. I am honored to accept your invitation. Damn, those lessons you've been giving me really are working. Naruto whispered to Hinata as he led the impromptu group out of the classroom. I understood every word that he just said. Hinata failed to restrain her giggles at his comment. The classroom door opened and 2 figures entered, looking at the assembled genin. Team 8. The woman called and Naruto caught Hinata's shoulder as she stood. Just remember, you're totally awesome. He whispered, giving her a quick kiss on her cheek. Trust me on that. Hinata beamed at him, then quickly kissed him back before scurrying to Karini's side, her face glowing red as Karini tried to hide her smile. Team 10. The man stated and Naruto leaned back as Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji filed to the bearded ninja's side. See you later, Hinata Haim. Naruto called and Hinata gave him a small wave before she vanished through the door. What does she see in a baka like you? Sakura wondered and Naruto glared at her before reaching into one of his belt pouches and pulling out a small book. And what is that? It's a book, Sakura. You know, it has paper sheets that hold words. Naruto riposted and Sakura looked taken aback at the lack of the normal chan suffix that was usually attached to her name by him. And since when does a baka like you read? Since a princess took the time to teach me. Naruto shot back. Now please hush, some of us have better things to do than listen to your screeches. As Sakura started to prepare a blistering comeback, Sasuke spoke up. I agree with the dobe. Shut up. You're starting to give me a headache. Sakura meekly sat down, glancing at the door while Sasuke raised an eyebrow at the picture of the Uchiha fan on the cover of Naruto's book. You're late. Naruto looked up from the book on the various types of traps and found himself looking at a tall shinobi standing in the now open door. The man was thin with spiky silver hair while most of his face was covered by a mask pulled up over the bridge of his nose and a Hitai 8 angled over his left eye. My first opinion of you is that I don't like you. The new arrival mused. Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes. Don't be late. The ninja vanished in a cloud of smoke and Naruto sighed. That must have been Kakashi, he said as he slowly put his book away, then moved to the window as the other two dashed out of the doorway. Channeling his chakra, he swung himself out of the window and stood on the wall of the academy, then walked up to the top, grabbing the railing and vaulting over it. Interesting. The tall man mused, even though he didn't pull his attention out of the book he was reading. Wall walking already? Now who taught you that? Naruto glared at Kakashi. The way he had phrased it suggested that he had known about the way that Naruto's learning had been sabotaged, a definite minus point in Naruto's book. We're here. How did you get here before us, you baka? Sakura burst out as she sprinted through the roof access. Naruto simply sighed and moved to sit down on the furthest one of the 3 benches, letting the other 2 claim the others. So, let us introduce ourselves. Name, likes, hates, dreams, Kakashi said, and Sakura raised her hand. Will you show us how? Naruto managed not to facepalm. His lessons with Hinata and later with Koha, with whom he hadn't used the shared cloning technique, had raised his social abilities to the point where he could now identify stupid questions, although usually, it was identifying them before he asked them that was the issue. Oh, okay. My name is Satake Kakashi. I have things I like, there are things I dislike, and you aren't old enough to learn about my dreams yet. All right, Pinky. My name is Haruno Sakura, and I like Sakura broke off as she glanced at Sasuke. My dreams are Naruto sighed as Sakura looked at Sasuke again. And your dislikes? Kakashi prompted. Naruto. As if I care. Naruto grumbled, noticing the slight frown that Kakashi gave him. All right, broody. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I don't have many likes or dislikes, but my dream is to kill a certain man and rebuild my clan. And finally, Blondie. For a moment, Naruto was tempted to go all out, but then the memory of the slight frown crossed his mind and he decided to tweak his sensei. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. There are some things I like, there are some things I dislike, and my dream is mine to achieve. Stop trying to be cool, you baka. Kakashi's eye narrowed at Naruto's response, but he ignored Sakura's outburst. So, you 3 have passed the academy exam, but you aren't true genin yet. Kakashi stated. You won't be unless you pass my test tomorrow, and be aware that on average, 2 and 3 fail the test and have to return to the academy for another 6 months. Naruto frowned at the implication. Kakashi had already showed himself to be distressingly similar to the academy teachers, bar Iruka, but he was obviously unaware of how Naruto's promotion had differed from the others. Meet me tomorrow at 7 a.m. on Training Ground 7 for your final test. Kakashi said. I'd advise you not to eat breakfast, you'll only throw it up again. Bye. Kakashi vanished in a swirl of leaves and Naruto rose from his bench. What did he mean by that? Sakura quavered. I think I'll check out the area tonight and talk to Karini-san. Naruto decided, vaulting over the railing and using his chakra to slide down the wall. Stop showing off, you baka! Sakura screamed. Hey, wait for me, Sasuke-kun! Karini paused as a familiar voice called her name. Naruto? Clone. The blonde clarified as he came to a stop beside her. Boss is checking out Training Ground 7 for tomorrow's test, but he sent a whole load of us out to get info. One of us was even sent to Hayashi Dano. Information about? Karini prompted. Hatake Kakashi. The clone replied. Boss is trying to put as much info together on him as possible. Do you know anything about him, and are you allowed to tell us any of that? For a start, he's known as Sharingan Kakashi for the Sharingan he has underneath his Hitai 8. Karini began. And he is consistently 3 hours late, unless it is for a mission of C rank or above, or he has been ordered to show up on time by the Hokage. Hayashi told the clone who was sitting attentively in front of him. He said to show up by 7. The clone supplied. Then he will be there by 10. I would advise showing up at 9:30 just to be on the safe side. I'm afraid that I can't really tell you anything about your sensei. Hiruzen sighed. There are certain rules and traditions that prevent it. Meh, it was worth a try. The clone shrugged. I mean, what better source of information is there in the whole village than the Hokage? Well reasoned. Hiruzen said with a smile. I am proud of you, Naruto. You really have grown over the last week. You've already had your test and passed? Congratulations. Hinata smiled as Naruto's clone engulfed her in a hug. Hopefully the real Naruto would give her another hug when they next met. Chapter 6 Testing of a New Genin. You're late. Sakura growled as Naruto strolled onto the training field. Naruto glanced round even as he felt the memories of one of the clones he had sent to give him warning should Kakashi not show up late flow into his mind. Sakura, just how late was Kakashi yesterday? Naruto queried. What made you think he wouldn't be late today? That's not the point. Sakura snarled. I knew he would be late, so I've done some extra training to get ready. Naruto commented as he moved to one of the 3 posts in the middle of the training field and leaned against it. Have either of you done anything to prepare in the last couple of hours? Lay traps? Scout out the area to learn where things are such as the best hiding places? Check your kunai and shuriken to make sure that none of them are about to break? Sasuke looked up from where he was sitting, his expression startled. Who are you and what have you done with Naruto? I am Naruto. Naruto shot back. I just received some good advice on how to be a proper ninja, advice that no one bothered to give me before. So, I've checked all my weapons, explored the area last night and done some research into our sensei. Who's interested? Sakura sniffed. Stop making things up, baka. If that's how you want it. Naruto shrugged. Since we have another half hour before he's going to arrive, I'm going to try and meditate. You, meditate? Sakura snorted and Naruto nodded as he sat down cross-legged, his hands on his knees. Hinata showed me how. And Sakura, she isn't a timid little mouse. If she hadn't been holding back, she would be on this team, not you. Sakura stared at him, then started to stalk over and Naruto gave a covert hand signal. Stop lying, baka! Sakura shouted as she swung her fist at his head only to fall over as Naruto vanished in a puff of smoke. I think I'll leave a clone and meditate somewhere else. Naruto said from the side of the clearing where his clone had Kawarimi'd with him. Nice trick. Sasuke admitted, causing Sakura to stare at him in shock. You're late. Naruto didn't need the inflow of memories from the watch clone to inform him that their tardy sensei-to-be had arrived and with a sigh, he pulled himself to his feet and stepped out from behind the tree. Well, I had to help an old lady with her shopping, then I got lost on the road of life. Kakashi said. Liar! Sakura, it's not a good idea to accuse someone of lying unless you have proof. Naruto commented. Kakashi, showing up late twice raises certain questions about your competence or worse. If not for Gigi vouching for you, I'd lump you in with Mizuki and simply walk away right now. Kakashi stared at him for a long moment before shrugging and walking over to the 3 stumps. Pulling out an alarm clock, he placed it on the middle stump, then held up 2 small bells. Now, I don't know if you've been told this, but passing the academy tests doesn't mean that you're full genin yet. You still need to pass the test set by your prospective Jonin sensei who is, in this case, me. As you can see, I have 2 bells. You have to try and take a bell from me by noon. But there are only 2 bells. Sakura pointed out and Kakashi nodded. Correct. Only 2 of you will manage to get the bells. In order to get a bell, you'll have to come at me with the intent to kill, otherwise you won't stand a chance. If you don't have a bell by the end of the test, you will return to the academy. Kakashi finished and Naruto glanced at his so-called teammates, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, the latter of whom was still rather disconcerted by his sudden change from trying to pursue her at every opportunity to a cool disinterest. Let me get this straight, he said slowly. we are to try to engage you in hand-to-hand combat, without a chance to prepare, to get one of the two bells, and if we do somehow manage to get one before the alarm goes off, we'll have to defend ourselves against our so-called teammates since they'll see whoever has the bell as an easier target than you. Is my understanding of the situation wrong? Kakashi shook his head slowly. Not really, but you're not completely right either. So, do you think that you understand the purpose of the test, then? I understand perfectly, Naruto said, drawing on the many conversations he had had with Hinata, Karini, and several members of Hinata's family over the last week. This is primarily a taijutsu test, and we all know that I suck at it. Therefore, this test is aimed at getting rid of me so you can train the last Uchiha and his fangirl without the baggage of the dead last. Sakura winced at the venom with which Naruto injected into his description of her. You two win, Naruto said to Sasuke and Sakura. I'll see you around. Smirking at the shocked silence, Naruto turned and walked out of the training field. If he hurried, he could join Team 8 to take up Karini-sensei's earlier request to provide them with an op force to practice against and still have time to find out what missions he could take as a lone genin. And Hinata would almost certainly continue to help him relearn how to read, which was very nice of her. And she was so clever, she had worked out that by using his cloning ability on her, he could both get the experience of learning how to read and the experience of knowing how to read. His vocabulary and ability to use it was expanding faster than he had ever dreamed possible. His old textbooks were already much easier to understand now that he knew what the longer words actually meant. And now that Kakashi has shown up, only 15 minutes late, we can begin, Hiruzen said. In order of team numbers, pass or fail with overview if necessary. Team 1, total fail. None of them are suitable to be shinobi. Team 2, partial fail. 2 of them have what it takes to be genin but not elite, I recommend transferring them to the genin pool. Team 3, fail. Only 1 salvageable, although he does qualify for elite, meaning he can be reassigned if need be. Team 4 fail doesn't even begin to describe it. Suggest that student Ami be expelled for being a disruptive influence. Team 5, partial fail. 2 probably salvageable as elite genin with another 6 months at the academy. Team 6. Fail. Just fail. Team 7 long story. Kakashi sighed, attracting the attention of the other jonin. I'll explain after the others have reported. Team 8 passed, Karini said after a long pause. I also tested them against an op force today to get a good idea of their strengths and weaknesses. I'll have the write-up done by 7. You'll have to tell me who you hired for that, Asuma said. I may try that on my team which passed, by the way. Team 10. So, Kakashi? Hiruzen prompted and the copy-nin sighed. The test was a non-starter. Naruto chose to walk after I explained the rules, stating that the test was an attempt to get rid of him so that I could concentrate on training the other 2. What was the test? Asuma asked. The bell test, Kakashi replied. I was testing their teamwork. Naruto failed instantly and vanished before I could give him another chance. From what I can tell and given what he went through at the academy, it was a perfectly logical conclusion that he drew, Hiruzen said, hiding his amusement at Kakashi's exasperation. And since he got his promotion in the field rather than via the academy, he can continue as a ninja and take missions. He's already signed up for the morning shift of wall patrol. But Kakashi stuttered, only for Karini, who was amongst the assembled jonin watching with amusement, to interrupt. Naruto provided my team with the opposing force I mentioned earlier to train against today. With the number of clones he can create, he really gave them a workout. Yosh! Guys shouted from the corner where he was observing. I shall have to ask him to do the same for my youthful genin. His taijutsu was sabotaged in the academy, Karini warned the exuberant jonin. You may need to train him in a new style first. On the plus side, he has a certain technique that might help. But he was meant to be on my team, Kakashi protested. I asked for him. He obviously disagrees. Hiruzen shrugged. But since we need the Uchiha on a team due to political reasons, I can find another genin for your team from the general pool or the salvageable genin. If you don't think you can take a team without Naruto, I'll appoint another Jonin sensei for the Uchiha's team. Kakashi seemed to wilt. I'll take the third genin. Wait. Lord Hokage, what did you mean by we need the Uchiha for political reasons? Karini asked. The other villages all know that the last Uchiha is now of an age to become a genin. Should we fail to field him as a shinobi, our reputation will suffer since they will assume that the Uchiha massacre was done by my command and that Sasuke is nothing more than a breeding stallion for the next generation. Hiruzen supplied. It's also why I assigned him to Kakashi. His Sharingan means that when Sasuke activates his dojutsu, Kakashi will be able to train him in its usage. Ah. Karini nodded. Political reasons. Of course. My apologies, I thought for a moment that it was Konoha politics, not international ones. An easy mistake to make. Hiruzen said soothingly. Kakashi, please stay. Everyone else, thank you for coming. As the Jonin filed out, Karini used her smaller frame to slide through the crowd until she was walking beside Madogai. As they exited the tower, the taller Jonin looked down at her. You wish to discuss young Naruto, I presume, Karini-san? Karini blinked at the reminder that although Guy was bombastic, overly cheerful, insanely devoted to training and tended to be as blunt as a tetsubo to the skull, this in no way equated to stupid. Karini briefly allowed herself to wonder just how intelligent the spandex-wearing Jonin really was, then she refocused on the conversation. Naruto has learned the Kage Bunshin, and I took it upon myself to help him learn about the memory transfer effect of it. Aha! So I can ask him to make many clones and have each one practice a different part of the kata while his true self works on stoking his flames of youth. Guy exclaimed, and Karini blinked. Guy really was intelligent, despite appearances. It's more than that, she said, weaving a subtle genjutsu around them to prevent their conversation from being overheard. He has discovered another way of using it. Hinata has been helping him to learn how to read properly by letting him clone her, and then her clone teaches his. When her clone dispels, they both receive the memories. Guy froze. Guy? Alas! That would have been such an incredible way to teach my own students the ways of youth, but none of them yet have the ability to use the Kage Bunshin, and I fear that Likuin never will. Right. Karini slowly said. Anyway, since he can learn techniques that way, you may be able to teach him by letting him clone you, doing one kata and dispelling the clone. An excellent, although now that I actually consider it, slightly flawed, thought. Guy said, earning a confused frown. You see, should I give him the memories of one of the basic katas, irrespective of the style I will help him select, the memories will be more hindrance than help. I am a different size to him, the ratio of my torso to my limbs is different, as is my center of gravity. The memories attained that way would prove almost unusable. It would take longer for him to adapt them to his own body form than it would to learn them through the traditional katas themselves. I hadn't considered that, Karini admitted. Nevertheless, it is a good thought for the future. Guy continued. With the right training, he will be able to adapt new moves into his own fighting style, and it is then that he shall be able to learn as you have suggested. Karini mentally revised her estimate of Guy's intelligence upwards once again. Why did he go to such lengths to hide it? I shall look forwards to meeting Naruto-kun tomorrow, Guy said, but for now, I sense that my team is ready to have their fires of youth transformed into a true blazing inferno. For youth? Guy blurred away, and Karini shook her head in amused disbelief. Why was she thinking he was intelligent, again? Chapter 7 Patrol of a New Genin Uzumaki Naruto? A voice asked, and Naruto turned to look at the old man who had spoken. I'm your patrol partner for the morning, Genin Mariboshi Kosuke, although many call me the Manin Genin. Naruto stared at him in shock. You're as old as Gigi. Gigi? Kosuke asked, and Naruto blushed slightly, remembering several lessons in manners that Karini and Hinata had given him via clone teaching. Gomen, I apologize for my comment, although I was surprised by your appearance, my behavior was inexcusable. You're forgiven, Naruto, Kosuke said, patting the, significantly, younger genin on the shoulder. Now, who is this Gigi of yours? Hiruzen, the Hokage. Naruto explained, falling into step with Kosuke and glancing down to see that one of the old shinobi's legs ended in a prosthetic foot. I remember Hiruzen when he was younger. Kosuke reminisced, then his gaze sharpened. He had the same determination I see in you, young Naruto. I'm sure I'll see great things from you in the future. Naruto blinked. Somehow, Kosuke had, for a bare instant, radiated the same aura of strength and power that Hiruzen had occasionally displayed. I've never patrolled the wall before, Naruto said, changing the subject. I can create dozens of Kage Bunshin if you think we may need them. For patrolling, we walk along the top of the wall, watching for anything unusual. Kosuke explained. Multiple flocks of birds, gaps that weren't there the previous day, motion where there shouldn't be or stillness where there should be motion. If we see anything odd, we sound the alarm by striking the alert sequence on the pipe. Naruto followed Kosuke's glance and saw a long metal pipe half buried in the wall. The sound of the strikes go to the guard posts under the wall and the direction of the alert tells them where they are needed. Kosuke continued. Cool. Naruto admitted. I thought it would be some sort of super jutsu or something. Why go for complicated when simplicity works so much better? Plus, if you're injured, you can still hit the pipe even if you can't channel chakra. Kosuke shrugged, then he paused. There. You see that? A flock of birds? Naruto asked and Kosuke nodded. Yeah, but wait, another just appeared and are some more birds circling behind the first lot you pointed out? Something startled them, Kosuke said, pulling out a kunai and walking to the edge of the wall. Something moving in the trees parallel to the wall, heading east. Now, pay attention to these codes, you'll need to memorize them at some point if you ever want to do this alone. Movement. South. Heading east. Distance, 1 kilometer. Speed, fast. Naruto nodded as he tried to memorize the rhythms that Kosuke had tapped on the pipe. I think I got some of the signals, but I have a book you can borrow. Kosuke offered. Copy it and return it, the copying will help you memorize it. Thanks, senpai. Naruto said and Kosuke started to chuckle. Senpai, am I? I'm old enough to be your grandpa, you know. Okay, it's been almost a minute and no alarms have sounded, so whatever or whoever that was is known and we can continue our patrol. Naruto gave the forest another look, then scurried to catch up with the older genin. Senpai, what's with the walk? Kosuke reached back to tap the edge of the large walk that he was wearing on his back. I have several reasons. First, it's a shield. The shape helps to deflect anything thrown at me from behind which I can't dodge. Second, when I'm in the field, I can use it to cook food in. Akimichi Chusa himself said my cooking was as good as anything he'd ever tasted in the field. Third, it's a weapon. As long as you can grip it, anything can be a club. Most ninja don't think of cooking utensils as being weapons, at least not before they wake up with bumps on their foreheads. Naruto stared at Kosuke in amazed admiration as the older man continued to share his accumulated wisdom. Good afternoon, Naruto. Karini called in greeting as Naruto leapt out of the branches of the trees and landed barely 20 meters away. Karini-san. Naruto replied with a big grin. Hey, I had wall patrol today. I remember that. Karini sighed. It was one of the missions I had to take as a Chunin to help pay my bills. So anything interesting happened? I was teamed up with another genin, a really old one, Mariboshi Kosuke. Karini stated and Naruto stared at her. You know him? He's a jonin in everything but his actual rank. Karini said, then she frowned. He's also in high demand. Odd that he was walking the wall unless. Unless what? Naruto asked after Karini trailed off. Never mind. Karini said. But he's very skilled, so you should take the opportunity to really listen to everything he chooses to tell you. And his food is amazing. If he ever offers you the chance to join him on a mission, I'd advise you to accept. He helped me when I was still a genin, gave me some good advice that I've never regretted. Cool. Very. Karini agreed. Now, we have a little while before my team return from their mission, so I think I should tell you about a conversation I had with Madogai yesterday. Naruto-kun. Hinata called in greeting as she and her teammates entered the training field. Hinata-chan. Kiba. Shino. Naruto waved back. How'd your mission go? Tora tracked, caught and returned. Kiba gloated, then he frowned. And an oddly familiar pink-haired girl stopped us for a few minutes to speak to Hinata. She wanted to apologize for what she said before the second genin test. Hinata said quietly. Apparently she and Ino had just finished another of their arguments over Sasuke and she was in a bad mood. Excellent work on Tora, and I'm glad that Sakura apologized. Karini said, causing both Hinata and Kiba to smile. Even Shino seemed to radiate a sense of satisfaction briefly. Hinata, if you would? Hinata hugged Naruto and he made his most used hand sign. You managed to do that silently. Karini said approvingly as clones of Naruto and Hinata appeared. Very good. Any enemy who doesn't know what that seal is would be taken by surprise. Kosuke-senpai lent me a book on combat signals to study. Naruto said as his clone fished his own copy out of his storage pouch. Ah, that book. Karini said with a nod of recognition. I'll get copies for the rest of you tomorrow, it'll help with tracking if you can communicate silently. The tactical advantages inherent in learning silent communication are obvious. Shino droned. I must inquire as to why such skills were not taught in the academy, however. It's an old bargain, one unique to Konoha. Karini sighed. As you all know, Konoha is unique amongst the Great Five in that we rely extensively on civilian support in order to free more shinobi for field work, so as a means of persuading the civilian clans that the then newly formed Konoha could be trusted, overall control of the academy curriculum was placed in the hands of the civilians. Since so many of them wanted access to the advantages that having a shinobi in the family brings, better contacts, access to the shinobi information exchange, and so on, the standards were slowly lowered to give the civilian-born a better chance of graduating. Silent communication was one of the things jettisoned to make it easier to pass the test. The four genin stared at Karini for a long moment. And what else was removed? Naruto finally asked. Several parts of the history course, the camping jutsus known as the Traveling 10, physical conditioning lessons. Fortunately, the teamwork aspect generally allows new genin to survive in the field long enough to find out their own weaknesses and find ways around them, or find people who have different weaknesses so that they can protect each other. I have no idea if that sucks or not. Kiba admitted. I'm not good with classwork, so if the academy has been made easier, would I have made genin in the old times? And where did your clones go? To study the book. Naruto supplied. As an independent genin, I really need to learn those things. Indeed. Karini nodded. Now, it is time for training. While we do basic warm-ups, I want you, Naruto, to use some clones to set up a trap course for my genin to work through. Nothing lethal, but be tricky. Naruto grinned, causing Kiba to shiver. Oh! Yee! Oh! Ah! Ah! Inuzuka Tsum starred as her son lurched through the main gate of the Inuzuka compound, groaning and complaining with each step. Irk! Arg! Ow 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 ow! Eek! Arg! Kiba? Kiba paused as Akamaru caught up with him, twitching and trying to scratch all over. Hey Mom! Don't let Naruto set up a trap course for you. Gotta wash! Ah! Itch! Itch-itch-itch-itch! Tsum stared blankly as her son and his Ninken bolted for the bathhouse. What? Hinata tried not to squirm as she walked through the main gate of the Hyuga compound, but the small twitches she couldn't restrain gave away that some of the itching powder in the trap that Kiba had triggered had caught her. Daughter. Father. Hinata managed. Hayashi raised an eyebrow. You seem distracted. Kiba-san set off a trap in training. Itching powder. I almost dodged it. Hayashi's eyebrow rose higher. I was unaware that Karini was adept at traps. It was Naruto, father. May I be excused? Hayashi nodded. Once you have washed, report to me. I would like an evaluation of Naruto's trap skills. Yes, father. Shino. Father. Shino replied calmly. Your hive seems more active than normal. I was caught in a trap triggered by my teammate, Kiba, a trap that covered us in itching powder. My Kakashi found it very tasty. Ah. Naruto? One moment. Naruto called over his shoulder as he resealed the salvaged ninja wire in the storage scroll. Rolling the scroll up and storing it in his shoulder holster, he stepped out of the woods as the clone who had been helping him dispelled. Sorry, just tidying up. I didn't go too overboard, did I? No, but several of those traps were ones I've never seen before. Karini admitted. Well, now I can actually read. Thanks to Hinata-chan, I sent some clones to the libraries every day. Naruto admitted. I came across a copy of a book on traps written by Uchiha Madara. The man was a genius. The things he could do with a kunai and a piece of wire, I adapted a few of his traps for this exercise. And you did very well. Karini agreed, handing Naruto a small envelope. Naruto opened it, then froze. What? All genin team leaders have access to special funds for training purposes, such as hiring other genin or chunin to help. Karini explained. Since you set up the traps for their training and have been helping by providing an op force for them to train against, you get money to compensate you for your time. I know it's less than a D rank mission, but every Ryo helps, right? Naruto tucked the coupon into his pouch. Thanks, Karini-san. No, thank you. Karini replied. Ever since you let Hinata start helping you, she's become far more self-confident. Meh, Hinata-chan's totally awesome in her own right, believe it. Naruto grinned. I still have no clue how Sakura beat her to the Kunoichi of the Year position. How is she and the team getting on anyway? The team? Karini asked and Naruto slapped his forehead. Sorry. I meant Sasuke. With that Kakashi dude only teaching 2 of them, he must be teaching them loads, right? He was given a 3rd genin to make a full team. Karini supplied, causing Naruto to stare at her in confusion. Each Jonin sensei can ask for a specific pupil and he asked for the Uchiha. Naruto said with a nod of understanding. No, he asked for you. Karini corrected, earning a stare of disbelief. That doesn't make any sense. Naruto groused. Why would he ask for me? Was I supposed to be Sasuke's eternal rival in order to boost his progress or something? Sakura's punching bag to help her with her taijutsu? Actually, it's because I knew your parents and thought I could repay the debt I owed them by taking you on. I apologize for not making that clear when we met. Kakashi said from behind Naruto, causing the genin to leap into the air in shock. Arg! Don't do that. Wait. You knew my parents? Who were they? Why hasn't anyone told me about them? Were they traitors? Kakashi almost sputtered at the last question. What? Traitors? No! Why would you even think that? 'Cause no one talks about them and people tell me I never had parents. Naruto shrugged. It made sense. They're wrong. Kakashi stated. Due to security concerns, I can't tell you their names, but your parents were both great ninja who loved each other greatly. Naruto listened eagerly, not noticing that Karini had left silently. Chapter 8 Reputation of a New Genin. You seem distracted today. Kosuke commented as he and Naruto slowly paced along the Great Wall surrounding Konoha. I found out that yesterday that I totally misread someone. Naruto sighed. I all but accused him of being a traitor like Mizuki team, but he was actually trying, in his own way, to look out for me. Yes, he totally got it wrong, but he's tried to make up for it since. Who? Kosuke asked curiously. Jonin Hatake Kakashi. He was kind enough to tell me about my parents. Minato and Kushina. Yes, they were wonderful people. Naruto froze. You know their names? He said he couldn't tell me due to security reasons. Kosuke winced. Damn, I'm getting too old. I wouldn't have made a mistake like that if I was younger. Naruto stood, staring into space. I have my parents' names, I can find out all about them, see if they left me anything. Naruto! Naruto's attention snapped back to Kosuke. Hi! Your parents had enemies. Kosuke said gently but firmly. Should you try to claim your inheritance, they will find out and they will send assassins to kill you in order to end your parents' clans forever. Your father in particular had many enemies who would like nothing better than to see the corpse of his son ripped apart and his head placed on a spike over the gate to their village. If you wish to research your parents, then make damn certain that no one, and I mean no one, can trace the research back to you. Don't go to the archives yourself, send clones using Henge. Deploy the clones and have them hide for an hour or more before they head in so that no one links your actions to their arrival. Have the clones find somewhere secret to dispel since knowledge of your usage of Kage Bunshin is spreading. And above all, once you confirm your parents' clan names, tell no one unless you are in a truly private room with security seals in place. Having said all that, I think that when you find out exactly who they were, you will be inspired to train harder and better than ever before. Naruto nodded. Thanks, senpai. Now, since I've messed up enough for the day, we may as well discuss infiltration and interrogation techniques, also known as how to get information from others. Kosuke said, and Naruto grinned at how the old man was able to turn an honest error into a lesson. He was almost as cool as Gigi. Well, now that the D rank is done, it's time to train, and today's training will be different for you. Asuma smiled and Shikamaru frowned. You seem to be looking forwards to this too much. This means that whatever you have planned for us will be highly troublesome. Asuma's grin broadened and he stepped to one side, revealing a meter-tall scroll leaning against the tree behind him. This is your target, he said. In the scroll is your dinner. All you have to do is bring it here and unroll it on that table. Don't worry, I won't make a single move to stop you. The trio of genin glanced at the long table set up in the shade, then back at the scroll. The test will start in 10-9-8. Shikamaru frowned in thought as both Ino and Choji crouched, ready to run to the scroll. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Even as Asuma gave the command, a black-clad ninja dropped out of the tree, grabbed the scroll and sprinted off. Damn it! Shikamaru cursed as he dashed after his two teammates. I should have locked it into place with my shadow. What the hell? Ino screeched and Shikamaru looked up just as a dozen identically clad clones leapt on him. So, what did the real you want in exchange for this exercise instead of the usual payment? Asuma asked. Boss was wondering if you could help us find out his elemental affinity. The short ninja replied even as he pulled off his hood to let his blonde spiky hair wave in the breeze. I'll get you some chakra paper tomorrow, Asuma said, and the clone nodded, then twitched. Your genin have almost fought free of the first group. Shikamaru punched the last enemy, dispelling him in the now familiar cloud of smoke, and looked round. Where did he go? I don't know. Ino grumbled, trying to put her hair back into its normal ponytail. We have to find him. Choji panicked. That scroll contains all of our food. Shikamaru bent down and picked up a piece of paper by his feet. Clue 1. The 4 watch over, yet only 1 watches. Go where the hat would rest on stone. Beware the route up to the top, 'tis not safe to go alone. He read. What? Ino asked in disbelief. What the hell does that mean? The next clue is on the Hokage mountain. Shikamaru said. We'll probably have to fight another group of clones in order to find the next clue. What? Ino started, then she shook her head. Never mind, let's go. How long did it take Shikamaru to work out the problem? Asuma asked as he lit another cigarette. About 5 seconds. The clone laughed. Of course, he got the threat wrong. Ino staggered into the clearing, her clothing ripped, her skin blotched with bruises and various dyes. Choji and Shikamaru followed, both showing evidence of having been caught in traps, but nowhere near as much as Ino. Who the hell traps every single foot of the damn path? Ino howled. You two were useless. We kept telling you not to charge ahead. Shikamaru mumbled. What was that? Calm down, Ino. Choji said placatingly. I'm perfectly calm. Choji sidled backwards and Shikamaru sighed. All right, everyone look round. The next clue should be on the Sandame's head. Oh, this should be fun. Of the 4 ways, you used the 4th when the 3rd would have carried you past. Shika read, ignoring Ino's snarls. The obvious way is not always correct. Clue 2. When leaving the village, this path you will take, but don't leave the leaf for that would be a mistake. Choji tilted his head slightly and Shikamaru sighed. Main gate. Ino stormed back down the path, then screamed as a noose wrapped round her ankle and hoisted her up into the air. I think we should find another way down. Shikamaru mused as Ino turned the air blue. It looks like the traps have been reset. The 4th way? Choji asked. It seems familiar. There are 4 ways to deal with any obstacle. Shikamaru recited. Over, under, around, or through. Ah. Stop yammering and get me down. Asuma smirked as the tottering forms of his genin approached. All of them showed significant signs of having been forced to do more work than they were used to, and Shikamaru's jacket was still smoldering while Choji's bandana was ripped, letting his hair stick out in all directions with a small electrical spark occasionally jumping between them. The damn password is Uzumaki. Shikamaru growled and the scroll dropped out of the branches, landing on the table. Naruto, I'd like you to know that I really hate you right now. I hope you know that. You ruined my wardrobe. Ino tried to shriek, but her exhaustion prevented her from getting any real volume. Asuma glanced at her and his eyes widened at the sight of the rags tied together to form an impromptu pair of shorts and chest wrap. Holy crap! Naruto gasped from beside him. You mean the trap with the 3 lemons and the paperclip actually worked? Madara really was a genius. Ino tried to charge forwards to rend Naruto into pieces, but collapsed on the grass before she could even cover a third of the distance. Looks like I've been slacking off. Asuma sighed. Naruto, I'll hire you again next week for another round, but remember to pop by tomorrow for the paper. Shikamaru gave his sensei a pained look, then slumped onto the ground. Before then, though, I think a finishing spar would be a good idea. All 3 genin of Team 10 glared at their sensei. Well, don't you look like the cat that ate the cream? Hey 8 called as Asuma walked into the Jonin bar. One of the new genin's gonna need a nickname. Asuma called back, catching everyone's attention. I just finished watching him give my team the runaround all round Konoha, then beating them all in a single spar. He's a real challenge as an antagonist. Uzumaki Naruto? Karini asked from where she was sitting with Enko, and Asuma nodded. I've hired him several times to provide opposition for my team. Since I trade training with him and Hinata helps him with his reading skills, I don't really need to pay all that much for his help. How can one new genin take on a full team? A voice called. Asuma and Karini looked at each other and coursed the answer. Kage Bunshin. He can generate several hundred of them and keeps coming up with new tricks using them. Karini added. Yesterday, he had some henge into caltrops, then they transformed back and dog-piled my team when they were halfway across the field. He pulled a double kawarimi in the finishing spar I asked him to do. Asuma noted. He kawarimi'd away from Shikamaru's shadow technique, leaving a log in his place, then when Shikamaru turned away, he swapped back and took him down. Damn. One of the jonin whistled in awe. How the hell did none of us consider doing that before? I know what I'll be practicing tonight. Op force. Enko said, and everyone looked at her in confusion. What? You two are hiring him to be just that. Op force Uzumaki. Has a nice ring to it. Yosh! Guys shouted from the corner, causing several of the jonin to jump as they hadn't actually realized that he was there. Truly he is ablaze with the flames of youth. Tomorrow I shall hire him for my squad. You do know he does morning wall patrols, right? Asuma asked. Op Force and the Eternal Genin. Anko sniggered. Kids probably already learned more from Kosuke than he learned in his years at the academy. Now that he can actually read, yes. Karini agreed, and almost half the jonin stared at her. Hold on. Asuma said slowly. What exactly do you mean, now that he can read? Karini looked round at the silent crowd. If he managed to pass when he couldn't read, Asuma continued, just how far have the academy standards dropped since we were genin? Naruto flopped onto his bed with a satisfied sigh and closed his eyes. His daily clone lessons with Hinata had gone very well, to the point that between his own determination and Hinata's memories of helping him learn, he was finally up to the educational level he should have been at. A sudden rush of memories flooded into his mind, and he concentrated on sorting out the data accumulated by his research clones. A few seconds later, his bed was empty and his front door was swinging shut. And done. Hiruzen sighed as he passed the last stack of paper to his assistant. Well, I think that I've done enough for today. The assistant edged out of the room, being careful not to drop any of the sheets of paper, and Hiruzen slid open one of the drawers in his desk, pulling out an orange-covered book. Let's see, escape the castle in the cave. Where is Aha? In the cave, and Rai is helping Zuna to warm up. Gigi. The echoing shout gave Hiruzen just enough time to slam the book closed, drop it back in the drawer, slam the drawer shut, and reposition himself to face the door a bare quarter second before Naruto raced in. I wasn't aware that I had invited you to a sleepover. Hiruzen joked, and Naruto glanced down at his pajamas. No time for joking. He panted. Gigi, this is real important, like very important. As Naruto repeated the word important, he flashed 4 fingers at Hiruzen and shot a significant glance at the row of pictures on the wall, the row showing all 4 Hokages. Hiruzen paled and quickly channeled chakra into an otherwise insignificant portion of his desk. We're secure, he said, praying that his concern was misplaced. What is it? I've been having clones doing research for me, and I've finished putting things together, Naruto said, leaning on the desk. When were you going to tell me that my old man was the yandame? Hiruzen stared at the young genin. Chapter 9 Revelations of a New Genin. When were you going to tell me that my old man was the yandame? Hiruzen stared in shock at the young genin, then he gathered his wits. Tell me what you've worked out and what you think might be, but are unsure about, he commanded. First, my parents were Uzumaki Kushina and Yandame Hokage Namikaze Minato, Naruto stated. I've seen a picture of him at the academy, draw whiskers on him, and he looks almost exactly like me. Since he had enemies that are still around, they would almost certainly try to kill me to get to him, even though he's dead. Second, they both died on the night that I was born and the Kyuubi attacked. Somehow, I doubt that it was a coincidence, but I don't know for sure. Third, something happened to the Kyuubi at the Valley of the End when Hashirama and Mito faced off against it, something that kept it hidden until I was born. I can't help but think that my birth had something to do with it, but I can't make the connection. Kazan wasn't even alive back then. Fourth, the Kyuubi was sealed into me. How did Dad know it was possible to do that? Has it been done before? Hiruzen held up a hand to stem Naruto's rapid-fire statements and questions. You have most of the pieces, Hiruzen admitted. Your mother was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi before you, but she was the second one. Uzumaki Mito, the woman who became Hashirama's wife, was the first. She transferred the burden to your mother when she was dying. The seal used on a female Jinchuriki to contain the Biju weakens when she gives birth, which is one of the reasons why your mother moved to a hideout outside the village walls when you were due to be born. We don't know what happened, but your parents died to reseal the Kyuubi, leaving only you and no witnesses. My wife was helping your mother, but she was killed by whoever or whatever caused your mother's seal to break. I had intended to tell you all of this when you either turned 16 or you reached the rank of Chunin, since either would hopefully mean you could learn it without instantly running off to shout out the news all over the village, alerting your father's enemies and getting killed as a result. Since you found most of it out, though, Hiruzen trailed off and Naruto nodded thoughtfully. Did they leave anything for me? Not as much as you might think. Hiruzen admitted. Kushina was the last of the Uzumaki from Yuzushiogakure, and when it fell, all her family's wealth was lost, either destroyed in the attack or seized by the other villages. As for your father, well, the position of Hokage doesn't actually pay all that well and his custom kunai were relatively expensive, especially with how many he used, so your father never amassed a large fortune. There are several technique scrolls from your parents, your mother's few ninjutsu scrolls and a more eclectic collection that your father owned, but most of those were damaged in the Kyuubi's attack. Fortunately, there are those who know your father's two most famous moves, the Rasengan and the Hiraishin. Can I meet them? Naruto asked and Hiruzen frowned. Those who know the Rasengan or those who know the Hiraishin? For now, the Hiraishin. Naruto decided after several seconds of deep thought. While learning Dad's attack jutsu would be cool, I think I should pay more attention to the technique that lets me escape to fight another day. 2 of them are currently on a mission and it takes all 3 of them to perform the technique. Hiruzen said. I'm afraid you'll need to wait a couple of weeks to see it in action. Naruto nodded, then glanced at the clock and cursed. Kyuso. I really need to get some sleep, or I'll be late for my practice with Hinata-chan tomorrow and I have a D rank helping Team 9 after that. Practice? Is that what they're calling it now? Hiruzen chortled as he lowered the security seals. Damn it, Arrow Jiji. Ah, Naruto. You have joined us. Naruto grinned nervously at Guy's bombastic greeting, then looked at the trio of genin staring at him. Ten? Hi, Naruto. Ten replied with a smile. Ah. So you know this paragon of youthfulness? Ten rolled her eyes. Yeah, he came to Dad's to replace his old bright orange rags with something more suited to being a shinobi. He was with your cousin and her teacher, Neji. Neji glared at Naruto for a long moment before turning away. And the mini guy is Rock Lee. Ten said with a wave of her hand. I am pleased to meet you. Naruto blinked, wondering if he should try a genjutsu dispel. So. Guy boomed. Now you are here, we can begin. We will finish our warm-ups while you set a series of traps on the route we agreed on, then I shall send my genin in to test their youthful prowess. While they are doing so, I shall help you find a taijutsu style of your own. Naruto nodded and summoned 24 clones. All right, guys. You know what to do. YOSH. It's done. Naruto said as he re-entered the clearing. That was fast, barely 20 minutes. Guy said with a slight frown. Kage Bunshin. Ah, of course. The Jonin exclaimed, his face brightening. So, my students, your task is simple. Make your way from one safe point to the next until your route brings you back here. The safe points are marked by yellow ropes on the ground in the shape of a square. Naruto added. There's also an arrow in each one pointing to the next safe point. Sounds simple enough. Ten said. Is that the first one there? Naruto nodded and Lee seemed to blur into the rope-marked area. I see the arrow. It goes down the path. As the other 2 ran to catch up, Lee vanished down the path, only for a twang to sound, followed by a yelp of surprise. Snare trap. Naruto shrugged at Guy's inquisitive look. I see. Guy mused, then he grinned. It will be educational for them. Now, let us see about building a proper foundation for your youthful fighting skills. Show me your stances. Naruto started to move through the katas he had painstakingly learned under KO's supervision and Guy frowned. I see that you were taught badly at first, but someone, probably a Hyuga, has tried to help you correct it. Guy said. However, given your body shape, I believe I have a better style for you to learn. Son of a bitch. Neji cursed as the trap he had carefully triggered from a safe distance with a thrown kunai triggered no less than 3 other traps in turn, forcing him and his team to dodge out of the way of 3 logs, a spray of shuriken and 6 eggs. Neji blinked and grabbed one of the ovoids out of the air. Yep, an egg. Naruto-kun is most tricky with these traps. Lee exulted and he sprang back to his feet. Yeah, tell me about it. Ten growled as she tried to brush the shattered egg out of her hair. It's like he knows all the standard ways to disarm traps and has set more traps against those methods. Then we shall have to use non-standard methods. Lee grinned as he stepped forwards, only for the path to cave in under his feet. Lee! Tenten shouted as she and Niji managed to grab the falling boy's arms and drag him back. For a long moment, the trio remained motionless, then Niji glanced over the edge of the pit and frowned. Who fills a trap pit with fish? What? Guy walked through the crowd of Narutos, correcting an occasional punch, altering the path of a palm strike, or adjusting his stance. To one side, the real Naruto concentrated on the crunches, jumps, and push-ups that he had been assigned. No, he said, stopping in front of one of the clones. You need to flow with this move, not clump. Like this. The clone watched as Guy slowly moved through the 4-stage kata portion. Now try. I'm going to kill him, Niji panted, his normal reserve in abeyance as he knelt in the penultimate safe zone, his normally pristine appearance marred by innumerable stains, rips, tears, and other less identifiable substances. He's tricky. Tenten gasped as she retied the sting, holding her shredded top together. How is he so youthful in the art of traps? Lee asked, bouncing up and down as he prepared himself for the final stretch, ignoring the fact that he was missing an entire leg and sleeve from his spandex unitard while the torso resembled a net more than anything else, thus revealing that he wasn't wearing a vest underneath. I think I've seen him reading a book. Tenten mused as she rose to her feet. Something about traps by who was it? Aha! Uchiha Madara! He was renowned for his trapping skills. Niji stated. There is a copy of his manual of traps in the Hyuga library, the only book in there that was written by an Uchiha. And the traps it shows? Tenten prompted. I have not read it. Niji admitted. But I will as soon as I get home. I will not let another day like this happen again. Then let's go! Lee shouted as he leapt forwards. Twang! Niji and Tenten shook their heads in disbelief as Lee bounced up and down, suspended by his ankle. Has he hit every snare trap we've come across? Tenten asked. Perhaps it is his fate. Tenten gave Niji a shocked look. Excellent. Guy declared as Naruto used the memories attained by his clones to flow smoothly through the first complete kata. You have done well, and it seems as though my youthful team has finished their training for today in the art of traps. Naruto turned and his eyes widened at the sight of the trio of bruised, battered, and disheveled shinobi glaring at him. I think I'd better leave, Naruto said nervously as he saw Tenten's fingers twitching as if she was about to go for her kunai. Thanks for the lesson, Guy-sensei, bye. Guy blinked as Naruto sprinted off, then turned to his team. So, my youthful apprentices, he grinned, what lessons have you learned from this? Naruto needs to die. Niji ground out as Tenten nodded in agreement. Painfully. And slowly. That is not the lesson I was hoping for you to learn, Kosuke. Hiruzen. The genin replied as he sat down in front of the Hokage's desk. How goes Naruto's education? Kosuke blinked a couple of times, as if reordering his thoughts, before answering. The boy's an information sponge. I still have to dumb it down a bit, but nowhere near what his file says is needed. He also uses his clones to do research. All I have to do is mention a subject and he sends several clones to read up on it. Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. I've been mainly covering the stuff the academy doesn't teach. Kosuke continued. International politics and why they're important, nonverbal communication, the acquisition of information through various means, battlefield psychology, and I'm going to have to seriously hurt the academy counselor for telling Naruto that he'd probably enjoy killing because he's a monster. I'll help. Hiruzen growled. Anyway, right now, Naruto could probably pass for Chunin in the non-physical aspects. I'm not certain about his physical skills, though. Madogai has begun teaching him a new style. Hugako occasionally drills him in the academy style, the proper forms, and he spars with several of the teams. Hiruzen supplied, causing Kosuke's eyebrows to shoot up. Really? My Koha is growing stronger, then. That's good. Hiruzen hid a smile at Kosuke's declaration. You know, there is a pile of mission requests for you building up. Kosuke shrugged. Give me the rest of the week on the wall and I'll start looking at them again. He's impressed you that much, has he? Hiruzen chuckled, then the amusement vanished. Any idea how he found out about who his parents were? Kosuke blinked as he carefully considered his answer. Well, he began, part of it is that I have, as I mentioned, been teaching him how to acquire information. Chapter 10 Discoveries of a New Genin. It's been an honor, senpai. Naruto said with a bow, which Kosuke returned. You have been an excellent student. Kosuke replied. Were I not going on a mission to the north, I would be happy to continue your education. You have already taught me more than I learned in the academy. Naruto shrugged. I know I still have a long way to go, but I'm finally on the right path thanks to you, sensei. Kosuke smiled broadly, his eyes glittering with unshed tears of pride. I believe that you will reach your goal, and I will be there to bow to you. Naruto tried to speak, but he couldn't force the words out past the sudden blockage in his throat. I will see you again sometime, Koha. Kosuke smiled, then he vanished in a swirl of leaves. Naruto stared at where he had been, then looked down. Huh? What's this? Picking up the scroll, Naruto unrolled it slightly, then he grinned. Instructions for Shunshin? Thanks, Kosuke-sensei. Hinata threw herself into an airborne roll just shy of being a full somersault in order to avoid being tackled by a trio of Narutos. Her mind tried to pull up images of what she could do with 3 Narutos, but she suppressed the distracting thoughts with the ease of long practice even as she spun on one shoulder, delivering juken strikes with her feet in order to clear some space. Bouncing back up, Hinata lashed out behind her, hearing the normal pop of a dissipating shadow clone. Gutsuga! Kiba and Akamaru barreled through the attacking clones and Hinata pirouetted on the spot, allowing the duo to pass one either side of her so closely that her jacket rippled from the displaced air. Then she took advantage of the newly cleared path to sprint to where Shino was being overrun, taking out half of the clones mobbing him before they knew she was there. And done! At Karini's shout, the remaining clones vanished in clouds of chakra smoke, except for one which simply strolled to Karini's side. Stand down, students. Karini smiled and Hinata flopped into a sitting position, then she mentally winced as she saw Koha watching from the sidelines. No doubt her lack of grace would be reported to the Hyuga Council. 12 minutes to destroy 100 attacking clones. Karini said approvingly as Kiba threw himself to the ground, panting for breath. Now, what went wrong? My taijutsu skills, although I am technically proficient in their katas, seem insufficient to situations such as this. Shino admitted. The problem is that your taijutsu skills are too perfect. Karini said, earning a confused tilt of the head. You do each move perfectly, in its entirety, before moving on to the next move. You need to learn to flow from one move to the next so that the end of one move should overlap with the start of the next. I see. Shino mused. I shall endeavor to correct that problem. Kiba, that last big attack of yours and Akamaru's almost hit Hinata. Karini continued. However, you managed to bracket her perfectly. Was it intentional? Shit, I almost hit Hinata? Kiba gasped. Sorry, I thought you were somewhere else. Situational awareness in combat. Karini said slowly. I see that we'll have to work on that. We had a few spare clones ready to switch if it looked like anyone was about to get seriously injured. The clone interjected. One of us was about to swap with Hinata until she did that awesome dance-like move between Kiba and Akamaru. Hinata blushed in pleasure at Naruto's comment. A sudden burst of chakra shocked the genin to their feet as Naruto appeared in the middle of the clearing 7 feet above the ground. Yee-hoo-hoo-ah! Naruto managed to turn his uncontrolled fall into a tumbling roll which would have ended with him back on his feet if Hinata hadn't been in the way. Oof! Hinata opened her eyes to find Naruto staring at her in worry from inches away. Hinata-chan, are you alright? I'm sorry. Ahem. Naruto almost levitated off Hinata as Koha coughed dramatically from just behind them. Hinata spared an instant to give a quick glare to a sniggering Kiba and smirking Karini before she held out her hand for Naruto. Taking his cue, he pulled her to her feet. Sorry, I was practicing the Shunshin and, well, I've almost got it. Not quite, boss. The clone called. See for yourself. the clone dispelled and Naruto managed to both pale and blush at the same time as he received the memory of his failure. "Sorry, Hinata-chan," he said with a slight wince. "I hope I didn't hurt you. I'm fine, Naruto-kun." Hinata smiled back at him. "What book are we working through today?" Ko lifted an eyebrow as Naruto brandished a medical text. "Basic primer for battlefield medicine. With my reserves, there's no way I'm ever going to be able to become a medic nin, but battlefield medicine, herbs, bandaging, setting bones and stuff that I can learn, and it'll really help on missions outside Konoha. Several of the Hyuga clan have chosen the path of the Iryo nin." Ko commented. "Our eyes give us a considerable advantage." "I'm ready," Hinata said, and before Ko could protest, she hugged Naruto. Then a cloud of chakra smoke announced the formation of two clones, one of whom was Hinata. That felt weird. Naruto mused as he looked at Hinata. I've been using Jukin for the last hour," Hinata explained. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to push like that. Shouldn't make any difference," Naruto mused. "Hey, you two still us?" I mean, are you me and are you Hinata?" "I'm your clone, boss," the male clone announced while the female clone blushed slightly and poked her forefingers together. "Yep, that's Sama. See, no problems," Naruto shrugged. "Now, I can give you some more clones, but then I've got another mission, with Team 7 this time." "Ha, you know, this'll be the first time I've seen the Sasuke and Sakura since the test." I wonder who the replacement for me is." "Tobio?" "Naruto." The dark-haired genin waved. "Hey, listen. I never got to say sorry for accidentally causing you and Sasuke to that. Never happened." Both male genin roared, causing Tobi to cringe, then they glanced at each other in surprise while Sakura started to giggle. "I thought you were in a different team," Naruto asked, hoping to redirect the conversation, and Tobio shrugged. "I was assigned to Team 3 with Reidamaru and Kanoku. We were given a test and the other two decided to squabble over who would do it better. I managed to do some of the test, but I couldn't do it all since the other two didn't help. Apparently, that's why I was given a second chance on Team 7, because I was willing to try to work as part of a team." "Wow, nice one." Naruto grinned, exchanging a high five with his former classmate. "Why are you here, Naruto?" Sakura asked. "And why are you still wearing a Hatai 8? Didn't you go back to the academy?" "He's an independent genin," Sasuke supplied before Naruto could answer, and Sakura stared at him in confused shock. "What?" "After that fiasco of a test, I checked the Uchiha archives and discovered the difference between an academy-promoted genin and a mission-promoted genin. So, am I correct in assuming that you're the opposition for this afternoon's training?" "Yep, you're going up against Op 4 Suzumaki," Kakashi said from behind them, causing all four genin to jump in shock. "Now, if you'll excuse us, I need to discuss the situations we'll be setting you up against." The trio stared in shock as Kakashi, who was early, vanished with the blonde genin. "What just happened?" Sakura finally asked. "Lord Hokage told me you found out about your parents," Kakashi said as they reappeared amongst the trees. "The fourth-year sensei," Naruto replied quietly. "And his wife, who is the second to bear the burden I now have. For what it's worth, I'm sorry." Kakashi sighed. "I wasn't in a good place mentally after Sensei died. It took me several years to get myself back together. By that time, the other villages were keeping an eye on me since they thought that if Sensei had an heir, I would be the one to act as guardian, so you stayed away to keep me safe," Naruto finished. "And trying to get me on your team?" "To try to protect you and repay the debt I owed your parents," Kakashi confirmed. "I knew I'd be assigned Sasuke, so I thought that the other villages would assume you were merely there to bulk out the team, not because of your heritage." Naruto nodded. "I understand, Hataki-san. I do have two quick questions before we start planning what to do to your team. Do you know the Rasengan? And what about the Hiraishin?" Kakashi held up his right hand, in which a sparkling sphere of chakra was spinning. "This is the Rasengan, taught to me by your father." As for the Hiraishin, I was going to learn it, but the Kyuubi Kakashi trailed off and Naruto nodded. That bastard fox screwed up so many things when it attacked. Yeah, for a long moment, the duo remained in silent contemplation of what could have been. We are going to do 3 scenarios, one after the other. Kakashi told his team as he unrolled a topographical map of Konoha and the surrounding environs. Scenario 1 is attacking a bandit camp with 30 bandits, some of whom may have had training equal to a new genin. You will be rescuing a hostage me. Scenario 2 is protecting me as you get me to a secure location. I will not be moving faster than a civilian, nor will I defend myself beyond basic dodging, so you'll have to protect me for the journey from the camp here to the way station here. Expect up to 20 bandits for this. Scenario 3 is repelling an assault by a third group of bandits until reinforcements can arrive. For that one, I will be acting in my capacity as your Jonin sensei with a dummy taking the role of rescued civilian. The dummy has several bags of red-dyed water inside it representing its brains, heart, lungs, and gut. If any of those bags get stabbed, the scenario ends as a fail. Now, this is a map of the camp and I'll be in the open, in a wooden cage just here. There'll be guards here, and here with orders to terminate me if there's a rescue attempt, so you'll need to move fast. Other than that, how you do it is up to you. See you when you rescue me. Kakashi vanished and Sakura moved to the place where he had been, looking closely at the lines of the map. There's a ridge behind the camp here. She pointed out. If we take it and use kunai to nail the guards, we can then descend using a rope. We'll have to be careful. Sasuke interjected. I've heard nasty things about Naruto's trapping skills. He's probably got all of the primary approaches trapped, so we'll have to do what he doesn't expect, like circle round rather than head straight there. Tobio and Sakura both nodded in agreement. Naruto smirked as the trio set out for the first stage, then his eyes narrowed in appreciation as they took a side path, one of the few that he hadn't trapped. Now, how did you know to do that? He whispered as he started to rise, then he paused as 2 streams of memories flowed into his mind. I'm going to have to devote a lot of attention to learning those terms. I didn't even know what a gallbladder was. Heck, I didn't even know it existed. Naruto closed his eyes as he concentrated on settling the memories correctly into his mind, then he reopened them. Time to move out. Hinata's eyes stared sightlessly as not 1, but 2 memory streams flowed into her mind. Hinata-sama? Ko asked quietly as Hinata paled, then blushed furiously. He thinks I'm really pretty. Hinata whispered, wavering slightly as her mind repeatedly replayed the memory from Naruto's clone of him stealing glances at her. He admires me. Ko managed to catch the Hyuga heiress as she collapsed, a huge smile spread across her face. Chapter 11 Experiences of a New Genin. Kakashi sat cross-legged in the wooden cage in the middle of the mocked-up bandit camp, reading his newest Ika book. Even though he seemed totally disinterested in anything happening outside his prison, he noted that Naruto's clones had set the camp up in a manner similar to a camp that he had taken out during his days in ANBU, a mission in which they had been led by none other than then Chunin Yuhi Karini as part of her evaluation for the rank of Jonin. Kakashi glanced round covertly, noting the places where he would have approached from, the places that looked like good approach lanes but were well guarded, and the places which would be suicidal to attack from. No sign of any activity. One of the bandit clones reported to the Nuke clone leader. The leader turned to respond, then a kunai slammed straight through his head, dispelling him. Attack! The bandit screamed. They're on the ridge. Another kunai slammed into his chest, and the bandit vanished in a cloud of smoke. Putting his book away, Kakashi looked round, noting that the accurate throws were only happening near his position while the rest of the camp was being bombarded by Kage kunai bunshins. Now, when had Sasuke learned that? Or was it Tobio? It certainly wasn't Sakura. She didn't have the required chakra reserves. Sakura threw another pair of kunai and her hands flickered through the technique, multiplying the blades as they arced downwards. I'm down to 2/3. Tobio said as he pulled his hands off Sakura's shoulders, and the kunoichi nodded. Okay, matching your chakra was rather more tiring than the scroll said. Sasuke? All guards near the cage neutralized. Sasuke reported. Sakura nodded and kicked at the stones tied to the ends of the coiled ropes. The stones dropped over the edge of the low cliff and Tobio crouched down as they went taut. Cover me as I go down. On it. Sasuke confirmed, a brace of kunai in each hand, and Tobio swung himself over the edge. Think we got them all? Sakura asked quietly. There isn't any movement, but we can't relax yet. Sasuke muttered, then he leaned forward slightly. Tobio's reached the bottom. Let's go. Sakura swallowed as she made sure her grip was solid, then she let herself slide down the rope, landing between her two teammates. All clear so far. Tobio reported, his normal jocularity in abeyance. Then let's move. Sasuke commanded. Kakashi smiled as Sakura ignored the heavy padlock and thick chain holding the gate to the cage closed, instead slicing through the rope hinges. Sir, let's go. She said, and Kakashi nodded as he stepped past the dismounted gate. You've done well so far. Stage 1 success. Now we have Stage 2. Sakura sighed. We're avoiding the direct route. Sasuke said. It'll take longer, but there'll be less cover for ambushers and hopefully less traps. Well then, lead the way. Kakashi smiled. It's so wonderful to be escorted by such great ninja. His students stared at him blankly for a moment. Tough crowd. Naruto generated a dozen clones and sent them to disassemble the traps on the routes that Team 7 hadn't taken, since there was no point leaving them to trip up unwary passersby. They had surprised him once again. He had expected them to take either one of the more direct routes, or the route that circled around the edge of the designated exercise area, but instead that had gone for one of the longer routes that he had only lightly trapped, and that as a mere precaution. He was going to have to consider carefully how to do the assault once Kakashi resumed his role as Jonin sensei. Yipe! Tobio dived to the ground as a spray of blunted kunai were fired across the path. Even as the thunk of the launcher sounded, Sasuke was already leaping forwards to deflect the projectiles and take out the launcher. Sakura helped Tobio to his feet as the sound of splintering would announce Sasuke's discovery of the launcher, then he re-emerged from the bushes and Sakura gasped. Those traps are sneaky, Sasuke grumbled. What I want to know is how he got those kunai to fly so slowly. It almost threw me off, but I won't let him beat me. Tobio wordlessly pulled out a kunai and held it up in front of Sasuke's face. What am I meant to be looking? Wow, Sasuke! Sakura gushed. You've activated your Sharingan. Sasuke stared in shock at the reflection of his now red eyes, then he started to grin. Well, I wasn't expecting that. Kakashi admitted. He's activated his Sharingan. Naruto gaped as the memory popped up in his mind. Damn, I'm going to have to change my plans for the third stage, or he'll be copying my jutsu left, right and center. Then again, he doesn't know I know about his eyes, so I may be able to use that to my advantage. Let's move. Sasuke commanded with a smirk. He won't know I've activated my blood limit, so he won't be expecting it. That should help give us an advantage. There it is. Sakura whispered as she pointed. Both her teammates followed her gaze to the collection of boulders perched on top of the hill. Excellent. Sasuke mused. Cover, concealment, open approaches. As long as Naruto doesn't use too many clones, we should be able to hold that position. I'll check it out. Tobio said as he sprinted ahead, vaulting over one of the lower boulders. A moment later, he reappeared and waved for them to approach. Well, Stage 2 is complete. Kakashi said as he entered the stone circle and smiled at the sight of the dummy that was taking his role. Naruto had decorated it with a white, spiky wig, an eye patch and an orange book. As the genin familiarized themselves with the impromptu fortification, Kakashi glanced at the book, finding it to be a blank notepad. All right. Kakashi called. We should have between 5 and 15 minutes to set up, but don't count on it. You three take the left, right and rear respectively while I hold the front, since if we were being tracked, that's where the majority will come from. We just need to hold until relieved. The trio of genin nodded as they moved to their respective walls. Abawak! Kakashi's eye widened as the horde of clones burst out from the trilene. It wasn't the numbers that surprised him, there were actually less than he expected. It was the fact that the clones were holding jury-rigged shields made from woven branches, shields thick enough that a normal kunai throw would have difficulty penetrating them. Damn! Sasuke shouted. They've got shields! Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu! Kakashi nodded as he flashed through a series of hand seals himself. Katan, Hozenka no Jutsu! A barrage of small fireballs impacted on the wooden shields, igniting several of them and scorching most of the rest. The clones behind the burning shields didn't drop them, but instead sprinted forwards, and Kakashi's eye narrowed as he realized that they were trying to create a smokescreen so that he couldn't see their approach. Very clever, Naruto. He whispered as his hands flashed through a new set of seals. Just what I expected from my sensei's son Suidan no Jutsu. Kakashi pulled down his mask and spat out a long blast of water before pulling his mask up again fast enough that no one had a chance to see his face. Okay, I didn't see that coming. Naruto mused. I think it's time for a diversion. Sasuke blinked in surprise as the clones who had been trying to attack suddenly pulled back, leaving only one standing in the middle of the open area. Now you've done it! The clone shouted. Prepare to face the wrath of the Uzumaki Hijutsu, the Kage killer. Proven when it took down the Hokage. Sasuke grinned mentally as he activated his Sharingan. He would copy the technique and use it against Naruto. The look on his face would be priceless. Both of them blazed through a sequence of hand seals and in unison shouted out Oryoke no Jutsu. Sakura spun round in shock. Tobio blinked. What did Sasuke just say? Sasuke felt a wave of chakra pass through him and his center of gravity shifted. His back felt chilled, and on the field a naked blonde girl waved at him before blowing him a kiss and vanishing. What the hell? He asked, then paused. His voice was pitched higher than normal. Suspiciously, he looked down at himself and then suddenly he remembered just where he had heard the name of that technique from. What the fuck? Damn it, Naruto, how do I end this damned technique? The high-pitched squeal of feminine fury combined with his clone's memories caused Naruto to fall over, clutching his sides as he howled with laughter. The clones also stopped attacking as they bent over laughing and Kakashi sighed. Exercise terminated. He shouted. Someone tell Sasuke how to change back from Sasuke. The Uchiha in question glared at him even as she tried to cover her breasts and groin. Just pulse chakra concentrate on form, one of the clones gasped, and Sasuke closed her eyes in concentration before reverting back to his male form in a cloud of chakra smoke. That Sasuke growled, then he glared at Tobio, who was wiping some blood off his upper lip. You know, you made a cute girl. Sakura giggled and Sasuke stomped off. I'm never going to hear the end of this, am I? Damn it, Dobe, how the hell could you claim that this Oryoke no Jutsu could take out the Hokage? Because boss used it to KO the old man when he was taking the scroll. One of the clones managed. Gigi hit the wall so hard, it left a dent. Look just opposite the office door, but to the right. Sasuke sighed as the humor of the situation finally started to filter through his embarrassed anger. Damn it, it's just the sort of thing I can see the dope doing. And now I'm going to end up in a situation where I have to use that damned technique, aren't I? In the land of hot springs, a large, white-haired man lowered his telescope and frowned into the distance. My senses tell me that something rather perverted and yet exceedingly humorous just happened. He muttered to himself. For a long moment, he didn't move, then he shrugged. Oh well, back to research. Yes, Kakashi was still sniggering as he led his team back to the tower half an hour later. As they opened the door, Sasuke sighed at the twinkle of amusement in the Hokage's eyes. You know. He accused, and the Hokage nodded. How? Hiruzen pointed at the crystal sphere on his desk. Damn it. Language Sasuke-chan. Kakashi giggled. Morning, Hinata-chan. Naruto called as he ran up to where Team 8 was assembling. I really pulled a fun trick on the team yesterday, and Hinata? What's wrong? What did I do? Naruto shot a pleading glance at Karini, who responded with a confused shrug. Naruto Hinata whispered. Remember how yesterday I accidentally added some chakra to our clones? Yeah, why? It gave me the memories of your clone. Hinata continued, so quietly that Naruto almost didn't hear her. I know how you feel about me. Thank you. Naruto caught Hinata in a hug. You don't hate me for that? He whispered, and Hinata shook her head as she returned his hug. Thank you. You're not mad I got your clone's memories? Hinata asked in shock, and Karini inhaled sharply. Nah, you've been giving me your memories, so it's only fair you get mine. Naruto replied, still hugging Hinata tightly. I'd be a real jerk if I thought you getting my memories was a bad thing. I only hope you don't get my habit of being a clueless idiot at times. You are not a clueless idiot. Hinata protested, breaking free of Naruto's hug and grabbing his shoulders so that she could glare at him. I mean it, if you call yourself an idiot again, I'll give him a good kissing? Kiba supplied as Hinata struggled to find a threat she could use. Give you a good kissing. Hinata finished, then suddenly she turned bright red. Eep! Kiba fell over laughing as Hinata fainted with a blush so bright that Karini was rather surprised that it hadn't tinted the surrounding area. That was not a nice thing you did, Kiba. Shino droned. However, it was amusing. Uzumaki? Everyone turned to see three shinobi standing by the edge of the field. Uzumaki Naruto? The leader asked again, and Naruto nodded. My name is Tatami Iwashi. Lord Hokage sent us Chapter 12 Progress of a New Genin. Hayashi tilted his head slightly as he listened to Karini's report. Inuzuka Tsum and Aburame Shiki flanked him, both as intent on listening as he was. So, if I understand what you have said, he interjected as Karini finished her report, by training with Uzumaki Naruto, my daughter's capabilities have increased considerably. Karini nodded. Hinata had a problem with holding back too much in her spars until Naruto came up with a way to motivate her. And that way was? Hayashi prompted. I only ask because, in the last month, my daughter has started to win the sparring matches that she has against her sister. Her adaptation of our fighting art to include strikes launched through kicks has been a very unpleasant surprise for those of us who have gone up against her as well. She's working on launching strikes from her knees and elbows as well. Karini shrugged. Naruto's idea, his fighting style is very unpredictable, even more so now that it's been rebuilt and honed by Madogai. And the motivation he used? Hayashi inquired. Kisses. Karini mumbled. Hayashi raised an eyebrow as Tsum snorted with laughter. On the cheek, I hope. Karini nodded and Hayashi relaxed slightly. Then I have no problem with this. Shikaku frowned as Sarutobi Asuma finished the monthly feedback. So, you have them spar weekly against Uzumaki-san. He stated. I had wondered why Shikamaru had decided that not doing physical training was far more troublesome than actually doing it. My little princess came home the first time in a jacket she borrowed from Choji. Inoichi reminisced. Her actual clothing that day was little more than rags tied together, something that she blamed Naruto for. Since then, she's been reading that trap book by Uchiha Madara almost religiously in her spare time when she isn't training, that is. Choji's started doing more exercise as well. Chusa agreed. He's building up quite a respectable amount of muscle, he can pick me up now. I think we owe OpForce our thanks for getting our kids interested in actually training. The other two fathers chuckled in agreement. Kakashi took a sip of tea, somehow drinking it through his mask. So, yes. He said. Your daughter has improved greatly from her academy days. That's good to hear. Haruno Mabuki smiled. She's been eating more healthily, too. Probably the training. Kakashi mused. After she collapsed for the fourth time, I had a long discussion with her about how limiting her food intake would lead to me releasing her from the team. Rather harsh. Kizashi frowned. But it worked, that's the main thing. Naruto Kohai. Kosuke-senpai. Naruto grinned as he spun to face the older genin. I trust your missions went well? They did. Kosuke replied, returning the bow Naruto had given him. I've finally heard about your new nickname OpForce. Kage Bunshin. Naruto explained with a shrug. I kinda trade opponents that others can go all out against for training in things I'm weak at. Sensible. Kosuke said. So, can I see how far you've come? Perhaps a quick spar, followed by a meal. Of course, you'll have to go easy on me, I'm an old man. Ha, old like a bonsai. Naruto shot back. The older you get, the tougher you get, just like Gigi. Kosuke smiled as he led the way to the sparring ground that he had reserved before setting out to find his young apprentice. Hayashi paused at the sight in front of him. The entirety of Training Ground 14 was a mass of rusty orange-clad genin, most of whom were practicing various portions of katas or doing chakra control exercises. Near the middle, however, several dozen clones were in a whirling combat with none other than the eternal genin, who was using a walk as a shield on one arm while he wielded a tanto in the other hand, the blade seeming to blur and dance as he moved through the attackers with the ease of decades of experience. Hayashi simply stood to one side, his eyes taking in the scene before him, noting the custom style that Naruto was training in. Several of the moves looked oddly familiar, and Hayashi realized that, body differences aside, they were almost identical to a few of the moves that Hinata had begun incorporating into her own fighting style. Hyuga Salma. Hayashi glanced to his side where yet another Naruto stood. Good afternoon, Uzumaki-san. Hayashi replied. Are you the original? No, boss is over there, doing physical training to increase his physical abilities. The clone said, waving one hand towards the furthest corner of the training field. But he will get your memories once you dispel and you know all that he does. Hayashi stated. Pretty much, yes. The clone replied, thoughtfully. Then I shall speak with you as if you are the original. Walk with me. Hayashi commanded as he turned and moved away from the field. The duo walked in silence for several moments before Hayashi spoke. My daughter is very attached to you, Naruto-san. As a father, I must take an interest in this. What are your intentions towards Hinata? Whatever she wants them to be. The clone replied almost at once. Boss owes Hinata big time. She shared her memories with us while she was helping Boss, which is why we know that she actually likes us, although we still don't really get why. We admire her. We would never do anything to hurt her. And if anyone tries to hurt her, they will regret it. Despite his self-control, Hayashi's eyebrows rose slightly at the sheer amount of determination and protectiveness in Naruto's voice. Emotions that he could respect. I see. He said after a long pause. That attitude is commendable. That means good, right? The clone asked, and Hayashi hid a sigh. Yes, Naruto-san, it does. Ah, good. The clone sighed in relief. We hadn't come across that word before. Iwashi. Hiruzen said with a slight smile. Have you succeeded? Uzumaki has the strangest way of learning that I've ever come across. Iwashi said by way of reply as he sat in the seat that Hiruzen indicated. It does have limits, though. He's probably got enough chakra to duplicate one, maybe two of you, but any more than that, he'll need to start opening gates. Really? I'll have to think about that. Hiruzen mused. And has he learned the technique? He has learned how we do it. Iwashi said. He does it in conjunction with two clones, as long as one of the three is flesh and blood, all three perform great. If all three are clones it still works, but the clones dispel before they can stabilize. I handed him the original scroll as you commanded, but I don't know if he'll learn to do it solo. I can't, and I've been trying for years. His method though we're working on replicating it ourselves. Until he does learn the solo method, it won't be useful in combat for him. Hiruzen mused. Nevertheless, you've done a good job. You and the others will be paid AB rank for this. Iwashi stood and bowed. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Dismissed. Naruto dismissed his two clones and looked round at the dusty room. Oh, wow. He breathed as he saw the open racks filled with kunai resting on wooden pegs. Awesome. A picture on the mantelpiece caught his attention and he walked over to it, reaching out with a trembling hand to trace the faces of the two people in it. Mom, Dad, he breathed as he picked up the picture, then he turned it over. Minato and Kushina with their beloved son, Naruto, he read before turning the picture back. But where Naruto stopped as his eyes caught the bulge that Kushina was cradling. This was taken while she was pregnant with me, he realized. I have to show this to Hinata-chan. Wait, Naruto looked around and his gaze settled on a wooden box underneath the weapons racks on the wall beside the kunai. I wonder, he mused, his gaze moving between the box and the kunai. I wonder maybe I should talk to Gigi first then. Hinata-chan, please pardon the interruption, but Uzumaki Naruto seeks an audience with Hinata-sama. Hayashi exchanged a glance with the eldest of his two daughters, then back at the branch member standing by the door. Show him in. The branch member bowed and seemed to vanish. This way, Uzumaki-san. Naruto paused in the door and glanced at the three Hyuga. I didn't mean to interrupt. If this is a bad time? Not at all, Uzumaki-san. Hayashi said. You are always welcome here. I do not believe that you know my youngest daughter, Hanabi. Hanabi, this is Uzumaki Naruto, also known as Op-Force Uzumaki. You heard that name, huh? Naruto coughed in embarrassment, rubbing the back of his head. Yeah, I'm kinda getting quite a few missions cause of that. Be seated. Hayashi said, motioning to the space next to Hinata. You wish to speak to us? Naruto gave Hanabi a look and Hayashi nodded. Hanabi, perhaps you should go to the dojo and start practicing your katas. Hayashi suggested and Hanabi rose to her feet, pouting slightly. Yes, father. Naruto watched her leave, closing the door after her, and then a brief pulse of chakra from Hayashi caused lines of Fuinjutsu to momentarily pulse into visibility. We are secure. Hayashi stated. You may say whatever you wish. This is kinda hard, Naruto admitted. Hinata, I know you've seen how many of the civilians don't like me. Well, it all goes back to these two. Naruto pulled a picture out of his Hayori and Hinata accepted it. This is the yandame. And his wife, Uzumaki Kushina. Hayashi added. You knew about that? Naruto asked in shock. Look at the back. Hinata turned it over. Minato and Kushina with their beloved son Naruto your father? Was the yandame. Naruto confirmed. And my mother was the second Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Hinata looked at Naruto. The second? Senju born Uzumaki Mito, was the first. Naruto explained. She passed the burden to my mother and so they sacrificed themselves to seal the Kyuubi into me, making me the third Jinchuriki. Naruto finished. However, word got out about my burden and since civilians generally don't understand sealing, they decided that I was the Kyuubi. Then they're stupid. Hinata exclaimed before glancing at her father and seeming to shrink. I agree with you, Hinata. Hayashi said calmly. I assume you had the Hokage's permission to tell us this? I'm allowed to tell whoever I think can be trusted. Naruto replied with a shrug. Hinata deserves to know this now, cause when my parentage finally comes out, there'll be a lot of people trying to kill me as being the heir of the Yellow Flash. Others will be angry that the demon child could actually be related to the greatest hero of a generation. In other words, things will get noisy and dangerous. I'll be there for you. Hinata whispered, kissing Naruto on his cheek, then she froze as she remembered her father's presence. Actually, this situation could help me resolve a problem I have with the Hyuga elders. Hayashi mused. Hinata, how would you like to be engaged to the son of a Kage? As Naruto stared blankly at Hayashi, Hinata let out a squeal of joy and wrapped her arms around Naruto. Son of a Kage? You lovely baka. Hinata whispered in his ear. Yes. It would mean Hanabi-chan wouldn't be at risk of receiving the caged bird seal. And neither would you, my daughter. Hayashi agreed. Of course, the actual marriage would not be able to take place until either you are both Chunin or of a rational age, say, 16. Naruto looked at Hinata's smile and nodded. As long as Hinata-chan's happy with it, then so am I. Excellent. Hayashi stated, then he rose to his feet, glancing at where Hinata was hugging Naruto, neither of them paying any attention to anything other than the other. Yes, I can foresee that this will save me a great deal of aggravation from the elders. Oh, I almost forgot. Naruto half shouted as he extricated himself from Hinata's grasp. I have a couple of things for you. Here's the first. Hinata took the silver chain necklace with the engraved tag on it, the embossed Uzumaki spiral glinting in the light. What's this? My father gave it to my mother to wear when they got engaged. Naruto said, and Hinata handed it back to him and turned round. Can you put it on for me, Naruto-kun? Hayashi hid a smirk as Naruto gently placed the necklace around Hinata's neck and fastened the catch. There you go, Hinata-chan. Hinata looked down at the tag resting on her chest, then spun round and glomped Naruto, toppling them both to the ground. You know, just because I approved the engagement, it does not mean that you can try to get a room to yourselves yet. Hayashi snarked and both teens leapt to their feet, blushing furiously. Chapter 13. Journey of a New Genin. Hayashi looked up at the knock on the doorframe. Ah, Naruto, he said, motioning for the blonde to enter. You sent for me, Hayashi-dono? I did. Hayashi said. I have a mission I would like you to take, although I must apologize for the lack of warning. It will last several weeks and starts tomorrow morning. I will pay personally for it, and I believe that it will be your first C rank. May I ask what the mission is? Naruto asked. You may. A new voice said, and Naruto half turned. GG. Karini looked at her team proudly. You all packed? She asked, and her 3 genin nodded. I have clothes and supplies for 3 weeks in 2 storage scrolls. Hinata said. 2 weeks, plus stuff for Akamaru. Kiba stated. 2 weeks. Shino said quietly. So, we ready to go? A new voice called and Karini turned. Indeed we are, Tazuna-sama. Good. The elderly civilian said. Hang on, I thought I was only getting 4 of you. Ha, there's 5 of us. Kiba said, pointing to Akamaru who was perched on his head. I wasn't counting the puppy. Tazuna said with a frown. Who's the blonde? Teammates stared at him, then turned to see the grinning genin behind them. Hey guys. Naruto grinned, tossing a small scroll to Karini. Odd thing, I've got a mission that takes me to Wave as well, so if you don't mind, I'll tag along with you guys. That okay? Karini opened the mission scroll and scanned it before rolling it up again. We'll be glad to have you along. She smiled as she handed the scroll back. Cool. Naruto grinned. I even stopped by a Chiraku's and filled a scroll with piping hot ramen for our first evening meal on the road. I remembered your faves and even got a bowl of beef for Akamaru. Best tag-along ever. Kiba cheered. Whoo! There they go. Hiruzen said, concentrating on the image in the crystal sphere. Their first C rank mission. At least if something happens, backup will be available. Hayashi looked up from the sphere with a quizzical expression. Hokage-sama? I don't think it's my secret to tell. Hiruzen smirked, earning an irritated glare from the Hyuga clan head. You know, this is my first time actually outside Konoha. Naruto commented as they stepped through the main gate. I've looked through the gate and across from the top of the walls, but I've never actually been outside the walls until now. I kinda expected it to feel different. Kiba sniggered for an instant before Shino Dope slapped him. I also have never departed from the protected environs of Konoha before today. He intoned. I fully understand Naruto-san's reaction. Yeah. Kiba grumbled. Akamaru and I've been out here loads. There's some good hunting over there. Then let us hope that we are not the ones being hunted. Karini stated, before she frowned. Naruto, why did you just send out a dozen clones? Scouts. Naruto explained. Between my clones, Hinata Himes Byakugan, Kiba's ears and nose and Shino's Kakechu, no one's going to get near your client. True. Kiba smirked, then he frowned. Hey, Naruto, just what mission do you have that sends you to Wave? I'm not complaining, it's cool having an army ready to defend us, but what exactly is the mission? Classified. Naruto smirked and Karini raised a hand to hide her smile. So, Kiba said as the gates of Konoha slowly receded into the background, you fully equipped for this mission too? For weeks of supplies, enhanced medical kit, reserve currency bundle, backup weapons, tags. Yep, I'm ready. How? Kiba yelped. That must have cost loads. Since I'm no longer paying rent, I now have more money. Naruto shrugged. That reminds me, when we get back, I'll have to show you my new house, Hinata-chan. It's kinda out of the way, being in a small valley behind the Hokage monument, but it's mine now. It's where I found the picture I showed you. I'd like that. Hinata murmured with a smile. You have a house. Kiba half moaned. I still live with my mom and sis. I gotta start earning more so I can get a den of my own. Sensei, are we allowed to do solo D ranks? Elite genin like yourself are not encouraged to take solo D ranks. Karini replied. Among other reasons, independent genin like Naruto need the income. Damn. Kiba grumbled. Well, but, looks like we gotta stay where we are for now. Akamaru let out a small whine. I know. Kiba sighed, then he brightened up. Hey, if we defeat any bandits on this mission, we'll get rewarded for it? We'll need to send them back to Konoha for the reward to be registered. Karini said. That's the reason why we jonin often carry prisoner scrolls, although they can only hold the prisoner for a day or two before they fail. Sounds like a project for you, Naruto-kun. Hinata giggled. Karini-sensei, Hinata said as she deactivated her Byakugan, there are two shinobi hiding in a small hole covered with a genjutsu of a puddle just over the hill. They are wearing horned head protectors, one with a single horn and one with two. Karini stopped walking and pulled a book out of one of her hidden pockets. She started to leaf through it, then paused before handing it to Hinata. Can you find them for me? Hinata quickly flicked through the book, then paused. Here, sensei. The demon brothers Gozu and Meizu, formerly of the Hidden Mist Village. Karini read. Individually classified as low to mid C rank, when acting together, threat rating is high B rank. Taijutsu focus with poison secondary. Reward, 60,000 ryo each or 150,000 if captured together. 150,000 ryo. Kiba breathed. I could buy a really neat den with that. Rewards get split between the party that captures them. Karini commented. Genin get a single share, Chunin get 2 shares, special jonin 3 and full jonin get 4. That would grant each of us genin 18,750 ryo, while Karini-sensei will receive 75,000. Shino mused. What? Kiba yelped. I have an idea. Naruto said with a lopsided grin. It'll help us gain actual combat experience without the risk. Hinata's eyes widened in realization. Here they come. Gozu whispered as the group crested the hill and strolled down the path towards them, the members throwing glances at the nearby woods. Amateurs. SHHHH. The duo remained silent as the party of 6 passed by the puddle, then they launched themselves at the unsuspecting group. One down! Meizu gloated as their shuriken chain wrapped round the dark-haired woman and snapped taut, slicing through her and scattering her remains on the ground. The 4 genin froze and the duo took advantage of their hesitation to launch a barrage of kunai at their target, the old bridge builder. The kunai slashed through the air and impacted him, causing him to vanish in a cloud of chakra smoke. Ha! Gozu gasped as he froze, shocked by the unexpected turn of events. Then the genin were moving. One of them seemed to explode into a cloud of bugs that engulfed the 2 Chunin, blinding them. Gozu felt the chain detach from his brother's gauntlet and was about to follow suit when a new voice spoke, a feminine voice promising pain. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. A barrage of light yet incredibly painful strikes jolted Gozu like he was a puppet being shaken, then he collapsed to the ground, unable to command his muscles to move. Gutsuga! The swarm of bugs lifted just in time for Gozu to see his brother being hammered into a tree by a swirling drill of chakra, a drill that dissipated to reveal the feral-looking one of the genin group. Oh yeah! Bring a crane for they are down! Well done. The Jonin's voice said approvingly, and Goza managed to turn his eyes to see a second group approaching, a group identical to the first. Huh? He managed. We're Kage Bunshin. The feral genin gloated. I hope you like the fact that you got owned by clones. Gozu would have groaned, but the effects of the strikes were too much and he fell into blackness, never seeing the clones vanish in puffs of smoke. Oh yeah, we rule. Kiba gloated. Did ya see how I slammed him into a tree? You all did very well. Karini smiled as her genin finished assimilating the memories that they had received. However, the actions of our adversaries has raised several questions. Like, how do we get them back to Konoha for the reward? Kiba asked. You don't need to worry about that. Naruto said reassuringly as he created 10 clones which moved to pick up the downed Chunin. My clones can take them back and tell Gigi what we took them down. Who? 18,000 Ryo. Kiba gloated. A few more bounties like this and I'll be able to finally move out of Mom's house. Karini smiled at Kiba's happy dance, then turned to Tazuna. Now, she said, storm clouds seeming to form out of nowhere as she loomed over the alcoholic client. You will explain to me just what is going on. Tazuna whimpered as Karini's eyes started leaking fire. I wonder what they're discussing. Kiba wondered, looking over to where Tazuna was talking rapidly, but no sound was emerging because of the genjutsu field that Karini had enclosed herself and their client in. It looks like what was that? What was what? Hinata asked as she activated her Byakugan while Shino released a swarm of Kikai. It come from the Trilene, a sort of flash of light, well, 3 of them. Kiba mused. I've never seen anything like it before. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Naruto said reassuringly. I'm pretty certain that it was something my clones did. Oh. Kiba said as he relaxed. Okay. Sorry. On the contrary, you did good. Naruto replied. I need to be more careful about using that technique. I didn't realize that the flash was that bright. Huh? What technique? We need to move to the next campsite. Karini called as she walked towards them, a guilty-looking Tazuna following her. There are decisions to make, and we need to discuss them. Man, that sucks. Kiba grumbled. I mean, a whole country being oppressed? We've got to do something about it. If this Gato has hired one set of nuke Nin to prevent Tazuna-san from completing his project, it is only logical to assume that there will be other obstacles in our path also, obstacles that will be more difficult to overcome. Shino provided. We will need reinforcements. And you will have them. A new, yet familiar voice said. Hokage-sama. Karini gasped and Hiruzen held up a hand. Only a Kage Bunshin, Karini. Now, let me talk to your client. The team watched as Hiruzen guided Tazuna away and erected a privacy jutsu. How the heck did he get here? Kiba asked in shock, then he turned to Naruto. And what was with that dozen clones you sent off? Where did they go? Naruto simply smirked. Tazuna has agreed to certain reparations for attempting to deceive us. Hiruzen stated as he led the shivering civilian back to the campsite. Continue with your mission. I will have another team moving to reinforce you by tomorrow morning, although it may take a day or so for them to catch up. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Karini said gratefully. As the first Jonin on site, you'll still be in charge. Hiruzen said, fixing her with a stern yet supportive look. I shall look forwards to reading your report. And yes, the bounty has already been paid into your accounts. Hiruzen's clone vanished just as Kiba let out a loud whoop of triumph. Oh yes! Personal den, here. Come. I wonder who Hokage-sama is sending? Hinata mused thoughtfully as Kiba began another happy dance. As long as they're not super scary, I don't care. Tazuna quavered. Chapter 14 Technique of a New Genin. I'm not certain that this'll work. The boatman admitted, looking at the expanded party. I mean, one person, no problem. 5 or 6, harder but still just about doable, but 10? No. Even if my boat remains above the water, it'll go so slowly that we'll be intercepted no matter what I do. Asuma frowned and sent a questioning look at Karini, who shrugged. Anyone got a plan? Yeah, but it involves an S-class secret. Naruto sighed as he pulled out a 3-pronged kunai. Boatman, can you take this to the other side and throw it? That's a Hiraishin kunai. Asuma gasped. You know how to do it? Sure do. Naruto nodded. It's how I got the demon brothers back to Konoha, as well as your dad's clone back to us. However, it kinda costs. If my clones do it, it needs 3 of them to transport one person and they kinda dispel on arrival. Dunno why and I can't stop it, they just go poof, but they get the person there safely. If I'm one of the ones doing it, no dispel. Not a clue why. Just when I think I've finally got you figured out, you do something even more troublesome. Shikamaru grumbled. But I see your plan. You'll create 30 clones and move us all to where the boatman throws the kunai, right? You messed up your maths, Shika. Naruto gloated and the genius frowned for a moment. 10 of us, damn. Right, you'll only need 26 clones as you'll be part of the trio transporting Hinata. Everyone stared at him and he shrugged. What? It's obvious, the way you two keep looking at each other. I'll be off then. The boatman said, accepting the blade and tucking it into his tunic. So, the Hokage guard taught it to you then? Asuma stated and Naruto nodded. Yep, still failing to get the single-person version down though. Dunno why, you'd think it was an easy step if 3 clones of the same person can do it, but nope. Amn, the yondaime was a genius. Shikamaru raised a mental eyebrow at the correction which no one else looked like they had caught. So he continued to think out loud. Team 10 will someday need a way to knock someone out so that you can supply clones to take them to Konoha. I assume that there's a special cell in TNI where you can simply drop them off? Naruto nodded with a grin and Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome. Ino, you work with plants. I think you may need to start looking at anesthetics and poisons since you have the best access to the source materials. Ino opened her mouth to protest, then paused as Asuma nodded approvingly. Think how well it'll go with your new trap-making skills. Shikamaru added and Ino started to grin. Naruto suddenly looked up from where he was watching Asuma and Shikamaru play shogi. He's thrown it. Who's in the first wave? Karini and myself. Asuma stated as he flipped his king over to indicate that he was yielding. We're Jonin, we'll secure the area. You'd better send a clone with us so it can dispel to give the all clear. 30 clones then. Naruto sighed, ignoring the triumphant smirk from Shikamaru, who was putting the pieces away in their travel box. Tajukage Bunshin. A mass of pops announced the formation of Naruto's clones and Asuma nodded. Nice. All right, I'm ready. Karini-san? I am. Karini rapidly corrected herself. Sorry, I was distracted for a moment, I'm ready now. A trio of clones surrounded each Jonin, hands stretched out and touching in the seal of confrontation, then they vanished in a flash of golden light. That's what I saw! Kiba shouted in belated recognition. That's how you sent the demon brothers to Konoha. The other genin gave Kiba a long look. What? You missed the whole conversation? Ino asked. What were you signals been given? Naruto interrupted as he joined the 2 clones beside Hinata. Everyone stand up and get ready. The group appeared in a rapid-fire series of golden flashes and Tazuna looked round. That way, we'll be at my house in another hour or so. Naruto, detail 3 clones to guard Tazuna. Asuma said. If anything looks out of place, have them take him to Konoha until we decide it's safe to bring him back. Understood, Asuma-san. Naruto said as he generated another clone, which joined the 2 others that had helped him transport Hinata. By the way, how do you do it so quickly? Asuma asked as they set off. It takes the Hokage guard almost half a minute to do it and you do it in just a few seconds. Most of the delay is the matching and harmonizing their chakra. Naruto shrugged. Since I'm using clones, I can effectively skip that step since it's my chakra anyway. Means I can do it in just under 3 seconds, but that's still pretty much useless in a combat scenario. Damn useful outside combat, though. Asuma mused. I mean, get a safe house outside every city and courier missions will be done in a flash. Damn it, Naruto. Shikamaru groused. Do you have any idea just how much this little trick of yours messes up the tactical balance between the Great Five villages? As soon as word gets out that you can do the Hiraishin, IWA'll be sending assassins, Kyumo'll be fortifying their borders, and Mizu's new Mizukage will either demand your hand in marriage as the price of an eternal alliance or join IWA in sending assassins. New Mizukage? Yeah, my dad mentioned her just before we hauled ass. Shikamaru yawned. Someone called Terumi May, word came in just before. What the hell? Everyone spun to stare at the questioner and Asuma paled. Momochi Zabuza. Look, we can fight later. Zabuza stated. I need to get 2 things straight here. 1, the blonde can do the Hiraishin? I thought that only weight shit. You look just like him, except for those whiskers. You're his son, aren't you? Everyone stared at the Miss Nuke-Nin and he shrugged. What? And kid, you sure about Mei-chan being the Mizukage? Aye, my dad said, and Shikamaru managed, his eyes fixated on the giant sword slung on Zabuza's back. Nara Shikaku, right? Yeah, he'd know for sure, if anyone did. Zabuza mused. Gato hired me to kill the bridge builder, but if what you say is true, kid. Demonstration? 3 of Naruto's clones surrounded Tazuna and they vanished in a golden flash. Shit. Zabuza said. Okay. Hopefully I won't see you around. Zabuza vanished in a brief cloud of mist and everyone stared at the empty space before Ino broke the silence. What the hell just happened? I have no bloody clue. Asuma finally admitted. Could he be trying to trick us, make us lower our guard? Kiba asked and Asuma shook his head. Nope. Zabuza's a master of silent killing. None of us even suspected he was here before he spoke up. If he'd actually wanted Tazuna dead, we'd probably be looking at the old drunk's severed head by now. Thanks for the image, sensei. Choji muttered, turning slightly green. Naruto, if you can go and fetch our client, we'll continue. Asuma said and Naruto grinned, summoning 2 clones and vanishing in a flash of light. He still doesn't get it, does he? Shikamaru grumbled. He overturns the entire playing field and doesn't realize it. What are you going on about? Ino asked as Naruto reappeared with Tazuna. That was weird. Tazuna stated, giving his ever-present sake jug a suspicious look. For a moment, I thought I was back in Konoha. I think the drink's finally getting to me. The assembled shinobi watched in silence as Tazuna ambled across to the nearest tree and emptied the sake jug into the earth around it. Yup, no more drink for me. He stated. Okay, YVE we stopped? There's a super bridge I need to build. Let's go! Am I the only sane one here? Ino mourned as she trudged along at the back of the group. Gato stared at the man before him in shock. The person who had just brought the unwelcome news to him was a former post-nin, trained in the use of chakra to cover long distances and fighting skills geared towards escape and evasion. However, the reason that the man now known only as Kage was a former post-nin was that he had chosen to betray the sanctity of the post, reading it and using the information for his own profit until the day when he was discovered. Gato had promptly hired him, not only as a messenger, but also as one of his lieutenants. Anyone who knew the value of information was someone that he wanted for himself, and the man's known proclivities gave Gato several levers to control him with. Are you certain? Gato asked and Kage nodded. Zabuza has departed, taking his helper with him. He said. I was able to get close enough to listen in, and apparently one of the genin is the son of a powerful Konoha ninja. Since the Hiraishin was mentioned, I believe that the genin in question is the son of the Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Gato slowly grinned. Head to IWA. Tell them that in exchange for a team to destroy the bridge and kill the builder, the boy in question will be theirs. Hokage returned Gado's wicked grin, then he vanished in a cloud of smoke. Soon, Wave will be my permanent fiefdom, a tax-free land of slaves and servants where I rule all and where I can pursue whatever business dealings I wish. Gado gloated, rubbing his hands together. With my own personal estate as my warehouse and harbor, giving me a secure base ready for infiltrating and subverting the land of water, my wealth and power will increase dramatically. Gado's laughter echoed around his office. And here we are. Tazuna stated. Home super home. The assembled shinobi looked at the house thoughtfully. How many spare bedrooms do you have? Asuma asked. 2. I know that usually it's by ranks, but should we do a male/female split instead? Asuma asked, glancing at Karini, who nodded slowly. I have a tent in my scrolls and can share with Naruto-kun if you need the room, Hinata offered, blushing furiously as Ino started to giggle. Karini shook her head. Hinata, she sighed, then she laughed. Okay, I'm actually impressed. Never expected that from the shy one of your team. Asuma agreed. Sorry, Hinata, but you're with Ino and myself. Karini said, trying to sound stern despite the smile playing around the ends of her lips. Tsunami! Tazuna shouted. We're back, with help! Father? A female voice responded from inside, and a moment later the front door opened. Hello, father, I thought you were only going to get a single team. Ahahaha, Tazuna laughed self-consciously. You know, it's a super funny story, father. What happened? Anoki stared at the photo in his hands, then his eyes rose to meet the fearless gaze of the ninja who had brought it to him. So? He growled. Your employer wants to hire one of our best teams to kill a civilian and destroy a bridge, and in exchange, we get the son of the damned yondaime? Kage nodded. Fine. Anoki grumbled. Head back and tell this Gado that the teams will be on their way by tomorrow morning. Kage bowed and vanished in a swirl of smoke, leaving Anoki frowning at the far wall. Gramps? Anoki turned his head to fix his granddaughter with a glare. What is it? Kuratsuchi closed the side door behind her as she walked across the audience chamber to stop in front of Anoki, craning her neck slightly to look at the picture he was holding. I was listening in. That's the son of the yondaime? Anoki nodded. Good. Kuratsuchi stated. Gramps, send me. I'll take down that brat and drag his bleeding carcass back here so our people can rip his techniques away from him. Well, you have been training in Kichigen no Jutsu, so you'll be able to get the team there. Anoki mused. I wasn't looking forwards to making that journey myself, that's because you're old, Gramps. Kuratsuchi snorted. Look, once we've grabbed the brat and blown the bridge, you may as well hand the hat over. I'll grab a team and head out. I'll make sure that Dad gets avenged. Wait! Anoki snapped as he grabbed a pen and paper, scribbling down some instructions. Take this to SOAT command, they'll give you a team to lead. Kuratsuchi accepted the note, bowed and turned to leave. Anoki watched her stride out and sighed. Damn it, be careful. You're the only relative I have left. Chapter 15 Discussions of a new genin. Inari sulked his way down the stairs to where the new guests were having breakfast. As he heard their laughter and flowing conversations, his anger at their carefree outlook welled up inside him. Taking a deep breath, Inari lunged forwards to slam open the door and make a dramatic entrance that would force everyone to look at him, but just as he reached the door, it was pulled open from the other side and Inari, deprived of the support of the handle, staggered forwards before landing on his stomach. Oh! Hey, this yours? Inari felt himself being grabbed by his shirt and lifted into the air. Gear off me! As soon as his feet touched the ground, Inari spun round and glowered at the person who had picked him up. The whiskered teen simply grinned down at him. He's trying to be emo. That's so cute! He's nowhere near what Sasuke can do, he hasn't even got the brooding look down yet, it just looks like depressed pouting. Although I'll give him points for not having hair that looks like a duck's ass. Inari froze as his plan to show them just how bad his life was shattered. Huh? So, Naruto. Another voice said, and Inari turned to see that the speaker was a bearded man. You got the tag to put on the bridge? One for the bridge and already got one on the porch. Naruto nodded. I can move the old man between the two without having to worry about an ambush. In fact, I may pop back to Konoha and pick up some more tags, put them in strategic places, you know? Not too many more. The man replied, leaving Inari totally confused. I don't know how many tags are left, but we don't want them to become common knowledge. Despite Zabuza having seen you do that technique, that is. What are you talking about? Inari burst out. Ninja stuff. A rough-looking boy with red markings on his cheeks grinned. Stuff like heroes? Inari scoffed, trying to turn the situation into one where he could use the no such things as heroes speech he'd been saving up. Heroes are those who stand up for what they truly believe in. The bearded man said. Often, they die in the process, but their sacrifice can inspire others to take up the burden and continue on the path that they opened. Others died against impossible odds because no one stood with them, but even then, they leave a legacy which may one day inspire those who saw what they did. Being a hero is not something that one should aspire to, and being one is a heavy burden indeed, but becoming a hero is often the result of doing what is needed, of doing what is right. Inari stared at the man in shock. Who are you? Yes, we haven't introduced ourselves, have we? The man smiled. My name is Sarutobi Asuma, one of the last two survivors of the 12 Guardian Ninja of the Fire Daimyo before it was reformed. This beautiful lady is none other than Yuhi Karini, the Genjutsu mistress of Konoha. Inari let the introductions flow over him as he fought to understand Asuma's comments about heroes. Okay, I think we should sort out rotas, Asuma said after everyone had finished breakfast. Karini? Asuma and I discussed this last night, and we both believe that Gato will not give up his attempts to destroy the bridge or kill Tazuna, Karini stated. As such, we need to consider what steps he will take. The most likely option is a strike aimed at Tazuna, which is why 3 clones of Naruto will always be by his side. Should any threat appear, Tazuna can be removed to safety at once, thus freeing us from the need to protect him. Similarly, it is likely that Gato will seek to use Tsunami and Inari as hostages. Therefore, Naruto will provide another 6 clones to watch over them, but we will need extra guards to buy the handful of seconds needed. Therefore, teams will alternate between bridge duty and guarding Tsunami and Inari, with us swapping at lunchtime when Tazuna returns to the house. You will all wear these under your clothes, Asuma stated, passing metal tags to all the genin except for Naruto and Hinata. If you go down, as long as you are wearing these, Naruto can get you. You will return them after the mission is over. Why isn't Hinata getting one? Ino asked as she pulled out a piece of string and used the 2 holes at the top of the tag to thread the string through, making it into a necklace. I already have one, Hinata said quietly, throwing a smile across to Naruto, who returned it. Naruto-kun gave it to me. Naruto-kun? Ino pounced. Uhu, you've been holding out on me, Hinata. We are so going to have some gossip tonight. How can I keep my position of gossip queen of Konoha if you try to hide things from me? Hinata gave Naruto a pleading look and Shikamaru sighed. Ino, please stop being so troublesome. Your inquisition can wait until we finish this mission and are heading back to Konoha. Hinata's look of imminent panic abated slightly as Ino nodded slowly. Fine. She sighed. So, Karini, do you want your team to do the bridge or the house first? Boo! I want the house! Ino shouted. I've been reading up on traps and I really want to set some up this morning. I'll leave a couple more clones to help you, if you want. Naruto offered and Ino nodded, then grinned wickedly. Hinata, if you let him slip through your fingers, I'll gladly take him. Naruto oofed as Hinata seemed to teleport across the room and into his lap. Wow! Ino gaped. That is one heck of a protective instinct you have there. Hinata hid her blush against Naruto's shoulder. Whoa! Kiba breathed as the scale of the bridge became obvious. That is one hell of a big bridge. That it is. Karini agreed as she hefted the tri-blade kunai that Naruto had given her, then threw it at the point where the bridge met the island. The blade penetrated into the road and quivered for a few seconds, then Tazuna appeared in a golden flash, surrounded by 3 Narutos, 2 of whom promptly vanished in clouds of chakra smoke. Whoa, Naruto managed. That's a big bridge. You got that right. Kiba smirked. It's going to be the most super bridge ever once it's completed, Tazuna stated with pride. The thin disk of stone sliced through the air over a kilometer above the ground, scrolling past far below. Sat at the center was the one responsible for its ability to defy gravity, while around the technique user, 8 masked ninja sat, carefully spaced as to not unbalance the disk. Someone pass me up the end of the wire, Ino called. Here. Inari replied as he picked up the small stone that the wire in question was tied to and hurled it up so that Ino could grab it. A moment later, the now detached stone dropped down, then Ino landed on the ground. And done, she proclaimed, looking up at the kunai launcher nestled in the branches. If someone triggers that, they'll not only have to deal with a dozen blades slicing towards them, it'll also sound an alarm. Inari squinted at the device, then his eyes widened as he saw the 4 metal discs balanced against the back where the recoil from the launching kunai would dislodge them, causing them to fall to the ground. Those discs make very loud clangs when they land. Ino smirked. I introduced Yoshino to it and she helped me set some up in Shikamaru's bedroom to wake him up early. And it was troublesome. Shikamaru grumped from behind them. It took me almost a week to learn wall walking just so I could deactivate that damned device. We put it in the rafters of his room, Ino explained in a loud whisper, and Shikamaru frowned as Inari giggled. I've got the warning stakes, Choji called as he lumbered up, and Shikamaru took the first of the painted markers before hammering it into the ground so that only a handspan showed above the grass. Remember to stay on this side of the markers, Ino noted, and Inari nodded, glancing round at the now heavily trapped trees, traps which Ino had decided that he should help set up so that he didn't have a chance to sulk. What about the path? Inari asked. Sensei's placed several alarm tags along it, Choji supplied as he handed Shikamaru another stake. He'll key Karini-san into them when she returns so that they'll both know if anyone's trying to get to the house. Wow, Inari breathed. Fish, Naruto called as he led a parade of clones up the pillars of the bridge, the clones holding several nets bulging with still flapping fish. Get your fish here. How? One of the workers asked. Gato has boats all over the place to sink anyone trying to fish so that only he can provide food. About that, Naruto grinned as he pointed down. Do you want some new boats? The workers dashed en masse to the railing and stared down at the 24 small boats being tethered to the bridge pillars, boats which had their original crews tied and gagged on the deck. Odd thing. Naruto grinned. Those guys weren't prepared for a dozen clones to appear on their ships using Shunshin and were easily subdued. I only lost 15 clones all told. You took out Gato's blockade? Tazuna gasped as he joined the workers. Well, the blockade on this side, yep. Naruto laughed. You know, if you have anyone who knows where Gato's ships are kept, I could probably sneak aboard and take them from him. We'll keep that in mind, but I'd insist that you have either myself or Sumaku-san along with you, Karini said as she leaned over the balcony to look at the captives below. So, what do we do with them? Naruto said with a shrug. I mean, we could always kill them, but that'd be such a Gato thing to do. Several of the workers closed their mouths, their suggestions left unspoken. We have an old quarry that hasn't been used in over a decade, Tazuna mused. It has steep sides and only one way out. I think it'll suffice as a prison if we build a wall around the top of the ramp. A rumble of agreement met his idea. I can help with that. Naruto grinned. Kakashi-senpai helped me to learn a technique to raise walls after I helped him test his team. Search and bring our new prisoners, Tazuna shouted. Kid, you're with me, I'll show you where the quarry is. You know, a voice from the crowd gloated, if this kid keeps grabbing Gato's men, he won't have any left to protect him when we decide to after him for what he's done. Keep grabbing his men, kid. Another voice cheered. Kid? Naruto mock huffed. The name's Uzumaki Naruto. Let's hear it for Naruto. The first voice shouted. Naruto. 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 As the chant grew, Naruto blushed slightly, then felt Hinata place her hand on his shoulder. I always knew that you were a hero. She whispered to him and Naruto smiled. Okay, folks. He shouted and the crowd quietened down. Some of you take the fish back to the village and make sure everyone gets some, the rest of you, let's put these creeps away. The cheering was so loud that Karini momentarily wondered if Gato had heard it from his mansion. The stone disc descended in the gathering dusk, coming to a gentle touchdown as Gato stepped out of the front door of his mansion. That was fast, he said as 8 of the figures unfolded themselves from their seated poses and straightened up while the 9th one sagged. Gato-san. One of the masked shinobi said. We request overnight quarters so that our leader can recover from the energy she expended to allow us to travel here. Gato looked at Hokage. I believe that one of the barracks is still empty, sir. The former post-nin said, correctly predicting his command. I shall escort these honored shinobi there and see about providing sustenance for them as well so that they are in top form tomorrow. Gato smirked. Excellent. A quintet of flashes lit the porch briefly, and Tazuna blinked. Hey! He said, pointing to Hinata and the 3 Narutos surrounding her. How come the kids' clones came with her when the others just sent us? It's more complicated than that. Karini said as she knocked on the door. Naruto? Naruto dispelled his 2 remaining clones and grinned. My clones dispel on arrival unless I'm part of the ring. He said. My teachers and I still don't know why, but I hear that they're using the same technique now as well. This is not very reassuring. Tazuna mumbled. It works. Naruto shrugged as the door was opened by Choji. Chapter 16. Peril of a new genin. Gato looked up from his breakfast as one of the IWA shinobi appeared in a cloud of smoke. Gato-san. The shinobi said in a voice that managed to give away nothing about the shinobi behind the mask. We are almost prepared to move out to neutralize the Konoha squad and destroy the bridge. Excellent. Gato almost purred. I shall gather my men and start towards the village at noon to reassert my control. Will you be finished by then? The masked shinobi nodded, then vanished in another cloud of quickly dissipating smoke. Soon, Olive Wave will be mine to command, and no one shall dare raise their hand against me. Gato gloated. Shinju Noyobi and Satsutai Satsuta are ready to move out, Kuratsuchi-san. The first masked man said, and Kuratsuchi nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. She said, pulling out a map. The house is here and the bridge here, so we'll head to this point. Squad 1 under Kokogen will then travel to the bridge and covertly place explosives to take it down. Once that is done, they shall move to reinforce Squad 3. Squad 2 under Sakagen will go to the house and kill everyone there while Group 3 under myself will engage and kill the bridge builder and any Konoha nin at the bridge, except for our target, Uzumaki. He is to be kept alive. Note that I do not say anything about him retaining the use of his limbs. A sense of predatory hunger briefly infused the atmosphere of the room. Today, we finally get our revenge against the yellow flash of Konoha. Kuratsuchi growled as she rolled up the map and returned it to its storage scroll. SOAT, move out! 3 seconds later, the room was empty. For flashes of light marked the appearance of Team 8 at the bridge. For a moment, they all remained motionless, then Hinata placed a hand on the necklace that she wore and Tazuna appeared beside her, surrounded by 3 Narutos. We're clear, Tazuna-san. Karini reported as a wave of bugs emerged from Shino's coat and flew outwards towards the woods. Nothing dangerous in the range of Hinata's Byakugan, and my other 2 genin don't detect anything dangerous. Thanks. Tazuna sighed as he spotted the first few members of his workforce appearing. Okay, time to keep building. What the fuck? Kuratsuchi swore as she collapsed her telescope and clambered down from the top of the tree. As she landed, she looked at the 5 SOAT members waiting for her. The Uzumaki just transported himself, the civilian and a genin team via Hayashi. She snarled. I guess that proves beyond all doubt that he's the Yellow Flash's son. No one else would know that technique. We need to change plans. Several of the SOAT operatives shifted slightly. We need to disable him as quickly as possible so that he can't escape. Kuratsuchi explained. There's a great deal of undergrowth to the right, so we'll use it and chakra suppression to get as close as possible before we attack. Genbagin, you use your IWA bunshins to engage the genin while you and Shoseki engage the Jonin sensei. The rest of you will help me charge the Uzumaki and take him down hard. If you can kill the civilian during the attack, do so. The shinobi nodded. Then let's move out. Hinata activated her Byakugan for another quick scan of the surrounding area and froze. Hinata? Karini asked, catching the girl's reaction. Shinobi 5 no, 6 of them, coming in from the east through the undergrowth. Hinata whispered and Karini cursed under her breath. How strong are they? I think Jonin? Hinata managed and Karini inhaled sharply. Shit. Go to Naruto, tell him to get the old man the hell out of here and see if he can get us some reinforcements. She snapped. Hinata nodded and scampered off to where Naruto and several clones were standing near Tazuna. Okay, we're almost in position, Kuratsuchi whispered, then a sudden flash of yellow light illuminated the edge of the bridge. Fuck! She shouted. Attack! Kill the fucking leaf Nin! Kuratsuchi and her team almost exploded out of the undergrowth and leapt onto the bridge, kunai already leaving their hands as the civilian workers dived for cover. That one's a Hyuga! An unsealed one. Genbagin shouted and Kuratsuchi glanced at where he was pointed. Seize her! She commanded. At the very least, IWA will gain one of the great dojutsu. Wah! Inari yelped as 3 of Naruto's clones grabbed him and vanished an instant later. Another flash from inside the house marked Tsunami's forcible relocation as well. Troublesome. Shikamaru sighed as he rose from where he was playing shogi against Asuma. Naruto must have detected an enemy. Agreed. Asuma said as he pulled out his trench knives. Everyone, be alert! Twang! Ino smirked as a screaming figure briefly appeared above the treetops before arcing back down to the unforgiving ground. At least we know where one of them is. Asuma said after a long moment. Tuing! Seize her! The leader of the rapidly approaching attackers commanded and Hinata gasped as long-repressed memories of being helpless in the arms of the kidnapper from Kumo surfaced. At the very least, IWA will gain one of the great dojutsu. Hinata stepped back, raising her arms in a defensive posture, but the attackers were Jonin and deep in her heart, she knew that she didn't stand a chance. Dynamic entry. 2 of the attackers were blasted sideways by a pair of somehow familiar green blurs which were followed by a rain of kunai, then a familiar figure stepped up to Hinata's side. Niji ni-san. Hinata Salma. Niji replied calmly. Naruto-san came to us, offering an impromptu exercise and Gai-sensei decided it would be good training. Yosh! Hinata blinked, then turned to look at where the duo of green blurs were engaging all 6 attackers in battle, the sounds of punches and kicks coming so rapidly that they sounded almost like a constant impact. Yah! 8 trigrams, 64 palms! Hinata and Niji shouted in unison as their hands blurred. The unmasked Kunoichi trying to attack them shuddered as the strikes closed down her chakra system. Yosh! Lee shouted as his spinning kick shattered one of the ninja, reducing it to a pile of stone. Gai-sensei! Our adversaries seem to be using some sort of unyouthful rock-based clone. That is the IWA Bunshin, my student. Gai shouted back as he grabbed one of the remaining shinobi and used him like a club, slamming a second one into the air. Strike them hard enough and they shatter like the log I had you practice the lotus on. The last shinobi fell over, having been punched by both green-clad ninja at the same time, and the 2 leaf nin looked at each other. That was an excellent workout, Gai-sensei. Indeed it was, Lee Kun. Gai-sensei. Lee Kun. Hinata found herself being pulled so she was facing away from the pair, then the world seemed to light up behind them. Arg! My eyes! Kiba screamed. This is disconcerting. Shino stated. Hinata gave Niji a quizzical look. Sunset Jinjutsu. A battered, scorched and generally disheveled figure staggered out of the trilene and collapsed. Ino, can you bring him over here? Asuma asked and Ino nodded before flashing through a sequence of hand seals. Shintenshin no Jutsu. Choji caught Ino as she collapsed, then the prone shinobi slowly pulled himself to his feet and staggered forwards. Damn, this guy was got good, he said as he shed his mask and cloak. I'm better at traps than I thought. Hold still. Asuma commanded as his hands flickered over the shinobi's body, removing weapon pouches and concealed weapons before pulling out a scroll which he unrolled. A puff of chakra later, he held a set of restraints in his hands, which he placed on the shinobi. Okay, you can go back now, he said, and the IWA shinobi collapsed. A moment later, Ino opened her eyes and let Choji set her back on her feet. IWA nin normally deploy in trios, Asuma said thoughtfully, looking at the line of booby-trapped trees. There's probably 2 more of them still out there. Stay on guard, just in case. Hi, sensei. His genin responded. I think we're safe now, Karini said as she watched Lee and Guy finish tying up the IWA shinobi while still declaiming their attachment to how youthful things were. Hinata, can you bring Naruto back now? Hinata touched her necklace and an instant later, 3 Narutos flashed into existence beside her. Inari and Tsunami are safe as well, Naruto reported. So who were these guys? IWA shinobi. A new voice called and everyone turned to see Asuma approaching. He drew up to them and pulled out 3 prisoner scrolls. So, we got 9 of them? Wow. If you seal these ones up, Naruto can take them back to Konoha so that we can get our portions of the bounties on them. 9 enemy shinobi. Kiba smirked. That's a lot of dash. Which will be divided into 22 portions with Karini-sensei, Asuma-san and Guy-san receiving 4 portions each. Shino calculated. Assuming that each of the 9 was worth 10,000 ryo each genin's portion of the total would be approximately 409 ryo while each jonin would receive 16,363 ryo. Damn it. Kiba cursed. We got more from our share of the demon brothers. Actually, I think that you'll be getting a bit more than that, Asuma said slowly as he leafed through a bingo book that he had pulled out of his pocket. That's Karatsuchi, the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage. I think we'll get a reclamation bounty of at least 500,000 ryo for her from IWA even if Iwa's the only one paying out. Kiba's pout turned into a wide grin and he turned to look at Shino. 26,300 for each genin and 105,000 for each jonin. I'll get a new den with that and what I already have. Kiba exulted. You hear that, Akamaru? We're gonna get our own den. Actually, you aren't, a new voice said, and everyone turned to see Gato advancing towards them from the end of the bridge, a large crowd of mercenaries behind him. Now, if you turn over the IWA nin to me, as well as to Zuna, then I might let you live. Otherwise, you're going to die and I'll claim the rewards on you. Well, my head is worth 35 million. Asuma mused with a smirk. But there's no way I'm going to let you claim it. And we're not letting you kill the old man. Kiba snarled. Oh, really? Gato sneered as the first 2 ranks of mercenaries behind him lifted crossbows into firing positions. Futon de Tapa! Naruto shouted and a massive wind blast slammed into the mercenaries, toppling the first few ranks like skittles while Gato was sent somersaulting into the air. Several of the crossbows triggered and the quarrels rose high into the air before succumbing to gravity and dropping back down, hitting several of the would-be attackers. Kill them! Gato squealed as he grabbed the bolt sticking out of his shoulder. They hurt me. I want them dead. I want the men torn to shreds and fed to the pigs. I want the women raped to death. Kill them a GLRK. Gato froze, then he fell backwards, the arrow that had smashed into his forehead sticking out like a truncated flagpole. Good shot, Inari. Naruto's voice came from behind the assembled ninja, and everyone turned to see another Naruto standing beside a crossbow-armed Inari, both at the head of a large mob of villagers. What? The clone shrugged. Boss brought them all into town at Inari's request. He pointed out that you might need reinforcements. Yosh, that is a most youthful decision. Guy proclaimed as he flexed his fingers, causing his knuckles to crack. Now, what shall we do about these most unyouthful brigands who still remain? The sentence was enough to break the spell of paralysis that had settled over the mercenaries, and almost as one, they turned and fled, running down the bridge in an attempt to reach the ships that they had used to arrive on. Oh, we're good. Kiba gloated. Chapter 17. Fame of a new genin, do you have to leave? Inari sniffled as Ino hugged him. Yeah, we need to go back to Konoha. Ino said with a small, tearful smile of her own. But I'll ask Naruto-san to bring me back at least every other month to visit. I'll only charge it as a D rank. Naruto half-joked, earning a glare from both Inari and Ino. What, I'm an independent genin, remember? I don't get the team support that you do, I need to earn money to pay for my training. Ino sighed as she finally released Inari and ruffled his hair, eliciting an annoyed protest. You know, the Chunin exams are coming up in about 3 months. Naruto mused. I suppose I could accept a mission to come and bring you over to cheer Ino on, ya. Inari shouted with glee, then he sighed. But I don't want you to go, we have to. Ino said gently. Other people need our help too, you know. It wouldn't be right to deny it to them. Inari let out a huge sigh, then stepped back and glanced behind Ino at the bridge that linked the land of waves to the land of fire. Come on. Karini said as Asuma stood beside her. Let's go. Come back soon. Inari called to the departing Ino, who smiled as she waved back at him. Far be it for anything to separate you from your toy boy. Kiba laughed. Oh. You take that back. Ino snarled. He's a friend. That's all. I just helped him get over a few issues of his. All of us Yamanaka are trained in psychology, after all. I was just kidding. Kiba grumbled, rubbing at his head where Ino had hit him. Don't. Ino commanded, managing to make her young voice sound somewhat authoritarian. Once we get across to the other end of the bridge and place the tag, can you jump us back to Konoha? Karini asked and Naruto nodded. Wait! Hinata half shouted. Your mission, the one that sent you to wave alongside us, pretty much complete, Hinata Heim. Naruto smiled. Don't worry about it. Hinata gave him a long, suspicious look. Just what was your mission, Naruto-kun? Naruto gave Hinata an innocent smile, causing her frown to deepen. You can worry about that later, Hinata. Karini laughed. I'll miss them. Inari sighed as he watched the group of ninja vanish into the mist covering the bridge. Ino and her dad really helped me. You do seem happier since Naruto brought us back from Konoha. Tsunami agreed, then she turned to glance at her father. So, have you decided what to name the bridge? The super awesome bridge that Tazuna built? A long silence was his only response and he sagged. It was worth a try. How about the Bridge of New Hope? Tsunami suggested. I mean, the bridge did help us regain our hope and our freedom as well. The Bridge of New Hope, Tazuna mused. That would work. Now all we need do is build the outposts for the Leaf Ninja who'll be stationed here to help collect the tithes from the traders who'll soon be coming through. What exactly did you promise to get them to help? Tsunami asked suspiciously. Welcome back Teams 8 and 10. Hiruzen smiled. And Naruto, congratulations on completing your first solo C rank. Thanks, Hokage Gigi, but it's not quite complete yet. Naruto grinned back, causing several of the genin to stare at him in shock and confusion. Now, I've had the rewards for the prisoners that Team Guy returned with put into your accounts and you've done very well out of them. Hiruzen continued. Especially when we discovered that one of their primary missions was to kidnap you, Naruto. As long as I can escape for 5 seconds, I can escape anything. Naruto stated. Indeed you can. Hiruzen agreed. I've already sent a message to the Tsuchikage invoking the usual trade-back agreements for his ninja. Did you know that 8 of them were members of SOAT? That's Iwa's equivalent of our ANBU, albeit used more for missions outside the land of Earth. Whoa! Kiba breathed. We took out some of Iwa's elite? We rock. A crude, but not inaccurate summation. Shino added. And I am proud of you all. Hiruzen agreed. Now, Karini, since you were lead jonin for this, please start the report. Of course, Lord Hokage. Karini said with a slight bow. Our mission started off with the addition of an extra member, Genin Uzumaki Naruto, whose mission was to ensure that Hinata was not kidnapped by those desiring her Byakugan. Hinata gave Naruto a wide-eyed stare, then she smiled at him and then Naruto brought us back. Karini finished. I feel that I must commend Yamanaka Ino of Team 10 for taking on an extra duty in providing psychological counseling for Inari. I'm a Yamanaka. Ino said with an embarrassed shrug. It's kinda what we do, you know? That and gossip. Shikamaru snarked, reflexively ducking the dope slap Ino unleashed at him. Anyway. Karini said firmly, sending a quelling glance at the 2 genin, I can confirm the mission was a success. Excellent. Hiruzen smiled. Naruto, just so you know, you still have to escort Hinata home for your mission to count as complete. Naruto nodded and offered his arm to Hinata. My lady? With a giggle, Hinata accepted his arm. If you will pardon us, Lord Hokage, Karini-sensei? Naruto continued, getting amused nods from the 2 adults. Then I shall escort this princess back to her family. That was so romantic. Ino breathed as the door closed behind the duo. Perhaps you can train your boy toy to do that for you. Oh! Shut it, mutt! Ino snapped before remembering where she was. Ah! Oops. So, your entire mission was to keep me safe? Hinata asked as they exited the tower, her hand still tucked into his elbow. Yep. Naruto confirmed. Your father asked me to do it. Hinata hummed contentedly as she placed her head on his shoulder. Once this is over, do you want to see my new house? Naruto asked and Hinata nodded. I'd like that. She murmured. So, anything else to report? Hiruzen asked after the other genin had all departed. Nothing that wasn't either covered in my verbal report or in the written one I handed in, Hokage-sama. Karini replied. Same here, Pops. Asuma shrugged. Ino's getting almost vicious with her traps, she started to include paralytics in them. I told her not to use actual poisons as there's always a chance of a friendly triggering the trap, and lethal traps are something you should only use when you know that there aren't any friendlies in the area. I've noticed that Shikamaru has bulked up a bit. Hiruzen added and Asuma laughed. Yep. It's those weekly spars against Op Force Uzumaki. He needs to keep in shape, otherwise Naruto humiliates him, then sends a report to his mother on how badly he did. Hiruzen chuckled. He certainly knows how to motivate people, doesn't he? He does. Asuma agreed. In fact, I'd suggest that he be marked as being a high-probability prospect for promotion to Chunin sometime in the next 2 years, if not sooner. When he demonstrated the Hayashi for me, I decided that his eventual promotion was assured. Hiruzen agreed. I've already sent out a message to Jiraiya for him to come back. Once Naruto learns the Rasengan and Jiraiya has a chance to test him, I'll find an excuse to promote him. Ha! Asuma mused. Okay, I hadn't expected that, but okay. I think it's almost overdue. Karini smiled. I look forwards to seeing him in a Chunin vest. Means he'll be able to charge more for providing his nickname. Asuma commented. Lord Hayashi. Naruto bowed. Father. Hinata said in greeting. Hinata-chan. Naruto-san. Hayashi replied. I assume the missions were a success? On country freed and permanently allied to Konoha, one tyrant defeated and Hinata took down the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage. Niji-san helped. Hinata protested. And the resulting boost to the Hyuga coffers is appreciated. Hayashi agreed, then he caught Naruto's puzzled expression. It is traditional for a portion of all mission pay, 3/4 in the case of the Hyuga clan, to be given to the clan by active shinobi. In exchange, the clan provides food, shelter and the other services which a shinobi living by themselves would otherwise be forced to waste time doing rather than training or taking more missions. Kiba was going on about getting a private den for himself, Naruto mused, and Hayashi gave a slight shrug. The Inuzuka, since they are more independent, tend to only take 1/10 of what their members earn. Hayashi said. Of course, their houses are built along different lines to ours, being sturdier but less polished. Speaking of houses, Naruto said slowly, do I have your permission to show Hinata my new house? May I see it too? Hayashi asked. If it is the house I believe it to be, I have only seen it once before. Naruto nodded. My next request would have been for a chaperone. I don't think I can get one much better than Hinata's father and the Hyuga clan head. Hinata stared in shock as her father briefly smiled. Indeed not. So, I assume that you will use Hiration to transport us there, but what about the return journey? Naruto pulled out a small metal tag. This is the one that Asuma-san was carrying during our mission. If you put it in your study for now, I can send you back whenever you want. In fact, having the tag in a small and otherwise unused room would be quite useful if I need to get Hinata back quickly. I will make the arrangements. Hayashi said as he accepted the tag. Wait here. Damn, he scares me. Naruto whispered after Hayashi had vanished. I mean, he's an elite jonin and I'm still just a genin and one dating his daughter. I'm amazed he hasn't threatened me with a sword or something. I believe you to be honorable enough that I do not need to. Hayashi said from behind them, causing both genin to jump in shock. I am ready, shall we go? Hinata lay down on her bed with a content smile on her face. Although Naruto's house was rather small by the standards that she was used to, having only one bedroom, it was located in a small valley filled with dozens of different types of flowers, several of which she had never seen before, only read about in books and scrolls. The house itself had been surprisingly clean, especially given its open-plan nature, and the cupboards well stocked with vegetables and, to Hinata's pleased surprise, a few freshly baked cinnamon buns baked by Naruto's clones and fresh out of the oven. Hinata looked forwards to the day when she could join Naruto in his house, although she would have to ask if she could learn the Hiration as well due to how out of the way it was. Hinata closed her eyes and was soon dreaming peacefully of eating cinnamon buns while sitting in Naruto's lap in the middle of a field of ever-changing flowers. Phew-wak. Tsuchikage-sama? Akatsuchi asked worriedly as he barreled into the office, his gaze darting round looking for whatever had enraged his leader. Get to the treasury. Anoki snarled, waving a message scroll in the air. My granddaughter not only failed her mission, she and her entire team were captured by the very ninja she intended to kill, and apparently none of them took any serious injuries. Akatsuchi gaped at his diminutive boss in shock. What? We need the ransoms for them. Anoki growled, jumping out of his chair and stalking around the office. And get me the shinobi in charge of the bingo books. I want the son of the yondaime to be in the next issue. If he thinks that he can arf. My back. Akatsuchi backed out of the office slowly and turned to run to the mission room. Once he found out exactly who had been on the mission, he could then visit the records office to pull up their files and find the pre-agreed ransom levels for those of them in Konoha's bingo book. He hoped that the mission hadn't included any of the elite since they would be really expensive to get back. Chapter 18 The political shifts. The door to Hiruzen's office opened and 3 people filed in. Hamura, Koharu, Danzo. Hiruzen said. The 3 nodded back, then sat down. Hiruzen, my sources tell me that the Jinchuriki has learned one of the 2 techniques of the yondaime. Hamura began, his eyes narrowing behind his glasses. Is this wise? It increases the chance that the Jinchuriki might choose to defect. The Jinchuriki has a name. Hiruzen half growled. Use it. If Uzumaki Naruto decides to defect, it will be difficult to stop him. Kohara said, perhaps a covertly applied tracking seal should be applied so that we can locate him when should he choose to run. Hiruzen raised a mental eyebrow at Hamura's obvious self-correction. And what would such a tracking seal entail? Hiruzen mused. After all, having anything that can be activated remotely could be a considerable liability on the battlefield. The details still need to be worked out fully, Kohara began, only to stop as Hiruzen slammed his palm on his desk. Details? Hiruzen repeated angrily. You mean that you've already come up with a seal and a plan to apply it, don't you? Although his former teammates had almost perfect control over their expressions, Hiruzen had the advantage of learning how to read them in a combat situation. Not for nothing had those who survived combat against Team Tobirama spoke with awe about the trio's near telepathic ability to work as one. And now, the same abilities allowed Hiruzen to see the direction of his teammates' thoughts. You will not apply any seals to Uzumaki Naruto. Hiruzen growled. Remember, it is the seal on his stomach that prevents the Kyuubi from breaking free and destroying Konoha. What would happen if the seal you wish to apply disrupts that seal? The seal is perfectly safe, Danzo interjected, and Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. Ah, so now we get the root of the matter. Danzo went expressionless at the emphasis placed on the word root, and Hiruzen hid a smirk. I know that you believe that obedience is a good foundation for shinobi, he continued, catching the twitch that betrayed Danzo's hidden wince, but let us speak clearly. You want, once again, to turn Naruto into a weapon and nothing more. You hope to allow Danzo to apprentice him, which will put him in a position to not only turn Naruto into an unthinking automaton, but also to finally get your hands on the Hiraishin for your own ends. Kohara opened his mouth to protest, only to close it again as Hiruzen leaked enough killing intent to warn him against saying anything. As it happens, there is already an apprenticeship lined up for Naruto. Jiraiya will soon be returning to teach him, so if you think that you can take on both an enraged Toad Sage and myself, feel free to try your plan. For a long moment, the atmosphere in the office was heavy with unspoken threats, then Danzo used his cane to pull himself to his feet. We shall take no action, he said, leaving it this time unspoken but clearly heard. You have heard our concerns, and I believe you will do what you think is best for Konoha. Hiruzen noted the specific phrasing of Danzo's apparent acquiesce to his will, especially the way that he was subtly casting doubt on whether Hiruzen's actions were actually good for Konoha. I believe that this covers the main part of what I wish to bring to your attention, Danzo continued, so with your permission, I will depart. Hiruzen nodded and Danzo made his way out of the office, leaving Koharu and Hamura behind. So, Hiruzen said pleasantly, what other matters did you wish to bring to my attention? The two advisors exchanged glances before Hamura spoke. Well, with confirmation that Uchiha Sasuke has activated his Sharingan, we feel that it may be wise to harvest some of his sperm to aid in rebuilding the Uchiha clan via artificial insemination. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly. Zabuza. Haku. Mei Sama. The swordsman replied with a bow, then he pulled out a scroll. I come bearing a gift. You bring me the nicest things. Terumi Mei purred as she recognized the scroll as one for holding prisoners. Zabuza unrolled it and applied chakra, causing a body to materialize in a cloud of smoke and slam headfirst into the ground, cursing. That fucking hurt. The new arrival half-shouted as he pulled himself to his feet and glared at the bandaged swordsman. You slammed me onto the scroll and then dropped me onto the ground head first? Why would you even do that? To bring you to me, obviously. Zabuza, please introduce us. Mei said, and the white-haired teen froze before slowly turning round. As he took in Mei's robes and hat, his eyes widened and he whimpered. Suigetsu, meet the Mizukage Terumi Mei. Mei, this is Hozuki Suigetsu, the younger brother of my former comrade Mangetsu. Hi! Suigetsu squeaked. Haku and I had to fight off a snatch squad from Sound who were trying to capture him. Zabuza continued. If he's anything like his brother, he'll make a good swordsman. From what I saw, he's already learned most of the basics. Mei looked at the cringing Suigetsu, then at Zabuza with the Kubikurabocho across his back, then at Haku who had the Nuabari sheath so that its handle was above his right shoulder. I was thinking that once I'd got him up to speed, I'd let him train with the Shibuki. Zabuza continued and Suigetsu froze. Of course, he's learned to fear Haku, so I believe that he'll be loyal. Suigetsu gave Haku a scared look and shivered. Excellent. Mei said with a smile. Train him up well enough and I'll detach Jojuro from my personal guard to make a team to go to the next Chunin exams. The one in Konoha? Zabuza asked, then he grinned under his bandages. Nice, it'll serve as a warning that we're rebuilding the 7 swordsmen once more. Any word on the missing blades? Kisame still has Samahata and we're not entirely certain where the Kiba swords are. Mei admitted with a sigh. I'm sure we'll get them back to our land someday. Ao said from where he was standing behind Mei. Did he just say he'd find me a husband some way? Mei thought in a sudden rage. Ao, shut up or I'll kill you. Ao blinked, uncertain as to what had set the Mizukage off this time. Oh, one thing about one of Konoha's genin. Zabuza added. They have an independent genin who's the son of the yondaime and knows the Hayashi. Oh. Mei purred. Tell me more. Does he look anything like his father? He looks almost exactly like a younger yondaime, but with whisker marks on his cheeks. Zabuza trailed off as he looked suspiciously at Mei. Mei, why are you blushing? The Hayashi. Orochimaru gloated as he leafed through the report in front of him. And used by the son of my old teammate's apprentice, how very tempting. Indeed, my lord. The glasses-wearing spy said smoothly. However, may I direct your attention to page 7? Orochimaru turned over 2 pages and frowned. Is this accurate? It's certainly a new use for that technique. Yes, my lord. Kabuto agreed. By combining Kage Bunshin with the Hayashi, Uzumaki can transport reinforcements to wherever he wants, so long as one of the yondaime's kunai is there. And we can be certain that he is ordering even more kunai. Orochimaru mused, which means that if we can find one, we may be able to use it to capture him. I shall put that near the top of my list of priorities, my lord. Orochimaru nodded and leafed through another page. I see that young Sasuke has activated his Sharingan. Wonderful. He will make a splendid future host for myself, assuming that he is strong enough. Perhaps you can watch him during the Chunin exams? Kabuto suggested. I mean, assuming that you have no other plans for the occasion that would interfere. Well, I am planning to attack Konoha and raze it to the ground, Orochimaru mused, but that can wait until I've seen Sasuke fight. As you wish, Lord Orochimaru. Yes, as I wish. Orochimaru confirmed. Soon, I will have the Sharingan and the one who wields it in my power. Koha. Tazuna said as he read the missive that had been delivered. Father? Tsunami asked as she handed him a cup of tea. An official invitation to the 3rd stage of the Chunin exams in just under 3 months, with the Yamanaka clan volunteering to act as our hosts while we're there. Tazuna said, passing the message across for Tsunami to read. Well, Tsunami finally said. I'm sure that Inari'll be overjoyed to see Ino again. Even if the other lads are teasing him about having an older girlfriend. Tazuna chuckled. Yeah, but the blonde girl really did help him out of his ongoing grump, didn't she? You know, I don't know if I ever gave her anything as a thank you. I'll pick up something for her from the market. Tsunami smiled. Before they came, we didn't have a market thanks to Gato, but now, it's bigger than ever. And that's despite the bridge tolls. Tazuna smirked. It ought to finish paying us back within 10 years, even with Konoha's cut taken into account. How much are the tolls, anyway? Tsunami asked. I heard someone mention 10%, half that, actually, split equally between Wave and Leaf. Tazuna corrected. Low enough that the traders don't mind paying, especially with the security that the permanent outposts the Konoha ninja have provides. Tsunami nodded. Well, I'll head there sometime next week to choose a gift. A gift? For who? And why? Inari asked from the door. You know, Tazuna mused, if you head in early, you could see if there's any more business for us. I was about to send a message to the Hokage anyway. Tsunami nodded with a smile. What are you talking about? Inari asked curiously. Hiruzen stood atop his tower and looked up as the familiar shape of Inoki descended, flanked by a single bodyguard. Welcome to Konoha, Hiruzen said as Inoki touched down. Let's not waste any time. Inoki growled. I'm here for my granddaughter and the 8 idiots with her. You have them? Hiruzen made a hand sign and 9 scrolls were slapped onto the roof, unrolled and unsealed. Inoki stared at the unconscious forms, then nodded. Seal them back up, I'll take them back to IWA with me. Here's the ransom for them and I'll tell them that if they ever set foot in Konoha again, I'll be very displeased with them. Inoki's bodyguard lumbered forwards and presented a scroll to Hiruzen. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Perhaps we can do this again someday. Hiruzen smiled as he passed the scroll to one of his ANBU and Inoki growled. Can the pleasantries, Hiruzen, we both know I'm too old for them. Inoki grated. So, you have a new yellow flash, I hear. You realize that I'll be sending a team or 2 to your next Chunin exams so I can get a better look at him, right? Not any of these morons, though. Interesting how a mere genin can take up so much of your attention. Hiruzen countered and Inoki snorted in brief, bitter laughter. Well, we're done here. Akatsuchi, you got the idiots? The bodyguard nodded as he clumped back to Inoki's side, then the duo rose into the sky. Hiruzen watched them go with a wry smile on his face. Even when you're doing something else, you still somehow manage to shake things up, don't you, Naruto? He mused. My apprentice to be causing issues? A new voice queried and Hiruzen turned to see a familiar figure lounging on the railing. About time you got back. He growled and the new arrival waved a dismissive hand. Meh, I was doing some research, that's all. Vital research. You mean peeping on the onsens in the neighboring villages, Jiraiya? Hiruzen retorted. Only doing what my teacher taught me to do, sensei. Jiraiya shot back, then he dropped off the railing and walked over to where the Hokage was standing. So, while I was doing some research, I found this. Jiraiya said, handing over a small booklet. Looks like someone is making a name for himself. Hiruzen opened the book and leafed to the page indicated by the ribbon. Golden Flash Uzumaki. He read, raising an eyebrow. Well, it looks like my favorite orphan now has 2 nicknames. So he does know the Hiraishin? My old student's technique? Sort of. Hiruzen sighed. He knows the Hokage guard's version and does it with Kage Bunshin. He isn't able to do the full version yet. Still damn impressive. Jiraiya admitted. I assume you want me to help him with the other one now? Yes. Hiruzen stated, then he paused. Well, once he finishes learning how to open his first 2 gates, that is. What? Jiraiya gasped. Why the hell does he need to learn that? Because someday, I will want to teach him as well. Hiruzen replied, leaving Jiraiya staring at him in confusion. Chapter 19. Education of a genin. You summoned me, Hokage-sama? Naruto said as he entered the office and Hiruzen nodded. I did. I hear that you've finally learned to open the first 2 gates. Naruto nodded, looking proud. I have, although according to Gai-sensei, the first 3 gates are easier if you have naturally large chakra reserves, while the rest are far more difficult. It still took me over a month to learn, though. My usual learning technique doesn't really go well with using the gates. I wouldn't know. The white-haired man in the corner of the office noted. I was skilled enough not to need it, then I learned something better. Naruto turned to face the second man, noting the red lines reaching down from his eyes and his unusual mode of dress. Jiraiya of the Sannin, I presume? Damn, sensei, he's fast. Jiraiya laughed, then he started a kabuki-style dance. Yep, I'm the man that all women want to love and all men would love to be. I'm the master of senjutsu and the summoner of toads. I am Jiraiya. Gigi, this man's crazier than Anko. No, wait. When did you meet Anko? Hiruzen asked, distracted by the comment. Ran into her on one of my missions, literally. Naruto sighed. I thought I was addicted to ramen, but my love of it's nothing compared to that crazy woman's worship of dango, and when the impact caused 2 sticks of it to hit the ground, Naruto gave a shudder, then grinned. On the other hand, that was the best escape and evasion lesson I've ever had. I actually had to use my special escape technique. You mean Hiration? Jiraiya noted. What? I taught the yondaime, I knew his techniques. You taught Dad? Naruto asked and Jiraiya's jaw dropped. Damn it, sensei. I thought the plan was to wait until he was 16 or Chunin before telling him. You know, security and all that? He worked it out himself. Hiruzen sighed. Now, Naruto, according to the original plan, I'd temporarily reassign you to learn from Jiraiya, but as an independent genin, the rules are slightly different. Since you need to earn your way, things get more complicated. Naruto nodded, his expression showing his interest. As such, I'm assigning you to learn from Jiraiya in the afternoons. This gives you the mornings to do missions, and I'll also arrange for you to receive low D rank pay to offset any costs caused by Jiraiya's lessons as you learn your father's other technique. The Rasengan. Naruto breathed and Jiraiya smirked as he held up a hand in which a sparkling sphere of chakra spun. Yep. Your father's legacy. Naruto frowned. I'm going to need help for this. Can I decide who else can learn this, since it was my dad who created it? I guess so, Jiraiya said slowly. Who did you have in mind, and why? Hello, Karini-san. Naruto called and the tall dark-haired woman turned to see her favorite non-team genin approaching with a figure behind him that she recognized only too well and, if his paling face was any indication, remembered her. I hope I'm not interrupting, but I thought you'd be almost finished by now. Naruto smiled and Karini nodded. My team are just doing their cooldowns now, she said, then she paused as Kiba dashed past her. Naruto! I did it! He shouted. I got myself a den for me and Akamaru. Sure, it's only a single-room apartment with a loo and shower in the corner and a small kitchen counter, but it's mine and it's all thanks to you helping catch those people and bring them back. I got over 50,000 Ryo, and even with the clan's cut, that was still enough for me to get my den outright. Now you need to spend extra time keeping it all clean, though. Naruto pointed out and Kiba sagged. Yeah, I hadn't actually realized how much effort that is. But still, my own den. Who? Kiba bounced off and Karini shook her head in fond exasperation. Just when I think I'm getting him calmed down. She sighed, then she turned her attention to Naruto's companion. Jiraiya. Karini-san. Jiraiya said formally, earning a confused stare from Naruto. What? What did she do to you to make you treat her like that? Naruto asked and Jiraiya flinched. Don't ask. Karini smirked at the Toad Sage's discomfort before turning her attention back to Naruto. So, how may I help you? Well, Jiraiya's going to be trying to teach me a trick he learned from the yondaime, but it's one that I need an extra set of eyes for. And since I plan on letting Hinata-chan learn any of my techniques that she wants, I thought I'd start now and ask for her help on this. What technique is it? Karini asked curiously and Jiraiya held up an orb of spinning chakra. The Rasengan. Jiraiya nodded as Hinata approached, her dojutsu active. It's beautiful, she whispered. Naruto-kun, I'll help you however I can. Jiraiya grinned lopsidedly and sighed as he allowed the orb to dissipate. Jiraiya, Karini said warningly and the older man flinched away. I didn't even say anything. Kid, meet you at your dad's place. He yelped as he ran away. What did you do to him? Naruto asked again. Let's just say that it involved a little genjutsu of mine. Karini smirked. If you want details? If you don't mind, Karini-sensei. Hinata demurred. Guy and Kakashi, in swimming trunks, doing a sunset of youth. Both teens flinched at the mental image and Karini laughed. Hinata, you're excused. Go help Naruto learn an awesome jutsu. Thanks, Karini-san. Thank you, Karini-sensei. Jiraiya looked up from where he was scribbling notes while sprawled across one of the sofas as a flash of light illuminated the house, fading out to reveal Hinata surrounded by a trio of Narutos. Nice, kid. Jiraiya said as he stuffed the notebook back into a pocket and straightened up from his sprawl. Naruto looked at him with a frown even as the other two clones moved to the kitchen area. I'm quite certain that I locked the door. Jiraiya held up a key. Given to me by the yondaime. Since this was one of his houses, yeah, I can see why Dad would give you his key. Naruto nodded and Jiraiya raised an eyebrow at Hinata. Not surprised by that revelation? Hinata blinked, then her eyes opened wide as she gaped comically at Naruto. Whoa! You called the yondaime, Dad? You're his son? You're having the great pervert teach you? That's super pervert. Jiraiya corrected petulantly and both Hinata and Naruto started laughing at her overacting. I guess you already know. Since the day we got engaged. Naruto confirmed as a clone walked over with 3 cups of tea on a tray. The clone waited until Hinata was seated, then offered the tray first to her, then to Jiraiya before Naruto accepted the 3rd cup. Nice tea. Jiraiya noted after taking a sip, then he leaned forwards. So, engaged to a Hyuga, huh? I've heard about the secret Hyuga bloodline and you are a very lucky young man. Both Naruto and Hinata glared at him, refusing to take the verbal bait. Fine, to business then. Unlike most jutsu, the Rasengan is pure chakra manipulation. Jiraiya said before he took another sip. Wow, this is good tea. Anyway, pure chakra manipulation. It requires a large amount of control to achieve and it looks like this. The now familiar spinning sphere formed in Jiraiya's free hand. According to your father, it should be possible to combine a Rasengan with elemental chakra to create an even more destructive attack. Jiraiya continued. Your father was working on it, but keeping a Rasengan stable while adding an elemental edge to it is not a trivial exercise. He ended up in hospital several times after it exploded on him. Mental note. Naruto half-whispered. All Rasengan experiments are to be carried out by Kage Bunshin. I wouldn't be happy if you did something that put you in hospital. Hinata confirmed as Jiraiya drained the rest of his tea. So, finish up and meet me outside for your training. He said as he rose from the sofa and walked to the door, deterring to hand his cup to the clone in the kitchen area. Over here! Jiraiya called as the duo emerged. So, you ready? I'm sure the Hyuga girl, her name's Hinata. Naruto interjected and Jiraiya nodded with a smile. Okay. I'm sure Hinata-san will have an advantage, given that she can see chakra flows. Naruto and Hinata exchanged glances, then he enfolded her in a hug. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The resulting cloud of smoke cleared to reveal 5 Narutos and 5 Hinatas. Ha, nice trick. Jiraiya said as he held up one hand and all 5 Hinatas activated their Byakugan. Now, this is how it looks. A sphere briefly formed on his hand, then he held up a water balloon in his other hand. And this is the exercise for the first stage. The balloon rippled, bulged, and then popped. I've put a load of water balloons in that box there. Jiraiya said, pointing to a small wooden crate by the front door. Come and get me once you've got it down. Jiraiya ran off and Naruto sat down, letting Hinata lean against him. All right. He called. All Hinata clones and 2 of mine to spell one at a time, let's see exactly what he did. Hinata gave him a look before her clones dispelled and both of them absorbed the memories of how the chakra flowed into and through the water balloon. Naruto-kun, she asked as her mind settled from the informational influx. Why did you only dispel half your clones? Naruto smiled. I'll show you soon. For now, will you help me make some more clones for practice? Hinata nodded and when she felt Naruto's chakra flow through her, she pushed some of her own into it so that the memories from his clones would also return to her. Okay. Naruto smiled as he released her from the hug. Original 2, with me. Everyone else, we've seen how it's done, let's practice. Hinata, I'm sorry for not thinking of doing this for you earlier. As Hinata blinked in confusion, Naruto formed up with the two original clones and they vanished in a flash of light. Naruto-kun? Boo-hoo hee-hee-hee. Jiraiya giggled as he scribbled in his notebook between peeping at the forms visible in the light haze of steam above the women's onsen. Boo-hoo, yes! His mutterings halted as he sensed two people just behind him, then with a double popping noise, two waves of water showered down on him, drenching his notebook. My research! He whimpered, then he turned to see Naruto and Hinata smirking at him, scraps of rubber held in their right hands. Already? It's only been a couple of hours. Hinata activated her Byakugan briefly and Jiraiya looked at Naruto. That explains the princess, but how did you get it so fast? Kage Bunshin memory sharing with Hinata Heim. Naruto grinned. When we make Kage Bunshin together, Hinata puts some of her chakra into mine and when the clones dispel, she gets the memories as well. Why are you sniggering? I bet that Kage Bunshin aren't the only thing you'd like to make with Hinata. Jiraiya snorted. We cook as well. Naruto said even as Hinata blushed furiously. I've been taking lessons from Tsuchi-san in how to cook and I'm getting pretty good at it. Jiraiya stared at him in shock, then he shook his head in disbelief. You have no idea what I'm trying to imply, have you? Is this a pervert thing? Naruto asked suspiciously and Jiraiya sighed. Look, your next lesson will be tomorrow at the same time. Now scram and recover. Naruto nodded and a single clone formed beside him. The three of them stood in a triangle, their hands touching, then they vanished in a flash of light. He taught her the Hiraishin? Jiraiya gasped. And that quickly? What was that light? Jiraiya spun back to face the fence of the onsen as a dozen kunoichi leapt on the top of the wall, one of them scarily familiar. Jiraiya! Karini shouted, her fingers already going through a sequence of hand seals that Jiraiya recognized. Oh hell! He yelped, not the yaoi genjutsu. Time to ruin. Jiraiya sped off as fast as he could, hoping to escape the wrath of the genjutsu mistress through sheer speed that almost matched that which his student was famed for. Chapter 20. Practice of a genin. Jiraiya looked up as Naruto, Hinata and one of Naruto's clones flashed into existence. Hey, Ero Sinin! Naruto called and Jiraiya bit back a groan. We're ready for lesson 2. Just show me the first lesson. Both hands. One at a time, then together. Jiraiya said, handing over some water balloons and both genins stared at him. We haven't practiced that. Naruto finally admitted and Jiraiya shrugged. Then until you get it done, I won't teach you the next stage. He said, pulling out a scroll and unsealing the familiar box of balloons. Get practicing. Naruto sighed and turned to Hinata, who responded by hugging him as he created the by now familiar clones. Jiraiya smirked and turned to stroll away. I'll be back tomorrow, show me then. He called over his shoulder. You just want to peep at the hot springs. Naruto yelled at the Sannin and laughter was his only answer as Jiraiya vanished in a swirl of leaves. Damn it. Naruto groaned. All right, 2 of my clones prepare some snacks to tide us over, the rest of us, let's start practicing. Kakashi. Jiraiya said in greeting as he strolled onto training ground 7. Jiraiya-san. Kakashi nodded back. Been training Naruto? And his girlfriend. Jiraiya confirmed. Hyuga Hinata. You know that she and Naruto can share memories? She used her Byakugan to examine first stage of the Rasengan, then gave Naruto the memories of what it looked like. They managed to get the basic form in under 5 hours. I've left them learning how to do it with either hand, or both at the same time. Kakashi nodded, then turned to look at the trio of bruised and battered genin who were approaching. Tora captured. Sasuke ground out as he rubbed at the thick bands on his wrists. Bloody demon spawn. I got to use the mystical palm technique on them. Sakura smiled crookedly. I'm getting good at that, probably a good thing with Ino learning how to use poisons. Very good. Remind me to give you some scrolls on analyzing poisons and synthesizing antidotes. Kakashi smiled. I'd like you to meet the sensei of my sensei, Jiraiya of the Sannin. Jiraiya smiled at them and Tobio gaped in recognition. You're the one who writes the books Kakashi-sensei reads. What? Sakura snarled, her fists clenching. You write that smut? Die! Jiraiya blinked in surprise, just long enough for Sakura to deliver an uppercut that launched him high into the air. As he vanished over the trees, Kakashi gave his female genin a wary look as he covertly pocketed his book. He deserved it. Sakura said defensively. Not only is it smut, it's badly written smut. How do you know that? Tobio asked and Sakura blushed. Bloody hell. Jiraiya groaned as he pulled himself out of his landing crater. Girl hits almost as hard as Tsunade Haim did at that age. Standing up, he brushed the dirt off his clothes, then glanced in the direction of the distant training field. Wonder what would happen if she trained under Tsunade Haim? He mused to himself, then he shook his head. Nah, she said she wasn't coming back. Thank the Camus. I don't want to know how scary she would be if Tsunade Haim trained her. Hayashi appeared in the middle of the living area in a flash of light and his gaze snapped across to where Naruto and Hinata were slumped on the couch, Hinata resting her head on Naruto's shoulder while his cheek rested on her head. They collapsed after they spent all day working on the first stage exercise. The clone washing the dishes reported. I sent 3 clones to bring you here, they obviously decided that speed was of the essence. They did. Hayashi agreed as he looked round. Are you the only clone left? Yep, and I've only got enough chakra for maybe another half hour or so. The clone replied. I don't know about you, but I wouldn't trust boss with the Hiraishin when he's this tired. Hayashi nodded, then walked up the stairs, vanishing into the bedroom area for a moment before reappearing. Why the large bed? Boss dad's. The clone shrugged. Boss didn't see the need to replace it, just buy some new sheets and a mattress for the frame. Hayashi nodded as he descended and walked over to the sleeping duo. Is there a spare futon? Yep, several. The clone said. In fact, that sofa and the other 2 are futons. So, the princess gets the bed and boss gets a futon? I'll set it up now. One of the ones that Naruto is not on at the moment. Hayashi said as he carefully disentangled his daughter from Naruto's gentle hug and picked her up. I see no reason to disturb him more than is absolutely required. The clone said about extending the couch against the front wall into a bed as Hayashi carried his daughter up the stairs and carefully placed her on the near side of the bed, facing away from the stairs. Pausing to give her a smile that he would never show in the Hyuga compound, where quite literally anyone could be watching and someone almost always was, he descended to the ground floor just in time to see the clone finish laying the sheets on the downstairs bed. You may dispel. Hayashi said, and the clone vanished in a cloud of smoke. Hayashi stepped forwards and gently scooped Naruto up, then paused with a mischievous smirk on his face. A knock on the door roused Hayashi from his slumber and he rose from his bed, mentally cursing whoever had interrupted his pleasant dreams at what seemed to be barely past the crack of dawn. Silently padding to the door, Hayashi flung it open silently and glared at the person on the other side, a glare which almost instantly changed to surprised recognition. Hayashi Dano. Mariboshi Kosuke smiled with a formal bow. Kosuke-sama. Hayashi responded with an equally formal bow of respect. I am surprised to see the eternal genin deigning to visit the house of my daughter's betrothed. I had a free day and confirmed that my Kohai was also free, so I thought I would aid in his training. Kosuke smiled, then his gaze sharpened. But you already know who his parents were, do you not? I do. Hayashi said, keeping his voice low, and Kosuke smiled. Then may I suggest that we share a cup of tea? I have with me a most excellent morning blend, the aroma of which should persuade my Kohai and your daughter to awaken and join us. Hayashi nodded and stepped back, waving for Kosuke to enter Naruto's house. A pleasant aroma drifting through the air teased at Hinata's nose, and she clutched tighter at her nice, warm pillow as her mind wavered between the comfort of sleep and waking up to discover what that smell was. Her pillow let out a small, sleepy grumble and Hinata's eyes flew open as she realized that it wasn't a pillow she was hugging, but Naruto. Releasing her grip on him, Hinata sat up and looked around in surprise, then down at Naruto, who was lying facing away from her, but even from that angle she could see the small smile on his face. The murmur of conversation caught her attention and she slipped out of bed, noting that she was still clad in her clothes from yesterday, and crept to peer around the chimney, carefully avoiding knocking anything off the shelves. Her father sat in the dining area and talking to an older man that Hinata vaguely recognized, glanced up, then pointed at the kitchen area. Hinata moved to the top of the stairs and blinked at the sight of 2 steaming mugs of tea on the counter. Naruto? Naruto? The combination of the delightful aroma, the motion of someone shaking his shoulder, and his name being called were enough to wake Naruto up. Yawning, he sat up and stretched, then looked round in confusion. "Did I sleepwalk?" he asked in befuddlement. "Last thing I remember is from one of my clones who set up a futon for me to sleep in." "I don't know," Hinata half whispered. "But my father is downstairs with another person. And they have cups of tea waiting for us." Naruto let himself be chivied out of bed and over to the stairs, where he stopped. "Kosuke-senpai?" "Naruto Kohai." The old man smiled back. "Hinata-sama. Good morning. I brewed some tea. Please, come and join us. I hope you don't mind the unexpected visit. Senpai, you are always welcome here." Naruto smiled as he descended the stairs and scooped up one of the mugs. The Sunrise Ascendant Blend. Hinata took a sip of her own mug and blinked at the complex weaving of hints of fruit and spice that somehow enhanced the flavor of the tea itself. "Hayashi-sama." Naruto continued. "I did not wake up where I expected to. Yet you were exactly where I knew you were." Hayashi replied, and Hinata caught the tiny creasing at the corners of his eyes that showed he was amused. "These futons are very comfortable both as seats and as beds. May I ask where you procured them?" I think it was Sasada's furniture supplies," Naruto said as he sat on the chair facing Hayashi and Hinata slid in beside him. He was doing a 3-for-2 offer at the time. Hayashi pulled out a small notebook, made a notation in it, and then tucked it back in his kimono. "Hey, I smell something amazing," Jiraiya called as he opened the door and stepped inside. "Is there any Hayashi?" "Jiraiya," Hayashi stated, then he briefly activated his Byakugan. "I trust that you are behaving honorably around my daughter." Jiraiya nodded almost frantically. "Of course I am. It's not like she's 16 yet." Jiraiya trailed off as he suddenly recognized the other figure who was smirking at him. "You haven't changed, have you, Jiraiya-kun?" Jiraiya stared at him for a long moment, then sighed. "I've obviously missed something." "Hello, Kosuke-senpai. What's going on?" "Nothing of any real note," Hayashi said as Kosuke poured out a 5th cup of tea and passed it to the toad sage. With malicious timing, Hayashi waited until Jiraiya took a sip before continuing. "Although Naruto was sleeping with my daughter last night, the resulting spray was quite spectacular. As was Hinata's almost luminescent blush." "Hinata, what's your dad talking about?" Naruto asked in befuddlement. "Do not worry." Hayashi smirked. "And apropos of nothing, I believe that once I finish this excellent tea, it will be time to see if you can use that tag you gave me. So, since I had today free and heard that you did as well, I thought I'd pop over to see how you were doing in your dad's old house and maybe give you some help with training." Kosuke explained as he handed his now empty cup to one of Naruto's clones to take back inside, and Jiraiya gave him a fulminating look. "How many people know that damn secret? Inside Konoha, I mean." Me obviously," Naruto said. "Kosuke-senpai, Hinata Haim, Hayashi Dano, Hiruzen Gigi, you anyone else?" "I think Ko-san might," Hinata said thoughtfully. "He seems far more accepting of you than he used to be. Never mind, it can wait." Jiraiya sighed. "So, show me what you okay, I'm pretty damn impressed." Hinata smiled shyly as she shook her hands to dry them, the shreds of rubber that had once been 2 water balloons fluttering down to the ground. Beside her, Naruto simply held up the rubber fragments. "Okay, you done good," Jiraiya admitted. Now, get those clones of yours ready to watch, because at this rate, you'll have finished by tomorrow. As Hinata and Naruto went through their usual clone creation routine, Jiraiya unsealed a new box. Okay, he said, holding up a rubber ball. Same basic thing, only more power. Watch closely and like this. The ball shredded in his hand, ripped apart from the inside, and several of the Hinatas nodded in understanding. Grab the balls and get to work, Jiraiya said, then he paused as Kosuke tapped him on the shoulder. Senpai? It has been a while since you and I have sparred, and I seem to have the day free, Kosuke said with a smile that seemed slightly sinister. And apropos of nothing, my granddaughter mentioned hearing giggling yesterday at the onsen. Jiraiya went so white that the red lines below his eyes seemed almost to hover above his face. A single spar? He croaked, and Kosuke's smile turned feral. No, Jiraiya. I think she mentioned hearing the giggles at least half a dozen times. Jiraiya managed to pale even further. Hayashi stood at the front gate, one eyebrow slightly raised as the figure carrying his daughter approached. Kosuke-san, Hayashi said in greeting. Hayashi-sama, Kosuke replied. Please forgive the apparent lack of respect, but I fear that if I bow a glance at Hinata's sleeping form, her head cradled against Kosuke's shoulder, was enough to finish the sentence, and Hayashi motioned for Kosuke to enter before gently lifting Hinata out of the old genin's arms. Takuma, please escort Kosuke-san to my study and have the kitchen send some tea, the good tea. Kosuke-san, I thank you for returning my daughter and ask that once I place her in her bed, you allow me to be your host. It would be an honor, Hayashi Dano, Kosuke said with a bow. Oh. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow at the sight of a bruised, beaten and battered Jiraiya landing on the floor after painfully hauling himself in through the window. Kosuke has a granddaughter, Jiraiya stated, and Hiruzen nodded slowly, connecting the simple statement with what he knew of his old student and the eternal genin's approach to those who threatened, or simply annoyed, those he called family. I'll summon a genin for you. Chapter 21. Duties of a genin. Feels like it's been almost years since I was last doing the wall, Naruto mused as he ambled along, eyes constantly scanning the surrounding forest. It has been a little while, but wall patrol is one of the few D ranks that you can always count on, Kosuke agreed. Have you been approached regarding the upcoming Chunin exams? Naruto blinked. The what? I've heard of them, but not what they are. The Chunin exams, Kosuke repeated, are where the elite genin teams compete against each other for promotion, showing off the attributes that mark them as future team leaders. I wonder if I could enter, Naruto mused. I mean, with my clones, I'm a team if not a task force by myself. It's only for those who are officially on teams, Kosuke said, and Naruto looked slightly downcast. For those of us who serve as normal genin, there's always mission promotion, such as how you became a genin in the first place. If you help with enough C-rank missions, you'll be considered for promotion. B-rank missions are also good. An S-rank mission almost guarantees promotion if successful, but being caught up in one means that something has gone seriously wrong. Like Wave, Naruto nodded. That started out as a C rank, but I think it was a rank near the end with those IWA-9. High B rank, certainly, Kosuke nodded. It cost IWA a great deal to get their shinobi back. For several minutes, they proceeded in silence, then Naruto spoke. So, since I'm not on a team, why would I be approached for the exams? Security, Kosuke said in explanation. How many places can you be at once? And you can have a dozen clones ready to transport a fast reaction ANBU squad to wherever it's needed. Naruto nodded in understanding, then he smirked. Thought of something? Kosuke asked curiously. When I use my clones to transport someone, it looks like they've learned Dad's version at the other end. Kosuke pondered Naruto's words for a moment, then he smiled as well. You may want to suggest it to Ibiki as a way for him to make his entrance, he said. Having the genin taking part, thinking that the leader of TNI is of the same level as the yondaime will really increase the stress on them, and if they can't cope with that, they aren't ready to be Chunin. Naruto grinned evilly. Good morning. Karini smiled at her genin team. As you have probably heard, the Chunin exams are going to happen next month, and given how much training you've done with Naruto's help, I believe that you are ready to experience just what a Chunin exam is like. Cool. Kiba perked up. So we're gonna get a chance to be promoted? Yes and no. Karini allowed. It is very rare for a genin to be promoted on their first Chunin exam since the examiners look for more things than simply passing the various tests. In addition, the tests themselves can be dangerous. All of you have seen combat, so you should be able to cope, but deaths in Chunin exams are unfortunately fairly common. I can't remember a single Chunin exam where someone didn't die. The trio stared at her in near shock and Karini shrugged. As shinobi, we need to be prepared to face death. Karini continued. I'm not saying that there's a high chance of you dying. Your experience will help you to overcome almost anything you are likely to encounter, but even a stray kunai has been known to kill a jonin. On the other hand, participating in a Chunin exam will help you towards progressing up the ranks. Even if you fail, so long as you demonstrate at least some of what the examiners want, it will be noted in your file and you will be more likely to pass the next time. The reason I'm telling you about this now, rather than closer to the exams, is so that you can decide for yourselves whether you think that you are ready or not. I don't want an answer today. We'll wait a full week for you to make your decisions so that you can consider it carefully. I'd advise asking your clans about what Chunin exams are like and whether or not they think that you are ready for them. In the end, though, the decision is yours and only yours. Karini waited for several moments as all three genin thought through her words, then she motioned for them to follow her. For now, though, we need to pick up another D rank. She remarked. Not Tora. Kiba yelped. I'll see if there are any non-Tora missions. Karini chuckled and Kiba heaved a huge sigh of relief. And that's done. Kosuke said as the duo descended from the top of the wall. Just claim the payment from the guard post and we're finished for the day. And I can take over. A new voice said, causing Kosuke and Naruto to look at the new arrival. Jiraiya-san. Kosuke said in a tone that was both respectful and somehow warning. Kosuke-san. Jiraiya responded with a respectful nod. Hey, weren't you calling him senpai yesterday? Naruto asked in confusion. Yeah. Long story. Jiraiya said with an embarrassed shrug as he walked over with a slight limp. So, if we collect your fiancée once she's finished her task, I can get you started on the third stage. Sure. Naruto said as he raised his hands to form the cross seal, then he paused. Senpai, do you want to come? Thank you, but I'm heading home to be with my grandchildren this afternoon. Kosuke smiled, ruffling Naruto's hair and earning a mock scowl in return. I'd suggest sending a clone to pick up the payment. Good idea! Naruto chirped as 3 clones appeared in a burst of smoke. Thanks for helping me understand better, senpai. What? Jiraiya asked as Naruto and 2 of the clones surrounded him. What did he help you? And Kosuke smiled with amusement as a flash of golden light cut off Jiraiya's question. And since I believe Hinata has special training, team training for today is done. Karini smiled. Kiba, Shino, if either of you want any help with things you wish to improve, simply stay and tell me what you need help with. As for you, Hinata, I believe that your training partner should be here very soon. Stand better? Jiraiya finished as he appeared in a flash of golden light. Oh. Good afternoon, Karini-san. Jiraiya-sama. Karini said coolly and Jiraiya held up his hands in a defensive pose. No need to get angry. I'm not doing any more research until I leave Konoha. Promise. Karini blinked at the declaration even as the trio of Narutos moved to greet her team. But why? Kosuke senpai made some very forceful arguments. He had some cutting comments and made several distinct points. Jiraiya said with a shudder of memory. Karini blinked again, trying to come to terms with what the statement implied. Okay. Thank you for the training, Karini-sensei. Hinata said with a bow. I look forwards to tomorrow's training. What are you learning? Kiba asked curiously. It's a clan jutsu. One of the 3 Narutos provided. Sorry. Hinata smiled as she took position to the left of Jiraiya, joining hands with two of the Narutos, then they vanished in another burst of golden light, leaving one Naruto behind. Clone, he said by way of explanation. Boss asked me to stay behind for a moment in case you needed anything. That's very generous. Karini finally admitted, her eyes still on the space where Hinata had been standing. Did Hinata really just? Yep. The clone nodded. She did. Learned it in under 2 hours. We think it's because she's got so used to sharing boss memories. That is one heck of a teaching technique, Karini said as she shook her head in resigned amusement. Clan jutsu? The clone offered after a moment and Karini smiled. The third stage, Jiraiya said as he held up an inflated balloon. Hinata activated her dojutsu and stared, as did her clones. Control, she whispered, and Jiraiya nodded as he held up a Rasengan in his other hand. As Hinata has realized, this part is all about holding the sphere steady. A single bit of loose chakra would be enough to shred the balloon, so you need to keep it as spherical as possible without actually touching the inside surface of the balloon. Do that memory thing and get started. Jiraiya pulsed the Rasengans in his hands so that the balloon shredded, then let the chakra spheres dissipate. Naruto, get it right and we'll see about summons next. Hinata, sorry, but I don't think you have enough yet to do a summoning technique. It takes quite a bit of chakra. I'm working on expanding my chakra reserves. Hinata smiled as her first clone dispelled. I hope to be able to use the Kage Bunshin myself within a year. Jiraiya gave her a proud smile. Good target. And once you manage to learn it, it'll open up a whole new range of techniques for you. What I have learned so far already has. Hinata smiled and Naruto gave her a confused look. I can curve my chakra and my strikes. It allows me to target up to 6 tenketsu in a single strike, although I can only do it from my hands at the moment. I'm still working on my feet and joints. Jiraiya's jaw dropped. Even Niji Nizan doesn't know how I do it. Hinata added, her eyes sparkling with suppressed mirth. Ni Theodis. Jiraiya smiled. Very nice. Naruto, I bet you're suddenly very happy not to be going up against her in the exams. Hey, Hinata can kick my ass anyway with her jukin. Naruto half protested, causing Hinata to blush. Why would she need to prove how awesome she is compared to me? Oh! Hinata lowered her hand. Naruto, stop that. Stop what? Putting yourself down. Jiraiya supplied. I've been talking to all the jonin and special jonin who've been helping to train you. Right now you're pretty much a solid chunin. Sensei's admitted that if you get another mission that goes up in rank like Wave did, especially since you knew when to call for backup, which is something many ninja never truly learn, you'll be granted the vest. Failing that, as long as you don't screw up, you'll be a chunin at 16 by the latest. Naruto grinned. Thanks, Ero Sanin. Damn it. Stop calling me that. Jiraiya growled. Look, just get practicing, okay? I have work to do. Hinata raised an eyebrow and Jiraiya shook his head. No, I said work, not research. Completely different. If you say so. Naruto replied, doubt filling his voice. I do, brat. Pervert. That's super pervert. Ow, Shikamaru moaned as Ino helped to bandage the wounds caused by the spray of Senbon that the shadow user had almost dodged. Oh, shut up, you baby. Ino snapped. I get worse than that whenever one of my traps misfires, and I'm still working on my poison resistance. You have it easy. Go easy on him, Ino. Asuma laughed as he ambled up. You all did good today. Thanks, sensei. Choji said as he handed another bandage to Ino, who gave him a nod of thanks. So, I've decided that you do indeed have a chance. Asuma said. The Chunin exams are only a month away. I've been holding off on offering you the chance to participate, but I think that you will be able to cope, seeing how much you have progressed since Wave. Ino grinned as she finished tying off the bandage around Shikamaru's arm. I heard that Karini has entered Team 8 as well. she noted. So, how much is because you believe in us, and how much is because you're trying to impress her enough to get her to jump your bones? Asuma coughed. I don't know what you're talking about, oh, please. Ino rolled her eyes. We all know that you've got the hots for her, and she thinks you've got a great ass. I guess it's okay for an old man, unlike your toy boy. Shikamaru said, somersaulting to avoid the senbon that Ino fired at him. Inari is not my toy boy. Ino ranted as she flung another dozen senbon at the frantically dodging Shikamaru before Asuma placed his hand on her shoulder. He isn't. I didn't even mention him, you just assumed that he was who I was talkwo. Shikamaru added, ducking back behind the tree as a trio of senbon whistled through the space he had been occupying. Anyway, Asuma said loudly to refocus their attention. I want you three to think about whether or not you want to go for this exam or if you would prefer to train more in order to have a greater advantage at the next one. I vote for this one, Choji said as he pocketed the scroll that held the now unneeded medical kit. I don't know where the next one is to be held, we'll have the home field advantage for this one. Ino gave her large teammate a look of respect. Damn, Choji, I didn't expect you to come up with that reasoning. She marveled and Choji blushed slightly. I have been trying to keep up with you, and Shika, he mumbled defensively. Chapter 22 Assignment of a Genin. Hey, Gigi. You asked for me? Naruto said in greeting as he entered the office, and Hiruzen smiled. I did, Naruto. As you know, the Chunin exam is happening in 3 weeks' time, and in about a week or so, the competitors from the other nations will start arriving. As such, I'm afraid it's an all-bodies-to-the-walls situation. All D ranks will be done by Dai. Naruto spun round and grabbed the surprisingly small intruder, hurling him against the wall even as 3 clones popped into existence. As the attacker rebounded, the clones closed in on him, then vanished in a flash of light. I think that was my grandson Hiruzen finally managed. Where did you send him? Training Ground 9. Naruto said with a wince. I kinda have an agreement with Guy, made after the wave mission. If I come across anyone who I deem to be a threat to Konoha, I either summon Guy and his team to help or, if I can, I send the threat to Guy for him to deal with. Your grandson? Konohamaru. Hiruzen said, moving his hands in a series of complex seals as he gazed into the crystal ball on his desk. I only hope that Hiruzen's voice faded as a scene formed in the ball, a scene focused on the young boy that Naruto had reflexively sent to confront one of the most lethal shinobi in Konoha. A boy who had been pinned to a target post via a dozen well-thrown kunai, pinning his coat, trousers and scarf so he couldn't move while Niji glared at him from barely 6 inches away, his Byakugan fully active. Naruto, I think I need to rescue him. Hiruzen sighed. If you would accompany me? Naruto nodded, summoning 2 more clones. Konohamaru would have been amazed that he hadn't emptied his bladder if he'd had a single instant to think of anything other than the horrifying situation that he was in. He'd snuck away from his tutor and tried to ambush his grandfather again, only to be intercepted by an orange blur that had caused the world to blink around him, dropping him on the ground just in time to be grabbed by a green blur and flung against a wooden post, impacting at the exact instant that a veritable blizzard of kunai pinned him, without drawing even a single drop of blood, and now he was staring in terror at a pair of blank eyes that seemed to be weighing him up and finding him to be less than worthless. Well, this is an interesting situation you've got yourself into. A gratifyingly familiar voice commented, and Konohamaru tried to tear his gaze away from the glaring eyes, but couldn't. Gramps? You can stop glaring at him now, Niji. Hiruzen chuckled and Konohamaru sighed in relief as the eyes turned away, letting him see that it had been an older teenaged boy who had been glaring at him and not the Shinigami as he had thought. 10-10, excellent work with the kunai. I think I'll reward you all by marking this as an impromptu D-rank mission. Gramps? Konohamaru whimpered and Hiruzen moved to stand in front of him, casting a measuring eye over him. Well, now you know why launching attacks like that is a bad idea. He smiled. I've upgraded my security. Naruto hid a smirk as Hiruzen started to unpin his grandson, then he felt a familiar presence by his shoulder. Sorry, Guy. Naruto offered. False alarm this time. I kinda reacted a bit too quickly. These things are known to happen. Guy agreed. However, my students coped admirably in restraining him without causing any injury. I am very proud of them. They will undoubtedly do well in the exam. I heard that Kakashi is thinking of entering his team. Hiruzen commented as he finished releasing Konohamaru. Karini and Asuma are letting their teams decide if they want to get experience of the exams while they have the home field advantage. Naruto offered. They've told their teams that it's extremely unlikely that they'll manage to be promoted this time, but if they do well, it'll be noted for next time. A wise decision, given the types of teams that they lead. Guy agreed with a nod. Both of them have teams who specialize in evasion and stealth, so the level of danger present will be lower as long as they take care. And your front line squad? Hiruzen prompted as he finished checking over Konohamaru for any injuries. Trained to overcome any enemy that they will encounter and to escape any that they cannot defeat. Guy proclaimed proudly. I believe in my team and their flames of youth. Scary Konohamaru shuddered as the light seemed to ting off Guy's grin. Naruto, I'll have one of my ANBU drop off the mission scroll I was going to give you while I take my grandson home. Hiruzen said as he turned to leave. You'll be using your clones, and I've had a box of tags brought out of storage for this. Naruto blinked in confusion. What was going on? Aowag. Crazy dango snake lady. The kunoichi in question stared at him for an instant before pointing back at Naruto. Aowag. Crazy orange ramen brat. You know, I've never had orange ramen before, Naruto mused, still pointing at Anko. Also brat? Brat. Anko confirmed with a wide grin. But a damned impressive one. I've never had a genin manage to lose me before. I cheated. Naruto shrugged, finally lowering his hand and patting the box sat on the table by his side. So, according to the mission scroll, I'm to help repair the special cameras in Area 44, during which time special tags will be placed between the mountings and the branches, since that's the one place that no one ever bothers to look. Anko opened the box and pulled out a bundle of tags. Her professional gaze scanned the complex seals written on it, then her eyes opened in shock. These are the reason that I was assigned to the job as well. Nemeshi Rado said from where he was leaning against the wall in a pose that looked like he was relaxed, but which let him unsheath his sword without problem if he deemed it necessary. Thanks to the brat's little trick, the three of us can now operate independently. Anko stared at the Tokubetsu Jonin in shock. Wait, you can do what the Yondaime did? No. Rado said with a head shake as he plucked the bundle of tags from Anko's hand. But I can do this. Hokage Bunshin appeared in a cloud of smoke and moved to flank their creator. I'll start from the tower and circle outwards. Rado said as he extended his hands to meet those of his clones. You start from the edge and spiral in. Naruto can get more tags for you whenever you run out. Before Anko could say anything, Rado and his clones vanished in a flash of light. Damn. Anko breathed in amazement. If the other villages find out about that, they'll totally freak. And you came up with that trick? I tend to use clones for loads of things. Naruto shrugged. It just worked. My clones can transport people, but without a real person to dampen the chakra fluctuations, they dispel on arrival. So, shall we get started? Anko nodded as Naruto pulled a new set of tags from the box. The cameras are located in strategic areas, she said as she led him out of the room. There's no way to cover the entire forest, the power requirements alone would cause the rest of Konoha to go dark, but we've put a camera on each of the primary choke points, the entry gates, the 10 biggest glades and a couple at various points of the river. Naruto listened carefully as he followed the kunoichi to where the first camera was mounted. Brat did good work today, Anko said as she took a sip of her sake. Too kind-hearted, though. Gonna have to look elsewhere for an apprentice. Rado lifted an eyebrow at her. You? Take an apprentice? Anko, given how you act, your hypothetical apprentice would probably do something like declare publicly that he or she was going to build a harem or something. Probably in the middle of a giant fight. Heh. Anko chuckled. As long as I was in position to see everyone's faces, it could be quite funny. I wonder if any of the brat's old classmates want extra tutoring? You could try the Uchiha, Reito said after several minutes' thought. Kakashi's doing better at training his team than I expected, but he's still late in the mornings. Give the other two something to do. I think I remember something about the Haruno girl taking up medical duties and traps, or was that the Yamanaka? Both, sort of. A new voice supplied as Inoichi sat down. My daughter's becoming quite the poison and trap mistress, while her friend Sakura is training herself to be a combat Irionin. I'd quite appreciate it if you didn't try to approach them in your crazy Anko persona, though. My little princess probably doesn't need the extra stress at this time. As the second stage proctor, I'm not allowed to anyway. Anko sighed. I delayed getting a minion for the chance to mentally screw over a bunch of brats. Well, mentally screw them in addition to what Ibiki's planning, anyway. Wait, poison and traps? How did your daughter get into those specialties? They're not normal Yamanaka branches. I think I heard you talking about the reason. Inoichi smirked and Anko's eyes widened. Wait, op force? He's quite a trap master himself, these days. Inoichi chuckled. He and Ino seem to have taken to testing each other's traps. It's getting quite dangerous to even knock on her door in the morning these days. Ino froze in the doorway and glared at the solitary chocolate placed in the exact center of her pillow. She knew that underneath the pillow would be a couple of sheets of paper detailing how Naruto had bypassed her traps, but for now, her attention was on the chocolate. Her favorite brand. How the hell had he found out? Even Sakura didn't know. Giving up, she stalked across to her bed and picked up the chocolate, unwrapping it and popping it into her mouth. Thus fortified, she reached under the pillow and pulled out the pages Naruto had left her. Maybe she could reverse engineer some of his techniques and then try to get him back. Sooner or later she was going to make it through his defenses without finding herself covered in fish guts, glued to the wall, hit with a liquid that partially dissolved her clothes, pinned to a giant magnet by her kunai pouch or anything else like that. And she'd laugh when she finally managed to catch him in that lemon and paperclip trap. Revenge would be so sweet. Sasuke sneezed and looked round suspiciously, activating his Sharingan to check that none of his fangirls had followed him home in order to peek through his window again. Kakashi blinked as he saw all three of his genin glaring at him. I'm sorry I'm late, he began, only for Sakura to clench her fists. Sensei, Sasuke began, taking the role of team leader, we would appreciate it if you would allow us to enter the Chunin exams. Although we have agreed that we are unlikely to get promoted this time round, undergoing the exam will help us work out which areas we need to improve the most. Kakashi beamed. Very good. That's what I like to see, teamwork. You've talked about it and made a decision which you then approached me about. I am so proud of you. I'll get the papers for you. Kakashi vanished in a swirl of leaves and Tobio sighed. Well, that's the next few hours without him again. So, should we try and find a jonin willing to train us for a bit? How about a sage? A voice asked just behind them, causing all three genin to jump in shock, spinning round to confront the new arrival. Jiraiya. Sakura half stated, half sighed. Yep, I have some time to kill and my other student is currently working with perhaps the only kunoichi in Konoha that I'm scared of. That genjutsu of hers, Jiraiya broke off with a shudder, then smiled down at the bemused teens. So, give me a quick overview of your roles so I can help you get better while we're waiting for Kashi-kun to return. Sakura burst into gales of laughter while Tobio snickered. Kashi-kun. Chapter 23. Arrivals at Konoha Kanahagakure. The leader of the group of four stated as the top of the wall came into view. Long trip. Grumbled the boy in the one-piece catsuit, only for him to be given a dope slap by the blonde girl walking beside him. Damn it, Temari. What was that for? You're always grumbling, Kankuro. Temari shot back. Can't you just shut up for once? Sensei, please tell her to stop hitting me. Kankuro whined. She's your sister, she's allowed to. Thanks, Baki-sensei. Temari chirped as Kankuro sulked. As the hut beside the gates came into view, Baki turned his head so that his single eye was gazing at the final member of the team, a red-headed youth carrying a huge gourd on his back. Gaara, remember your father's orders, he said, and the boy gave him a dead-eyed glare. Those bandits were the last people you're allowed to kill without orders. Until I tell you otherwise, keep that bloodlust of yours under control. Understood? Yes, Sensei. Baki stared at him for another long moment before giving a sharp nod. Good. Now, I want all three of you on your best behavior while we're here. We can't afford to get caught up in anything unplanned. The two taller genin nodded while Gaara just growled. Baki nodded again and increased his pace slightly, forcing the trio to follow. Let me do the talking. Gaara didn't bother to respond, but Baki nodded anyway and turned his attention to the duo behind the guard hat's desk. Good morning. Team Baki from Suna, here to participate in the Chunin exams. Konoha. Zabuza stated, shifting his sword slightly. It's not too late to pull out, but then I'd have to beat the cowardice out of you. I believe that my teammates would prefer to enter the exams, Zabuza-sama. Damn it, Haku. It's Zabuza-sensei these days, how many times must I tell you? At least once more, Zabuza-sama. Zabuza growled as he glanced back at the other two. Suigetsu was taking another swig out of his surprisingly small water bottle, and Zabuza felt a surge of satisfaction at having managed to get a seal-lined one that could hold almost 1,000 liters and slowly refill from atmospheric water, enough to let Suigetsu use all of the clan techniques he knew. Damn thing had been expensive, though. Chojuro was looking somewhat nervous, although the training that Zabuza had put him through had already made a considerable difference. The muscles on his arms showed their definition even through his sleeves, and he could fight for almost 2 hours, despite the weight of his sword. Zabuza-sama, I believe that it may be best if I deal with the guards. Haku demurred. We both know how much you dislike paperwork. Zabuza nodded. That one fireball jutsu he had learned, which had, ironically enough, been stolen from the Uchiha, had become infamous in Mist as the paperwork destroyer. Along with the fact that to Zabuza, 3 pieces of paper constituted too much paperwork and a reason to use the aforementioned jutsu. Fine. He growled. The faster we get in, the faster I can point out the son of the yondaime to you. If he's even a tenth as good as his dad, even I would be in trouble against him. So stay polite? Suigetsu queried. Then run like hell. Zabuza confirmed. Screaming like a little girl is optional. Zabuza mentally smirked at the expressions on the faces of the two genin, then turned back to Haku, who is no longer there. Thank you for your help, Shinobi-sama. Haku's voice said, and Zabuza half turned to see him at the gatehouse, accepting back the paperwork that Zabuza knew the genin hadn't been carrying earlier. Ha! Zabuza grunted as he checked his vest pocket and found it empty. He's getting damn good at that. Zabuza moved forwards, then froze as he saw just who was in the guardhouse. Oh. Fuck. The smaller of the two figures looked at Zabuza and waved. Hi! How did it go with the Mizukage? Pretty well. Zabuza managed. Just what the hell are you doing on gate duty? I'm a clone. The blonde laughed. Boss has several dozen more of us with the instant reaction platoon, so if you pop, the platoon will be here within seconds. Zabuza sighed. Fuck. You're getting even scarier than you were in Wave. Thanks. Wasn't a compliment. Zabuza grumbled as he stomped past the amused clone. So, should we be running yet? Suigetsu asked, earning a growl from his sensei. Akatsuchi lumbered forwards, grumbling under his breath and his normal cheerful disposition in abeyance. Sensei? Yes, Shimaru? You seem unhappy. Akatsuchi looked at the heavily armored stocky teen for a moment, then he nodded. We're headed for the village that managed to capture my cousin and the entire team she was leading, without any serious injuries on their side. The other two genin, twins Dori and Gura, simply looked at him curiously. The siblings were unusual in that they were archers, although Akatsuchi had gone out of his way to ensure that they were at least proficient in the other standard disciplines of an IWA shinobi. Too much specialization was generally a quick way to get promoted to Chunin and then, as the saying went, promoted to glory just as fast. Shimaru's skill with the Tetsubo matched the twins' archery almost perfectly, meaning that while they stayed back and sniped at the enemies, he would take advantage of their aiming skills and smash into the enemies, taking the few return blows on his steel armor. It was a technique that had worked so far. How? Shimaru asked in shock. I've seen her fight, how did she? One of the genin involved is a trap specialist. Another can use the Yondaime Hokage's Hiraishin to teleport reinforcements to where they're needed. Kuratsuchi and her unit went up against 2 jonin and 6 genin that they knew about and another jonin and 3 genin that they didn't. Since the unknowns were Madogai, the taijutsu specialist of Konoha and his team, yeah. Shimaru winced in sympathy. Once we get settled in, I'll walk you through the files. Akatsuchi added. The only good piece of news is that you won't be going up against the Hiraishin user. He's part of Konoha's genin pool and not on one of their teams. Sensei, what do you mean / that he isn't on a team? Just that. Akatsuchi stated. Konoha prefers to place its so-called elite genin in teams to train them up for command. This one, Naruto, was placed in the genin pool, which is where those who aren't seen as being outstanding end up and of which only a few get promoted out of. By the 1,000 Camus. Shimaru breathed. He can do the Hiraishin and they don't see him as outstanding? What the hell are we getting ourselves into here? Now you start to understand why I don't like this. Akatsuchi grunted. And why we got assigned / to the Tsuchiki's bodyguard. Please stop doing that. It's annoying. The twins smirked at each other and Akatsuchi grumbled under his breath about annoying genin and how irritating they could be. Team Reisher from the newly formed village hidden in the sound. Orochimaru said from behind his false face as he handed the paperwork over to one of the 2 Chunin behind the desk. The duo were a pair that he recognized on sight, although the last time he had seen them, they had been genin. My team are Abumizaku, Tsuchikin and genin leader Kinyuta Dosu. The trio of genin lined up behind him nodded to indicate which one of them was which as Higane Kotetsu leafed through the pages, his eyes darting between the pictures on the sheets and the genin of whom the pictures were of. Very well. He said slowly as his partner, Kamize Kazumo, pulled out 4 tags and passed them across the desk. Everything seems to be in order, so welcome to Konoha. Please remember that any violent acts by you or your team will be investigated and should you prove to be at fault, you will be asked to leave. I see that you have already arranged for accommodation for your time here, so all I can say is good luck and I hope you do well. Thank you. Orochimaru smiled. I have every trust in my team and I am certain that they will prove that Odogekure is a village worth taking notice of. I'm sure that Konoha will look on your progress with interest. Izumo responded diplomatically and Orochimaru waved for his genin to follow him through the gate. As they walked through the bustling streets of the hidden village, his genin played their roles perfectly, looking round curiously, but without either looking like they were seeking out tactical information for the upcoming invasion or looking like it was the first shinobi village they had ever been in, either of which could have caused certain complications for his plan. Our hotel should be that way, Orochimaru said, playing his own role as visiting jonin who had memorized the file his village had on Konoha. Tomorrow, I shall check in with the supervisors to get the details we still need for the exams. As the trio of genin nodded in acceptance of his words, Orochimaru caught a glimpse of an ANBU vanishing, having obviously overheard his comments. Konoha shinobi were just so predictable. Ino quickly hung up her newest top in her wardrobe as her father's voice echoed up the stairs. Pausing to close her weapons cabinet and thus prevent the sunlight from reaching and reducing the effectiveness of the poison Senbon, she quickly descended to find out what her father wanted. I'm your oof. A somehow familiar pair of arms wrapped around her as their owner glomped her, causing her to go from a near run to a staggering stop. Good afternoon, Ino. Tsunami smiled from the corner sofa where she and Yamanaka Ayaka were sipping tea. When Inari heard that I was undertaking a trip here to see if my father's company could help out at all, he wanted to come and say hello. Ino looked down at Inari, who had released her and was grinning up at her, then she glanced over at her father, who was trying, and failing, to hide his amusement. Hello, Inari. Ino finally said, smiling at the younger boy. Tsunami-san. How's your father? He's doing fine. Tsunami smiled. trying to plan his next project, but at the moment, all that really needs doing is simple house building for the new people moving into Wave. With the harbor rebuilt and new warehouses, the amount of trans-shipping and trade has really grown. Ino, since I need a few things from the market, could you and Inari-kun go get them for me? Ayaka asked, holding up a shopping list and nodding to a small purse. Ino accepted the list and glanced at it. Sure thing, Mum. This shouldn't take too long. Well, I think you should show Inari around Konoha first. Ayaka suggested, her mouth twitching as she suppressed a smile and Ino's eyes narrowed. Mother, just what are you? Hey, Ino. I see you've got your toy boy again. Shikamaru joked from behind her and Ino almost reflexively threw a trio of knockouts and bon at him. Whoa! That almost hit me. Ino glared at the smirking boy who was peeping in around the Sinbon pierced doorframe. Sure. Ma. Are you? The shadow user vanished and Ino lunged after him before realizing that she was holding Inari's hand. Firing a glare at her father, who had raised a hand to cover his mouth, she scooped up the purse with her free hand and stalked out of the door. As soon as Inari had vanished through the door behind her, the three adults burst out laughing. You realize she'll be using you for target practice when she finds out that you warned Shikakuen? Ayaka managed to ask despite her giggling and Inoichi nodded. Worth it. Chapter 24 Home of a Genin. I still can't get over how cool your den is. Kiba stated as he glanced around. I mean, my den's only about as big as your bedroom balcony level thing bedroom area? Hinata supplied and Kiba nodded. Yep, that. Sure, my den's walls go straight up rather than in, but this place is like loads bigger. Thanks, Kiba. Naruto called from where he and a clone were finishing putting the meal together. So, I heard that you're all entering the Chunin exams. That would be an accurate summation of our finalized decision. Shino droned. Although we do not expect to attain the rank of Chunin this time through, it will allow us to modify our skill sets in order to ensure our next attempts are more successful. Speak for yourself. Kiba countered. I think we're gonna blast through, especially with how good Hinata's got. I've had to get really good if I want to keep up with her. Hinata blushed at Kiba's offhand compliment. Naruto-kun father agrees that if I keep expanding my reserves at the current rate, I'll probably be able to do the Kage Bunshin unassisted within the next 2 months. Hinata supplied. So you'll be able to clone him? Kiba asked, only for both Naruto and Hinata to shake their heads. When I clone someone, I clone their chakra levels too. Naruto explained. If the person has more than half my chakra level, I can't clone them. I just don't have enough chakra to make a stable clone. If I have less chakra than whoever I'm trying to clone, well, I don't even want to think about what might happen then. Kiba winced and Shino raised a quizzical eyebrow. It occurs to me that Madogai is known to use the chakra enhancement technique known as the 8 gates, already studying it. Naruto confirmed. 2 gates already openable and the third I should be able to finally open it by the time that the exams actually start. Oddly, if I try to clone someone who is using one of the gates, the clone pops instantly. We think it's because using the gates can damage the user. My healing factor really helps out with that. Serving up. Naruto and his clone busied themselves with the various dishes while the 3 guests rose from the various sofas and moved across to the table. All right. Naruto said as he created 2 more clones who promptly started the washing up. Here we are. Kiba licked his lips as Naruto and his clone brought the food across. Red bean soup for Hinata. Naruto smiled, placing the steaming bowl in front of his fiancée. For Kiba, grilled beef with a bacon side, a wild green salad for Shino, and for myself, another bowl of red bean soup. For Akamaru, prime beef and pork cuts. Dig in. Itadakimasu. The 4 chorused before they applied themselves to their dinners. For several long minutes, the only noises were those of eating. This is incredible. Kiba finally said after swallowing a large chunk of beef. How did you get this? It's aged to perfection, the flavor's amazing. I used the Hayashi to pop over to Wave. Naruto shrugged. The market there has loads of things that are hard to get here. Apparently, several new farms and ranches have started up to supply the increasing demand for new foodstuffs. The beef is from a breed of bulls shipped over from the land of mystical stones. Tsunami was kind enough to recommend a couple of the merchants there. Damn, it's good. Kiba agreed fervently. Naruto, you're the best friend ever. Shino shifted slightly and Kiba gave him a look. What? Don't tell me you aren't enjoying that food. It is filling. Shino admitted and Hinata giggled. That means he really likes it. She whispered to Naruto, who nodded in understanding. Watch out for those leaves on the left, they're peppery. Shino nodded. I have become aware of that particular feature. They go very well with the tomatoes. So, if you're not entering the exams, what are you doing? Kiba asked curiously. Helping out. Naruto smiled. And I'm sorry, but it's classified. Apropos of nothing, you may wish to confirm your camping scrolls are well stocked, especially the medical kits. I shall pay close attention to the scrolls you mentioned, Naruto-san. Shino said with a slight nod of his head. You know, Kiba suddenly said, if my mom finds out you can get meat like this, she'll be hiring you almost constantly to bring the bulls back for her. Feel free to tell her. Naruto laughed. In fact, there's some spare meat left over. Once she tastes that, my future income will be secured. Kiba gave him a surprised look, then started to laugh. Naruto! Naruto blinked, then turned round just in time to intercept a highly excited projectile. Good afternoon, Inari, how are you finding Konoha? It's great! Inari grinned. The Yamanaka clan put us up while Mom does her business things for Gramps. The Inuzuka clan are interested in getting Gramps and his men over to rebuild several of their den blocks. They're not that good at woodworking. Good to hear. Naruto replied. I know I'm taking your mother back to Wave soon, but are you staying all the way to the final stage? Nah. Inari sighed. We're staying just long enough to see Ino and her team start, then we're heading back until just before the final stage. Inari, why'd you run off like, oh? Okay. Hi, Naruto. Ino said as she walked up to them, her team trailing behind. Inari's tagging along for the day, he's deciding if he wants to become a ninja. It's pretty hard. Inari agreed. I mean, being able to leap from roof to roof and so on will be really cool, but I've only just unlocked my chakra coils and I'm still struggling with the leaf exercise. I still can't do that one very well. Naruto admitted. It's weird, I can water walk, tree walk, perform jutsu that would leave anyone else so drained that they wouldn't be able to move, but the leaf exercise? Still struggling. Weird. Inari agreed, then he clapped his hand over his mouth as Ino started to laugh. Inari being troublesome? Shikamaru asked with a smirk and the young boy glared at him. Oh, don't worry. You're not the only brat hanging around with a team. Really? Naruto asked curiously and Choji laughed. The Hokage's grandson seems to have taken to trying to keep up with a certain Jonin's apprentice. I have to see this. Naruto smiled. Where is he? YOSH. Yo. Hush. Naruto stared in near disbelief at the sight before him. Team 9 were doing their standard cool-downs, but in addition to the 3 genin, a trio of academy students were doing their utmost to follow the teens' examples. Naruto! Guy shouted as he stopped doing vertical one-handed push-ups, flipping into a somersault that let him land lightly on his feet. It is good to see you again. My students have been preparing for the exams by practicing training others, a vital skill for any shinobi to learn. Naruto nodded as he looked at the exhausted students. I recognize Konohamaru, but who are the other two? They are Udon, a budding genius of tactics, and Moegi, who is eager to learn the ways of speed and agility, turning even the most taxing of battles into the poetry of motion. I have already reported to the Hokage that I believe that they should be marked as a potential team. Naruto nodded. It's almost a shame that I probably won't be a Jonin by the time they graduate. It'd certainly be interesting to guide their progress. You understand one of the most rewarding paths available. Guy agreed. the greatest of triumphs a teacher may attain is to be surpassed by their students. Excuse me, please. Naruto watched with a bemused expression as Guy walked over to the young trio and crouched down, talking to them quietly, then he waved for Lee to join him before walking back to Naruto. May I ask for a small favor? Of course. Naruto shrugged and Guy motioned to the trio of prone children. My team wishes to do one more mission to earn some extra money, but my other students need to return home. If you could loan Lee one of your father's kunai, then he can visit the three in order and I can use clones to send them to him before he rejoins you at the mission desk. Naruto said, pulling one of the Hiraishin kunai out of his pouch. You follow my plan perfectly. Guy grinned, the light seeming to sparkle off his teeth. Guy-sensei, what do you have planned for me to do? Lee asked as he jogged up. I have a task for you, Lee. Guy declaimed. You are to run first to Udon's house, then to Moegi's and finally to Konohamaru's. At each house, you are to drop this kunai on the ground, then when the student in question appears before you, you are to hand him or her to their guardians before collecting the kunai and going to the next location. Afterwards, return the kunai to Naruto and then meet us at the tower. Yes, Guy-sensei. Lee exulted, accepting the kunai. I shall do it now. As the green-clad teen seemed to blur away, Naruto created 9 clones who moved to take positions around the children. Let's see how long you wow. That was fast. Naruto gasped as the first group of clones activated the technique that transported Udon back to his house. Guy's smile widened as his other 2 students joined him. I shall leave them in your capable hands, Naruto-san. Guy stated with a slight bow. Come, my students, let us fan our flames of youth with another mission. As if he had planned it, his declaration was punctuated by the bright flash of Moegi being sent to her house. Hey, ramen brat. Crazy snake lady. Naruto nodded back and Enko unleashed a bark of laughter. We're getting close to seeing the brats beating the snot out of each other. Enko said as a looming figure appeared behind her, seeming to simply materialize out of the shadows. My boss wants to talk to you about that. Thank you, Enko. The tall man rumbled as he stepped into the light, his scarred face not showing a single emotion. Uzumaki. Naruto managed to swallow despite his suddenly dry throat as he recognized the head of the torture and interrogation division. Marino-san. Excellent. Ibiki said with a slight nod. Walk with me. Naruto moved to walk beside the taller man, glancing up to try and see if there were any clues about what he wanted. Do not worry, Uzumaki, you are not in trouble. Ibiki said, the corner of his mouth briefly quirking upwards. As head of TNI, reports of your actions on the wave mission came to my attention, especially your usage of the Hiraishin. It is that skill which I wish to hire you for. Sir? Ibiki glanced down at him, then looked ahead once more. The first stage of the exams is meant to test the participants in many ways. Their ability to acquire information at a level that a civilian wouldn't notice, the determination to continue a mission to the end, trust in their teammates' abilities to see the mission through. But underpinning all of that is personal courage. I am well known amongst the other villages. I know that many shinobi outside the Land of Fire have nightmares about facing me. The rumors of my sadism and ability to destroy resistance without laying a hand on them are widespread, part of which is because I helped to spread them. Should I appear at the front of the room, apparently using the Hiraishin, the technique previously believed by many to have died with the yondaime, you'll need to call in cleaners to mop up the evidence they leave behind. Naruto supplied and Ibiki's lips quirked into a brief smile again. Correct. Will you do it? Naruto frowned slightly. Pay? High D rank. I want to be there to see their faces. The invigilators are all Chunin, but I believe I can make an exception. You will need to wear the same uniform as them, though. Then we have a deal. Naruto agreed. When do you need me and where? Ibiki smirked. 2 hours before the test begins, meet me at the Hokage Tower in meeting room 3. And Naruto looked up, meeting his gaze. Be aware, I shall be watching your actions. With interest. As he finished, Ibiki stepped into a shadow and seemed to melt away, leaving Naruto to wipe away the sudden cold sweat. Damn, he's creepy when he wants to be. From where he was standing in a cloaking genjutsu, Ibiki smirked at Naruto's shaking whisper. I've still got it. Chapter 25. The teams assembled. Good luck. Tsunami said, giving Ino and her team a smile and small bow. Inari was less restrained and shook both Shikamaru and Choji's hands before hugging Ino. We'll be back to see you kicking ass in a month. He grinned up at her and Ino smiled despite herself. I'll look forwards to it. We have to go now. Tsunami said after a moment and Inari sighed as he released Ino. Be good. Ino smiled. And remember those exercises. Inari nodded, then waved as 3 of the 6 Naruto clones who had been waiting nearby took position around him. A few seconds later, he and his mother vanished in flashes of golden light. Damn, missing him already, the annoying little brat. Ino muttered under her breath, then she inhaled deeply and squared her shoulders. All right. Let's get going. I agree. Shikamaru yawned as he ambled forwards. After all, you don't want to disappoint your toy boy. Yipe! Choji shook his head as Shikamaru sprinted off, showing far more energy than any other Nara, pursued hotly by a cursing Ino. Hey, guys! He shouted as he broke into a deceptively fast run. Wait for me. I'm here. Kiba shouted as he bounded onto the training field. Sorry, had to deal with a slight issue. Mom was trying to get me to tell her where I got the meat. Why did you not divulge that information? Shino asked and Kiba smirked. Because the way I see it, I can get her to pay me to get more, then I can hire Naruto to get it. He gets paid, I get a slice of the cash and some of the meat and Mom gets what she wants. Total win. Clever. Hinata said in approval. Are you ready? Let's kick ass. I believe myself to be suitably prepared for the task ahead of us. Then let's do this. Hinata stated, leading her team towards the distant academy. You know, Kiba mused, you're really starting to use more Naruto-isms. I also have perceived the ongoing modification of your vocabulary. Hinata blushed as she tried to ignore the gentle teasing of her friends. Yosh! Let us show our flames of youth. Lee! Tenten growled, grabbing her teammate by the shoulder. Remember the plan. We pretend to be weak until we can see which of the other teams could be a threat to us. Remember that. Hi. Niji smirked slightly, then his face went blank as Tenten turned her glare onto him. I am not concerned. He stated. We are fated to win, it is our destiny. Unless we have to go up against Op Force on his own turf. Tenten pointed out, causing both boys to wince in memory. I have been studying the manual of traps. Niji admitted. For an Uchiha, Madara was indeed very inventive, a most unusual thing given the way the Uchiha operated back then. Tenten raised an eyebrow and Niji took it as his cue to expand on his comment. Back in the clan war days, before Konohagakure was founded and showed the way for other hidden villages, the Uchiha and the Senju were often fighting each other. The Senju had a tendency to use unique jutsu which the Uchiha copied with their Sharingan and used against them. However, the ability to copy jutsu meant that very few of the Uchiha ever actually attempted to create new jutsu for their own use. Why should they expend all that effort when they could simply watch someone else? Madara was one of the very few who were known to actually innovate, which is why he was such a fearsome adversary. Unlike the majority of the Uchiha, he was not predictable. Ha! Tenten finally managed. Any idea where I can get a copy of that book from? I shall consult the clan archivist after the exam. Niji promised. Thanks, Niji. Sasuke. Sakura said in greeting. Sakura. Sasuke replied. The two genin nodded at each other, then a third voice shouted a name. Tobio. Both genin stared at their teammate, who shrugged. What? I was feeling left out. Sasuke rolled his eyes, then turned to look at the building they had gathered in front of. There seem to be quite a few teams here from other villages. He mused. I wonder how many of them have techniques I can copy. As long as you don't copy mine. Tobio shrugged. Or Sakura's. We've already discussed this. Sasuke pointed out. Anything I copy from you, I won't use without permission. Just checking. Tobio shrugged. After all, during that mission to Tanzaka quarters, you had to use the Oryakumph. That never happened. Sasuke growled and Tobio nodded. A moment passed, then Sasuke removed his hand from Tobio's mouth. Can we go in now? Sakura asked and both boys exchanged glances before nodding. Where is the exam? Room 301. Sakura said, checking the application form. There seems to be quite a queue forming on the main stairs detour round. There's a second set of stairs around that way which cross-connects. She's the brains. Tobia agreed and Sasuke nodded slowly. Sakura, you have lead. Sakura glanced round to see if anyone was watching them before scurrying to the corner of the building. The door's locked. She reported, glancing round. I got this. Tobio smirked as he pulled out a roll of fabric and unrolled it to reveal odd-shaped bits of metal in small pockets. I learned how to pick locks back in the orphanage. The matron kept us on short rations to try and pocket extra money for herself. Rumor had it that she sold some of the kids to a secret organization to be brainwashed. Come to think of it, I never did find out what happened to Shin and his younger brother. Easy does it. According to the older kids, Naruto was once at the orphanage as well, but he was taken away after being locked outside one time too many, and then the matron The lock clicked and Tobio returned his tools to their pockets as Sasuke peeked through. Clear, but I don't remember this corridor. I do, it's one that's only used to get to the storerooms. Sakura supplied as she slipped past him. The stairs we want are this way. I wonder how the others are doing. Tobio mused. Damn morons. Suigetsu groused as he shoved his way through the crowd gathered outside the door, glancing up at the number. Get out of our way! Suigetsu Haku said warningly and the white-haired genin cringed. What a scaredy cat! One of the nearby genin sneered. If you're the strongest that the Hidden Mist has, that civil war must have pretty much destroyed your forces. Means more missions for us. Yeah. Suigetsu half shouted. At least we have the mist. Don't get fooled by a half-assed genjutsu that changes a 2 into a 3. The mob of genin went silent and Haku face-palmed. Damn it, Suigetsu. When will you learn to keep your mouth closed? Thanks, kid. The Kumo genin sneered as he and his team headed towards the stairs. Keep it up and your own teammates will take you down to stop you from stabbing yourself in the foot like that. Suigetsu shuddered as he met Haku's gaze. Help Haku, you can slap him down later. Chojuro said as he stepped up. Let's just get to the real exam room. Why would they even have a crappy illusion like that, anyway? Suigetsu asked as they joined the flow of genin. So that those who don't know how to detect such things don't get to the proper exam, since they obviously aren't prepared. A voice said and Suigetsu looked round to see a boy with pineapple-style hair slouching along beside him, his arm mounted Hitai 8 boasting the swirled leaf of Konoha. Oh. I didn't think of that. I think you could drop the last 2 words and it would be more accurate. Haku stated and Suigetsu winced. I'm going to be hearing about this for a long time, aren't I? Your teammates seem to be almost as troublesome as mine. The Konoha genin sighed. Well, see you round. The boy dropped back and Suigetsu swallowed nervously as he saw Haku twirling an isenbon between his fingers. I'm sorry. Over there. Sasuke stated and his team made their way through the milling genin to where 2 other teams were standing in the corner. Hey, you made it! Kiba exclaimed. Great! It would have been troublesome if they hadn't. Shikamaru sighed as his shadow snapped out and snagged Ino before she could glob Sasuke. Thanks, Shika. Sasuke said as he stepped to one side, allowing a grinning Tobio to take his place. Ino stared in horror as Tobio spread his arms ready to hug her, then Shikamaru released his shadow hold and Ino stumbled forwards, unable to avoid crashing into Tobio. No, get off me. Aw, and there I was thinking I was finally getting a fangirl of my own. Tobio mourned as Ino wriggled free, then he ducked Ino's punch. Hey! Enough, Ino pig. Sakura said as she caught Ino's fist. Only I am allowed to hit him like that. Yeah, hey! You know, you are attracting attention. A new voice said, and Ino half turned to see an older teen-aged boy with white hair and glasses smiling gently at them. You wouldn't want to make yourselves into targets before the exam starts, would you now? Who are you? Kiba asked, and the new arrival bowed slightly. Higuchi Kabuto, at your service. This is my 7th genin exam. I've had a bit of a run of bad luck over the last few years. Sounds like it. Tobio agreed. So any tips for us? Things not to do? Well, you've already attracted quite a bit of attention, Kabuto sighed, so how about I help you learn about your competition? I made a set of ninja info cards containing information about all the genin entering the exam. Are there any you want to learn about? The 9 genin exchanged glances, then Hinata blushed slightly. Uzumaki Naruto. Kabuto pulled a small deck of cards out of his tunic pocket and quickly riffled through them. I don't seem to have him. Are you certain he's participating? He's an independent genin. Sasuke supplied. We've all gone up against him. Ah, you mean Op Force? Kabuto exclaimed, putting away his deck of cards and peeling out another one. Let me check my important shinobi deck. Here we are. Uzumaki Op Force Naruto. Kabuto put the card down on the desk and everyone looked at it. Parents unknown, skills are taijutsu medium to high, ninjutsu high, genjutsu low, no known blood limit, and his weapons work is medium to high with an emphasis on traps. He has done 115 D ranks, 3 C ranks and 2 A rank missions. His primary techniques are the Kage Bunshin and the Hiraishin. Tobio whistled. Dion. Hey, what about Hinata here? He's engaged to her, right? Hinata nodded as Kabuto switched his cards and pulled one out. Hyuga Hinata, parents are Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hitomi, deceased. My condolences. Team leader is Jonin Yuhi Karini, teammates are Aburame Shino, Inazuka Kiba and his Ninken Akamaru. Skills are taijutsu medium to high, ninjutsu medium, genjutsu medium to high level of control over her blood limit of the Byakugan and weapons work low to medium. I see that you've done a dozen D ranks, 2 C ranks and an A rank. Primary technique is a modified version of the Juken fighting style. Hinata nodded in confirmation. If we have time, Kabuto-san, can you tell us about the redhead over there? He has a great deal of chakra, more than most adults. Kabuto glanced at the indicated boy, then shuffled through his deck. Redhead from Suna, redhead FR, aha. Here we are. Gaara of the Desert, the youngest member of the Desert siblings led by Jonin Baki. The other 2 are Kankuro and Temari. I don't have that much data on him since he's from Suna and this is his first exam, but he's done 1 B rank mission and 8 C ranks. As the exams progress, I'll be able to update the card, but I have heard that he performed every single mission without getting a single scratch. He uses sand. Hinata supplied. I saw a layer of sand covering his entire body, infused with his chakra. I couldn't see below that. Sand armor. Shino mused. That would give him a considerable advantage under most circumstances. Logically, his weaknesses would be Right-Tan and Sway-Tan Jutsu. Kabuto put his cards away and looked round. I can see that there are representatives from almost every village here, even the new ones. Like his comment was interrupted by a flash of golden light at the front of the room and everyone turned to see a tall man in a dark trenchcoat glaring at them from the front of a group of identically clad examiners. Settle down. He growled. Chapter 26 Test of a Genin. Naruto watched the screens along with the other invigilators, his attention on the corner where Hinata and the other members of the Rookie 9, as they were being called, had congregated. Naruto, clones. Ibiki commanded and Naruto glanced round. Including himself, there were an even dozen to be transported, and he wasn't going to be part of a transport ring himself, meaning that all the clones were going to dissipate during the process. Tajukage Bunshin. The room almost seemed to shrink as the number of bodies in the room quadrupled, the newly created clones shifting around until they were all in position. Wait for my mark and remember to jump in formation, Ibiki stated, his eyes fixed on the screens. On the screen, Naruto saw the silver-haired genin who had been showing his friends something start to turn, then Ibiki nodded. They're starting to get nervous Hayashi now. Naruto blinked as the world seemed to simply switch from the monitor room to the examination hall. Although his gaze was mostly blocked by virtue of being at the back of the group, there was nothing wrong with his hearing and he had a smirk as Ibiki gave his first command. Settle down. The noise in the room plummeted to near silence. My name is Marino Ibiki. Some of you have already heard of me. None of you have ever met me professionally before today. If you had, you would not be here now. Naruto was astonished. The room had seemed to be quiet before, now it was almost singing with silence. Although he wasn't sure, he thought he could hear the heartbeat of the man beside him. My assistants will tell you where to sit. You will go there without complaint and be seated. There will be no complaints or questions until I tell you otherwise. The group of invigilators split up and Naruto, remembering his special briefing by Ibiki, ghosted backwards until he was standing in the corner, his eyes darting around the hall until he spotted Hinata. His fiancée was looking slightly worried, but she was drawing on an inner reserve to maintain her composure as she sat at her designated desk. Ibiki waited motionless at the front of the stage, his lack of motion so pronounced that Naruto was wondering if he had somehow replaced himself with a statue, then he raised his head. The first stage of the Chunin exam starts now, he said. There is a test in front of you. If any of you have turned it over without instruction, you fail. No one moved and Ibiki nodded slowly. Good. This test comprises of 10 questions. 9 of them are on the sheets in front of you, the 10th will be provided in 50 minutes time. This test lasts 1 hour and you will pass or fail as teams. Each team starts with 10 points, 2 points will be subtracted every time one of you is caught cheating. Lose all your points and you are out of the exam. Turn over your papers and begin. Naruto unsealed his clipboard from the one-use storage seal on his belt and pulled a pencil from his sleeve. For a long moment, he let his gaze rest on Hinata, who was bent over her desk and writing an answer to the first question, then he turned his attention to the rest of the candidates, looking for any sign of cheating that even a civilian wouldn't be expected to miss. Ibiki watched Naruto out of the corner of his eye as the young genin's gaze swept over the examinees. The son of the yondaime was showing a surprising level of professionalism that Ibiki wouldn't have expected had he simply been going by the academy records. Although he had been looking at his fiancée for a while, it hadn't impacted appreciably with the performance of his duty, and as a former prankster, Naruto had a good idea of what to look out for. Number 17. One of the examiners called out. That was your 5th cheat, you and your team are out. What? The genin in question screeched as she rose in her seat, her forehead glinting with the Hitai 8 of Kizugakure. You can't be sorry. Her complaint was cut short by a trio of henged Naruto clones looking just like Ibiki striding past him to surround her before all 4 vanished in a flash of light. Ibiki glanced at Naruto, whose fingers twitched in one of the variant codes. Training Field 5. Ever genin there. Hold until release. Although the syntax was slightly mangled, Ibiki had no trouble decoding it. Numbers 114 and 72, you will make your way to Training Field 5 as that is where I sent your teammate, he said, taking the credit for Naruto's actions. Anyone else want to make a complaint? If so, I will send them to wait under the gaze of Mariboshi Kosuke until their team collects them. The hall was totally silent and Ibiki gave a cruel smirk even as his hands, clasped behind his back, wriggled to send a message back to Naruto. Well done, repeat if needed. Next new plan, warn me first. Naruto managed not to blush with embarrassment at Ibiki's gentle reproach, then he turned his gaze back to the genin being tested. In another life, he might have been amongst them. Which would have sucked, considering how it was only due to Hinata that he could now read properly. All right. Ibiki growled, looking out at the assembled genin. over the last 3/4 of an hour, their numbers had been winnowed by a full quarter, most of whom had chosen to leave quietly rather than have Hibiki transport them out. It is time for the 10th question, so put your pencils down for now. Be aware, the rules have just changed. Fail to answer the 10th question correctly, and not only will you be removed from this exam, you will be barred from taking the Chunin exam ever again. The genin stared at him, then several started to protest loudly before Hibiki held up one hand for silence. Those of you who believe that you are not ready to take this final question, you may leave without prejudice and will be allowed to take the exam again in the future. Those who choose to stay and get it wrong from Naruto's position, he could only see a small fraction of Hibiki's gloating smirk, but it was enough to make him shiver. I'm out, one of the older genin said, and Naruto blinked. He recognized him, and he was no genin. Hibiki had placed several Chunin amongst the genin, but why? I'm out as well, another said, and if that had been the signal, genin after genin declared that they were leaving, often with their teammates snarling at them. Within 5 minutes, only 15 teams remained in the room, one of which was Hinata's team, to Naruto's gratification. Anyone else want to keep their career safe? Hibiki asked, and all the genin simply looked at him. Then congratulations, you all pass. For a long moment, the silence of shock seemed to echo through the room, then it was broken by Kiba. What? But you never asked the question. I did, Hibiki countered. The decision as to whether you would stay and risk your future or leave to play it safe was the 10th question. Because at times, information is more important than life, and on missions and on the battlefield, people risk their lives to get their hands on it. Hibiki reached up and pulled off the bandana he was wearing, revealing that the top of his head was covered in puckered scars and several small holes. Important information in your hands can be a powerful weapon for your comrades and the village. A weapon that you will need to protect, no matter the cost. The ability to be courageous and survive any hardship, those are the abilities needed to become a Chunin. Those who can't put their destinies on the line, those who cling to the uncertain future of there's always next year and walk away from their chance, those pieces of trash who can only make such cowardly choices do not deserve to become Chunin. Naruto felt his heart tighten inside him as he considered whether he had the mental fortitude to withstand the torture that Hibiki had obviously undergone in the past. Even as he thought about it, Hibiki replaced his bandana. As it is, he began, only to be interrupted by a window exploding inwards. The projectile that had smashed through the glass pane blurred and resolved into a woman wearing mesh armor, a miniskirt, sandals and a trenchcoat, while the darkness that had surrounded her was revealed to be a banner that she had used to shield herself from the glass fragments before throwing it so that the kunai at the top corners dug into the ceiling, spreading the banner. From Naruto's viewpoint, he could just make out the writing on it. The sexy and single proctor of the second exam, Mitarashi Anko, listen up, scrubs! She shouted, her eyes flicking over the remaining genin. You've had it easy until now, but now is where the fun really starts. This is where you start shedding blood and running the risk of death. You're early, Anko, Hibiki remarked as he stepped round the banner, and Anko deflated slightly. Yeah, she grumbled. I could see you were trying to find something else to say, so I decided to help you out, and wow. Only 15 teams? Not bad. A few more and the second stage would have been made redundant. Hibiki commented, and Anko glared at him. Hey, the ramen brat and I spent ages setting it up and getting the backup plans in place. She groused, then she turned to smirk at the wary genin. So, you've all passed the first stage, well now you have to survive the second. It's a survival test lasting 5 days, so I hope you can grab your gear and get to training area 44 within the hour. If you're even 1 second late, you're out. What are you still doing here? Move! Naruto twitched, only for Hibiki to somehow shift to behind him without even seeming to move and putting a hand on his shoulder. You'll have to let your girlfriend do this without your help, Hibiki whispered to him. Helping her now would cause her to question her skills for the rest of her life, wondering if her career was advancing only because of you and not anything that she did. Naruto sighed and gave a reluctant nod as Hinata led her team out of the window, an action that several of the other teams promptly imitated. I know, it's just I owe her so much. I've learned so much from her: reading, writing, chakra control and usage, what love is and the difference between love and a simple crush. It's like she's your better half. Ibiki supplied as Naruto fumbled for an explanation. Then the best you can do for her is to trust her skill and ability. I do. Naruto protested and Ibiki smirked down at him. Not quite. You have some idea of what she is going up against, and so you worry that she may not quite be good enough. But what does your heart say? Naruto relaxed. That she'll do awesomely. Then keep that in mind. And if you tell anyone that we had this talk, Ibiki trailed off and Naruto shrank away from the ghoul-like glare before he could prevent it. How did you get so good at that look? I worked alongside a younger Chunin named Tenso for a while. Ibiki admitted. He was naturally gifted at doing what we call the glare. It's still better than mine. Brrrrrrr, Naruto shivered. In that case, I hope that I never have it directed at me. It is rather effective. Ibiki admitted. Now I'd suggest heading over to the monitor room. Your clones will be very useful there. Chapter 27 Observations of a Genin. Naruto looked around curiously at the setup in the basement that he had been escorted to. Welcome to the Chunin Tower. A shinobi who looked slightly familiar said in greeting, turning away from one of the many groups of screens to face him. Naruto nodded back, then his gaze traveled past the man and to the screens behind him. Those are from the cameras that Anko-san and I put up, he said in recognition. They are indeed. Anko purred from behind him. Hey 8. Still coughing? Hey 8 nodded and Anko shrugged. The test starts in half an hour, I gotta be back at the meeting point. Naruto, there's a shielded spot behind the tent with one of your tags in it, I got it. Naruto said after a moment's concentration, then 3 clones popped into existence. Damn, not even a hand sign. Anko admired as the 3 clones moved to surround her. Hey 8, Naruto will take the first shift, you're on supervisor duty. I'll round up volunteers to cover the night portion. Hey 8 waved one hand as he coughed and Anko vanished in a flash of golden light. So eyes on the screens and a group ready to deploy if needed? Naruto even as a dozen more clones popped into being behind him. Okay guys, to the screens and let's see if we can spot Hinata-chan. The clones cheered and almost dived into their seats, earning a raised eyebrow from Hey 8. Hinata's nice, Naruto said with a shrug. So, aside from her, what else should we be on the lookout for? Here, Hey 8 said, passing a clipboard over. Naruto looked at it, then lifted up the first sheet to keep reading. That's a lot of stuff to watch for, he finally said. There she is. One of the clones called and Naruto walked over to get a look at the screen himself. She's looking very determined, he said after a moment of watching Hinata amidst the group of genin listening to Anko. It's a shame we don't get sound on these. Too expensive, Hey 8 said after he'd finished coughing. Keep an eye out. Naruto nodded before glaring at the other clones who had taken their eyes off their own screen in order to watch Hinata's image. The clones quickly turned back to their screens. Weird, one of them said after a moment. A snake just squirmed into the forest through gate 37. Hey 8 straightened up and strode over to the clone who had made the announcement. What? How big? About 3 foot long? The clone offered and Hey 8 frowned. Stay here. Do not dispel. Naruto and the clones watched Hey 8 almost sprint out of the door and Naruto shook his head. I wonder where he's off to. And why didn't he ask for a jump? Several clones shrugged before returning their attention to the screens. Tell him what you told me. Naruto looked round to see Hey 8 striding into the monitor room followed by a man who looked like an older, scarred version of Shikamaru. A snake entered Area 44 through a small gap just by Gate 37. The clone responded. It was about 3 foot long and darkly colored, I almost didn't see it. The new arrival frowned in thought. I need to speak to Anko. There's a tag behind the tent, Naruto offered, indicating the screen where genin were filing into the tent with forms in their hands and exiting with a scroll. I can get you there instantly and if I come along as well, return you just as fast. By the way, you look really familiar, but I'm Shikaku. You know my son, Shikamaru, as you were in class together, and you've gone up against his team multiple times. By the way, thanks for motivating him, he's actually become the most energetic Nara since the founding of Konoha. Naruto blinked at that. Thanks. No worries. Shikaku shrugged. So, I hear that one of your clones spotted a suspicious snake. Naruto half turned to wave at his clone, who nodded and passed across a tape to a second clone, who in turn took it to a spare video player and inserted it. The screen attached to the player showed static for a moment, then it resolved into the view of a gate. For a long moment, nothing happened, then in the corner of the screen, a small serpent slithered out of the grass and through a tiny hole beside the gate, a hole exactly the right size for the snake to fit through. Worrying. Shikaku admitted as he rewound the tape for a second look. Look. The way that snake moved, it's done this before. It looked round before going through the hole, it's obviously a summons, and I only know of 2 snake summoners. I've spoken to Anko, and she hasn't summoned a snake all week. Orochimaru. Hey-8 breathed. He's in Konoha. Shikaku frowned. And he's either up to something inside the Forest of Death or he's going to be. I'll get the other 2. Hey-8 offered. We're going to need more clones as well. Tell me when. Naruto said. I missed that. Shikaku said, not paying attention to the conversation behind him. The hole is the perfect size to let it through without causing it damage, thus risking it dispelling, or being large enough to be noticeable for anything less than a concerted examination. This has happened before. There's a 3rd snake summoner. Naruto stared at the Jonin. Orochimaru has a spy in Konoha and can communicate with him using their shared summons. Shikaku mused as he watched the video for the 4th time. This means that he's had virtually real-time intelligence on us for years. Only the Kamists know what he's got planned, but it can't be good. The genin are entering the forest. One of the clones called and Shikaku sighed. Too late to call them back. Shikaku sighed. At least, not without severely damaging Konoha's reputation in the eyes of the other villages. I'll pull together some jonin ready to deploy, and I'll see if I can get Jiraiya on board. If we're going to encounter Orochimaru, we'll probably need a Sannin of our own, so my old teammate has returned. Jiraiya said, looking at his saucer of sake, but seeing something that no one else could. He's planning something. Something big, dramatic, complicated, and in which he takes a pivotal role. He always had a thing for dramatics. He did. Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed, his gaze equally unfocused. He was my greatest student and my greatest failure. Both men shared a long silence, then Jiraiya nodded as he looked up at Shikaku. Where do you need me? In the central tower of Area 44. Shikaku stated. Between the guard platoon, Naruto and his clones and the tags we've got at all the cameras, we can get a fast reaction team to wherever we need it within minutes or even seconds. Orochimaru does tend to spend quite a bit of time posing before moving in on his targets, if he thinks he has the time. Jiraiya agreed. I heard from my sources that he's become more prone to it since he went nuke Nin. Damn it. I really should have pushed Naruto to sign that scroll. Wait until after the stage finishes and then do it in secret. Hiruzen advised. I'll even let you use the Hokage's field for it. Jiraiya whistled. Really? Okay. You have a deal. Hiruzen raised his sake dish in agreement, then both men sipped appreciatively, then Jiraiya put his saucer down firmly. All right, let's move to the tower. Maybe I can spar with my apprentice while I'm waiting. I'm getting rusty, and if I'm going to face my old teammate, nothing less than my best will do. Agreed. Hiruzen said. Tell Naruto I have one of his father's kunai and expect to be brought in as well should Orochimaru show himself. Sure thing, sensei. Jiraiya agreed. Okay, let's go. Hiruzen watched his last, loyal pupil leave the room, then refilled his sake dish. Where did I go wrong with the other 2? He whispered to himself. Hey, brat! Jiraiya laughed as he entered the room, then he paused. Whoa, lot of brats. Hey, pervy sage. Naruto replied, looking up from the desk where he was working through several sheets of paperwork. Good to have you on the team. I assume that you're taking charge? Well as being a sage, I am a jonin, so I do have seniority. Jiraiya demurred. In this case, though, I'll follow Hayate as he's the jonin on site. Like Karini, I was in Wave even after Asuma and his team joined us. Naruto realized. Technically, Asuma was senior, having been a jonin for longer, but since Karini was the one who took on the mission, she remained in charge. You got it. Jiraiya agreed. I may be a sage and a sannin, but officially, I'm still just jonin. Sannin isn't actually a rank, so that means that Hayate's in charge. Naruto glanced at Hayate, who had a deer caught in the lantern light look. Is Hokage a rank? Jiraiya frowned in thought. Technically not. He finally said. Hokage is more of a permanent mission position with the rank as well. No one really cares about the Hokage's rank, although all so far have been jonin. So I could technically become Hokage as a genin? Naruto snorted and Jiraiya nodded. That's right, but I can't think of a single hidden village that would promote a genin to the position of Kage. Come to think of it, I can't think of a single Kage who is a genin. Damn, guess I need to get promoted in order to reach my goal. Naruto mock-mourned. So, Chunin by 16, Jonin by 20, and Hokage by 24. Now that I think about it, I believe that Yagura, the former Mizukage, was a Chunin. Jiraiya offered. Since he plunged his country into a civil war, that's not a good precedent. Naruto countered and both Hayate and Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Boss? One of the clones called. The Suna siblings are facing off against a team from Rain. Jiraiya, Hayate and Naruto quickly moved to watch the confrontation. Umbrella's area effect Senbon rain attacks. Jiraiya noted. And there it is. He used a sand shield. Naruto noted. Blocked all the Senbon. He shouldn't have been able to do that. Jiraiya mused. Why? Hayate asked. No, Byakugan and some of the attack curved in to hit him from behind, but at the same time, the shield isn't all-encompassing. It blocked everything, but it only blocked where it was needed. That level of control and awareness shouldn't be possible for a genin, especially one of his age. He's either a natural genius or oh fuck. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Sand. Suna. I heard that they've removed the one tail from the kettle it was in, but I thought they'd sealed it into a jonin. They didn't. Him? Naruto asked and Jiraiya nodded. It fits all the facts. He's a Jinchuriki and oh hell. He didn't show any mercy, Naruto gasped and Jiraiya winced. That level of bloodlust he showed and the look of pleasure on his face afterwards. I've got to find a way to look at the seal. Suna doesn't have any true seal masters in their ranks unlike my father. Naruto agreed. I'm still working my through the basic stuff. And they've got Koff the scroll. Hayate noted as the Suna trio exited the glade, leaving behind 3 piles of mangled remains that had once been shinobi. A moment later, a familiar head appeared from behind one of the bushes. That's Hinata! Naruto gasped. She must have seen the whole thing. Boss! Over here! Naruto swept round just in time to see Sakura hurled into the air by a blast of wind, just missing Tobio's attempt to grab her. A moment later, a kunoichi stepped out from behind a tree and Jiraiya gasped. That's Orochimaru! He always does that with his hands when he's about to implement a plan. He's after Sasuke. Naruto realized. Oh fuck. He's after the Sharingan. Chapter 28 Battles in the Forest. Okay, so what's our plan? Tobio asked as they dashed into the forest. We need to find another team and defeat them, Sakura mused. You two will have to do the majority of the fighting. If we can take down one team member, I can heal you up without worrying as much about being attacked myself. Useful, having an Iryo Nin on the team. Tobio agreed. I was using my Sharingan to try and spot which gate tokens people received. Sasuke supplied. If we arc left, we'll be able to take on one of the waterfall teams. Takigakure, a smaller village, Tobio mused. That means they'll have sent either their best or their politically connected relatives of their elders. I watched them during the first exam. Sasuke replied as they tipped to the branches. Their equipment was brand new and they kept shifting it, like they weren't used to it. Politically connected. Tobio concluded. Sounds like it. Sakura agreed. Viable targets. Sasuke stated and both his teammates nodded. I also caught a glimpse of their scroll before they put it away. They have a heaven scroll. Tobio's face turned almost predatory. We get their scroll, then we go straight to the tower. Sasuke continued. Sounds like a plan. Sakura agreed. There they are. Sasuke grumbled. Idiots. Barely paying attention to their surroundings. Boys playing at being shinobi. Well, they've never had to go up against Naruto when he was feeling inventive. Tobio grumbled. They're heading towards the tower, but fast enough that setting a trap will be problematic. We could always use a distraction. Sasuke looked at his teammates, who were both staring at him. What are you looking at me for? Oh no. 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 Oh, no. No way. Twice is enough. Sakura looked at him, her eyes widening as moisture started to collect around the edges. Oh woo, fuck. Sasuke cursed, slumping. Fine. But you two owe me for this. We're teammates. Tobio chirped as they leapt off the branch to get ahead of their targets. Remember what Sensei said? There are no true debts between teammates. Sasuke activated his Sharingan to glare at Tobio, who simply grinned goofily at him. I hate you both. Sasuke growled. I really want you both to know that. We love you too, Sasuke-chan. Sakura giggled and Sasuke growled. There's a stream up ahead, that'll be the perfect place for the ambush. What are you planning? Sasuke asked, his voice a mixture of confusion and suspicion. Well, it'll help us to clean up. I hate you. I can't believe you made me do that. Sasuke grumped as he used an unsealed towel to dry off his hair. And even worse, it worked. Not fair. One of the captured genin grumbled. We thought you were a kunoichi who was washing herself, not a transvestite who doesn't actually need clothes. Sasuke dropped the towel as he glared at the speaker. What was that? Easy. Sakura said as she put her hand on Sasuke's shoulder. They're just sore about losing to us. I mean, they were so busy drooling, they forgot to check what was behind them. Nah, we were checking out your alter egos behind. One of the other ninjas snarked before Sasuke struck him across the back of his head, knocking him out. The other two joined him in unconsciousness and Sakura began riffling through their pockets. Take everything. Sasuke commanded as he began to strip the second one. Leave only their underwear and a kunai each, it should let them get out of the forest. You're letting them live? Sakura smiled and Sasuke grinned ferally. Yes. Humiliated. Totally. Damn, that's cold. Tobio whispered. I like it. Boys. Sakura mourned, although her lips twitched with amusement. So, once we've done this, straight to the tower? Sasuke and Tobio both nodded. Wait a moment. Sakura said as she ran straight up a tree. A moment later, she ran back down, stopping at the lowest branch. I spotted it, it's that way. Then let's go. Sasuke replied as he ran up the tree to join her, Tobio hot on his heels. The sooner we finish, the better. Yeah, let's not take any risks we don't have to. Tobio agreed. Sasuke briefly activated his Sharingan, then retreated back into the shelter of the canopy. No sign of any enemies at the moment. He whispered, nodding to the glade spread out before them. So, dash across or try to work our way around the edge. Stream to the left, large rocks to the right. Sakura said quietly after taking a look for herself. Rocks are good place for ambush and the noise of the stream will help hide anyone going for stealth. I vote dash. Tobio offered. Head straight across, get into the trees and go straight for the tower. Dash. Sakura agreed and Sasuke nodded. Sakura, you're still the weakest in combat. Tobio, you take the left as you're left-handed. I'll take the right. Sakura, you lead. Just don't stare at my butt. Sakura joked before she dropped to the ground. Pink ready. Black one ready. Sasuke confirmed, dropping into position on her right. Black 2, ready. Tobio stated as he took a similar position on her left. Free. Sakura whispered just loudly enough that the two boys could hear her. 2. 1. Go! All three catapulted themselves out of the undergrowth and raced across the grassy glade in perfect formation, then a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Well, what do we have here? Oh shit. Sakura whispered as a kunai seemed to materialize in her hand. You're no genin, you've got too much chakra. A sensor? The figure asked, stalking to the edge of the shadows to reveal that she was a kunoichi wearing a grass headband. Interesting. And I see you've learned to activate those delightful eyes of yours, Sasuke-kun, but since I can't have your friends interfering, brace. Sasuke yelled as the kunoichi unleashed a massive blast of wind. The sudden gale threatened to pull him into the air, but he used his tree-walking skills to anchor himself, as did Tobio and No. Sakura flew into the air, loose stones adhering to her feet, and Tobio's desperate lunge missed her frantic grasp by a senmon's width. Sakura! Tobio shouted as she vanished over the tree line. Well, that's one down. The kunoichi smirked as she stepped fully out of the shadows and started to prowl around the two genin, eyeing them closely. You don't have a chance, you know. You may as well surrender, I promise I won't simply kill you if you do. Orochimaru! The kunoichi leapt backwards as Jiraiya slammed down, cratering the ground. That's Orochimaru? I thought he was a boy. It's his spirit, but not his body. Sasuke blinked as the dust settled to reveal Jiraiya straightening up, an elderly toad perched on each shoulder. Jiraiya. Sage mode already, just to deal with little old me? Orochimaru smirked, then she paused and raised a hand to her face, which was partially ripped off to reveal pale flesh underneath. Oh, it looks like my disguise isn't necessary anymore. Orochimaru peeled off the torn outer face and smirked. That was a good entrance by the Wa-Oa. Only a frantic rolling dive allowed Orochimaru to dodge the metal-capped black pillar which slammed down exactly where he had been standing, then the pillar shrunk down into a staff, lowering Hiruzen to the ground as it did so. Hello, my old student. Ha, both of you together? Orochimaru smirked as he slowly backed away from the two. But how did you get here so fast? It was almost like Hiration. Jiraiya half-crouched while Hiruzen prepared to attack, then Orochimaru laughed. Well, I can see that this part of my plan needs a bit of a rethink. Until next time, Sensei. As the staff lanced out to pierce Orochimaru's heart, his body seemed to collapse into a pile of mud. He's gone. Jiraiya growled. I caught an echo heading southeast, but by now, he's probably near the walls. He won't be back until he figures out what went wrong for him. Then we'll be ready. Hiruzen agreed. Naruto, bring us back. Under the shocked eyes of the two genin, 3 Narutos appeared in a flash of golden light. Hey, team! Naruto waved, then he frowned. Where's Sakura? She was blown that way. Tobio said, pointing. We need to find her. Dobe. Sasuke nodded. See you round. Hokage-sama, thank you. Go find Sakura. Hiruzen advised as Naruto created 3 more clones. I look forwards to seeing you in the tower. Hi, Hokage-sama. Sasuke managed, then he turned and sprinted off towards where Sakura had been blasted. Behind him, 2 flashes of light marked the departure of his saviors. Ee-ee-wee-oo. Sakura groaned as she pulled herself out of the steaming pile of entrails and scales that had been a giant snake until she had used her chakra scalpels on it from within its gullet. This is so damn gross. Sakura! Tobio shouted as he landed beside her, then he backpedaled rapidly. I know! Thanks to this damn handbag swallowing me, I reek. Sakura grumbled as she tried to wipe some of the blood and other, less identifiable fluid off her skin and clothes. Grah! Even my storage scroll's ruined. There's a stream just over there where you can wash. Sasuke said as he landed, then backstepped slightly. I have several spare changes of clothes, you can have one. Hey, does that mean she's finally going to get into your pants? Tobio snickered just before Sasuke dope slapped him. Oh! Erg! Sakura whined. I need to wash now. My clothes are starting to dissolve. Let's move. Sasuke said. This way. Tobio and I'll keep guard. Thanks. Sakura said gratefully as she followed the two boys. The sooner I get this stuff off my skin, the better. Ew, it's so slimy. Thanks, Sasuke. Sakura said in relief as she finished toweling her hair dry. Tobio glanced at her, his eyebrows rising. You look different, he said, and Sakura looked down at herself. Her sandals were a pair of Tobio's and were still slightly too big for her, while the shorts and t-shirt were Sasuke's, although he had refrained from giving her one of his jackets as, due to the clan symbol on the back, it would be an official offer of marriage or adoption. Instead, she wore one of Tobio's spare shirts, the buttons undone as she wore it jacket style. We should get moving, Sasuke said after a long moment. With any luck, we can get to the tower without anything else happening to us. Agreed, Sakura said with a slight shiver as she stared at her Hittite 8 with the ruined fabric band. After a moment, she pushed it into her pouch and gave a firm nod. The sooner we get to the tower, the sooner I can ask Naruto to take a message to my parents for new clothes. Let's go. Still find it amazing she killed a giant snake, Tobio whispered, and Sasuke nodded, his gaze measuring as he looked at Sakura. The door opened and Sasuke slipped through, kunai ready to attack or block and his Sharingan blazing. After a few seconds, he relaxed and his eyes returned to their normal black. Clear. The door opened wider, allowing Tobio and Sakura to enter, then Tobio closed it behind them. So, now what? He asked as Sakura looked round, then her gaze was arrested by the large framed poem mounted on the wall in front of them. If qualities of heaven are your desire, acquire wisdom to take your mind higher. If earthly qualities are what you lack, train your body and prepare to attack. When heaven and earth are open together, the perilous path will become righteous forever. This something is the secret way that guides us from this place today. You read that very well, Sakura, Tobio said, but what the heck does it mean? It's a metaphor, Sakura explained. Heaven is mind, earth is body. If you're strong but unskilled, study. If you're skilled but weak, train. And you need to open both scrolls to advance. Sasuke realized, pulling them out of his inner jacket pocket. Open them together, open them so that heaven crosses the earth. Tobio! Tobio caught the throne scroll and Sasuke knelt down. Do as I do. Sasuke broke the wax seal on the scroll and pushed it to unroll away from him. The scroll extended, then Tobio's scroll crossed over it and a cloud of smoke formed. As it dissipated, a figure appeared. That was fast, Kakashi said, looking up from his book. New wardrobe, Sakura? Chapter 29. A genin's reunion. Naruto, Sasuke said as he sat down opposite Naruto. Naruto looked up from his bowl of ramen to give the new arrival a nod. Sakura will want a favor from you soon. Naruto sucked up the noodles and swallowed before answering. What sort of favor? Resupply from her house. Sasuke shrugged. I'm sure that you remember that incident in the forest. Ruined her clothes, had to lend her some of mine. She wants to send a note to her parents asking them to pull a couple of outfits from her wardrobe. Sounds doable, Naruto replied. I'll have to charge, though. Say half a low D rank? Can't afford to be taken for granted, heh? Literally. I'm going to ask to hire you as well. Sasuke said, earning a surprised look. I heard about Wave and I've met Inari. I approve of him, but that's neither here nor there. I need to hire his grandfather to build a house for me. With Orochimaru after me, I need somewhere relatively safe, and even though half of the Uchiha sector is rented out, I don't think I'm going to feel safe there anymore. Understandable. Naruto nodded. Cost? As the last Uchiha, I inherited everything, so I can afford it. There's a former police station near Training Ground 7 that was abandoned as surplus to requirements a decade ago. If that gets torn down, it'll be a good place to build the new house. Accommodations for the whole team, even though I think only Tobi'll join me there. Although Kakashi-sensei might, especially with Orochimaru after me. Tobio is an orphan as well. Naruto agreed. All right. Get Sakura to write that note and you write yours. I'll deliver them both and get Tazuna over to talk plans with you. Thanks. Sasuke said as he rose from his seat. Oh, Naruto? Prepare for impact. Naruto put down his bowl and gave Sasuke a confused look before Hinata glomped him straight off the chair. Hey, Hinata. Naruto smiled as Sasuke walked off snickering. I see you made it. Hell, yeah! Kiba called as he stepped up and grinned at the grounded duo. It was all thanks to all that training we did against you. It let us spot the trap and dodge it, taking the attackers from the side. Hinata took down 2 of them while Akamaru and me distracted M. That's good to hear. Naruto smiled as he stood up, pulling Hinata into another hug once he was back on his feet. I assume Shino took the 3rd one down? Shino stepped forwards and nodded. Well, there's another 3 days until the test ends, so I'm afraid you have to stay in the tower until then. However, I can show you where the training salas are, if you think you need to get some practice in. Cool. Kiba grinned. Being cooped up for too long tends to drive us Inuzuka slightly nuts. Wait. Naruto said. I've seen where you live, that's a small place, right? With a fairly big window. Kiba protested. And the den is just that, a denver. It's for sleeping and storing stuff. Oh, washing and the occasional meal as well, but mainly sleeping and storing stuff. Hence, the shower. Naruto nodded. Inuzuka hate baths, just like their Ninken. Hinata giggled. Yep, and it's working out cheaper for me too. Kiba continued, ignoring Hinata's comment. I mean, now I'm independent, I only really have to pay for the utilities, the basic clan tithe and whatever food I claim from the commissary. Aside from those, every Ryo I earn is mine. So, are you going to save up for a larger place? Naruto asked and Kiba shrugged. Maybe so, maybe no. I'm putting half my income into an account to earn extra cash from interest. Better safe than sorry and all that. Sides, when I hit Chunin, I'll be able to go on the higher ranked missions and get even more money. The capability to increase one's income should not be abandoned without preliminary consideration. Shino offered. After all, an increase of finance allows for an expansion of the hive. Yeah. Kiba finally agreed. I mean, I'm happy with my den and all, but paying someone to do my laundry will give me a few more hours training time. Training time is always good. Naruto agreed. I use clones for mine, but I have so much chakra that a Kage Bunshin to me takes less proportional effort than a Bunshin does to a normal genin. That is a lot of chakra. Shino remarked, sounding slightly shaken. Thank the Kamis for Hinata Heim, or I'd still be struggling to get something resembling control. She's awesome. Compared to her, I'm an idiot. Kiba's eyes widened, then he fell over laughing as Hinata stopped and blushed. Kiba, perhaps we should leave them alone so that she can follow through on her threat. Hinata's blush went almost fluorescent as Kiba struggled to breath. Naruto, she growled in fond exasperation. What? Fuck. Shimaro swore as the tower door slammed shut, the final arrow that Dori had fired penetrating it, but not passing through. Should we try to pursue? Gura asked and Shimura shook his head. No. They made it into the tower and if we go in without 2 scrolls, we'll be ejected from the exams. We have no choice. We need to find another team and take them down. Made it. Suigetsu gasped as he slammed the door closed behind him, then ducking as an arrow penetrated the wood by his head. Several voices could be heard cursing, then they faded away as the pursuers left in order to find new prey. Zabuza-sensei won't be mad at us. Chojuro agreed. But damn, those archers were evil. Thank the Camus for your ice mirrors and Suigetsu's hydrification ability. My mirrors do make good shields. Haku agreed, looking round. Aha, that poem must be a clue as to what to do next. What poem? Suigetsu asked, then he looked up at the large, framed calligraphy poster. Oh! That poem. What does it mean? That you need to study more. Haku snarked and Suigetsu glared at him. No, seriously. Once you decode the metaphor, it says those who are strong but untrained need to study while those who are weak but skilled need to get stronger. Zabuza-sensei's been forcing me to work on that. Chojuro noted. That's only the first half, though. Haku continued. If I've got the second part right, we need to unroll the scrolls now. After all the fuss we went through to keep them both safe? Suigetsu queried and Haku nodded. They seem to be standard 12-foot scrolls and we need to unroll them so that the heaven scroll goes over the earth scroll. Suigetsu, stay there and prepare your scroll. Chojuro already on it. Chojuro said as he positioned himself. Ready. Suigetsu, unroll the scroll. Haku commanded and Suigetsu sent the scroll rolling away from him, the previously concealed parchment revealing the squiggles and runes of a Fuinjutsu array. Without the need for prompting, Chojuro sent his scroll rolling to cross over Suigetsu's and the scrolls glowed before a cloud of chakra smoke formed above the intersection. Nicely done, brats. Zabuza said as he stepped out of the cloud. You have 2 days until the test ends, so find yourself a room, then join me in the mess hall. I'll debrief you as we eat. Hi, Zabuza-sama. Haku Zabuza began grumpily, then he sighed. Just get moving. Uchiha Sasuke? Sasuke looked up to see a gray-haired, stockily built man standing at the end of the table he had claimed. Master Builder Tazuna, I assume? That's me. Tazuna smiled. Naruto said you had some business for me. Sasuke nodded, then turned to the other man sitting at the table. Yumino-san, this is Tazuna, whom I hope to hire. Tazuna, be known to my former academy sensei and legal guardian Yumino Irika, the man who is in charge of my finances until I either reach Chunin or the age of 16. Pleased to meet you. Tazuna nodded as he sat down. So, Sasuke, you said you were hoping for a new house? I am. Sasuke said. Hang on. Standing up, Sasuke turned and bent down to pick up the folder he had stashed by his chair. What's that thing on your back? Tazuna asked as Sasuke placed the folder on the table. The Uchiha fan, the symbol of my clan, although I'm all that's left of it. Sasuke said. Why? Just a thought. Tazuna said, pulling out his notebook and making a couple of sketches. So, you want a house and quickly it's the foundations that take the longest, but since this is a ninja village, you could ask some of them to ninja the foundations for the house what? To ninja the foundations? Irika repeated as if he was struggling not to wince. Sasuke smirked, then paused as a person he had read about entered, followed by 3 others. Isn't that Zabuza? He asked and Irika glanced across the mess hall. Woo, time for holy shit! Zabuza? Kiba's voice echoed through the hall as he bounced through the door before coming to a screeching halt as the swordsman turned to see who had spoken. Hey, aren't you one of those brats from Wave? Kiba stared at the swordsman, then found himself moved aside by Hinata. Naruto-kun! I'm back! Hinata seemed to blur across the room and into Naruto's arms as Zabuza started chuckling. I don't think she even saw me. I did. Hinata said from Naruto's hug. But my snuggly is more important. Snuggly? Naruto repeated in amused disbelief as Zabuza started to laugh. Naruto's here? So, should we start screaming like little girls now? Suigetsu asked and Haku face-palmed. I'm done. Sakura called as she opened the door to the bunk room she was sharing with her two teammates. Tobio straightened up from his slouch against the wall as he saw her. Looking good, he said, his eyes examining her. Fully stocked? Weapons and medical gear. Sakura confirmed, letting her hand brush over one of her kunai pouches, then she turned enough that he could see the pair of scrolls stored against the small of her back. You realize we won't need them until tomorrow? Tobio asked as he moved to walk alongside her as she headed down to the mess hall. Better safe than sorry. Sakura shrugged. So, who's made it so far? Us, obviously. Tobio snarked, earning a look from Sakura. Team 8, the Sand siblings from Sunahe, alliteration. Team Sword from Mist, the team from Sound came in last night, Team Dai came in just an hour ago. That explains the shouts of youth I heard earlier. Sakura deadpanned and Tobio managed not to burst out laughing. Anyone else? Not yet. Tobio shrugged. Of course, if what I heard from Naruto is true, we'll be having some fights to winnow things down further. Sakura sighed. I think I need to do some more training. I'll join you. Tobio replied. Those sword users looked scary. Tomorrow, the second stage ends. Hinata sighed as she snuggled up to Naruto, her gaze on the sunset. I wonder who I'll be matched against. Officially, it's random. Naruto said with a small shrug. I asked Ibiki-san about it and he pointed out that should any Jonin-sensei express any doubts about the process, the backup plan is for the names to be written on bits of paper which are put into small metal spheres, which in turn are placed in a large container and shaken up for 15 minutes before being emptied onto a pair of metal rails and the Jonin who complains selects which end to start from. Sounds complex. Hinata smiled and Naruto nodded. Yep, it's meant to be so that the Jonin-senseis only complain if the manipulation of the names is more than minor. Unfortunately, that means that you're likely to be facing your cousin. Hinata blinked. What? The finals are meant to showcase the village's skills to potential clients, and as many of those skills as possible. Naruto explained. Having two Hyuga would cut down on the variety on display. Hinata sighed as she slumped in Naruto's arms. Then Niji Nizan should represent Konoha. She stated. He's better than me in Jukin. But you have the Hiraishin and the Rasengan. Naruto protested, only for Hinata to place a finger on his lips. Those are your techniques. She said quietly. For me to be promoted because I know your techniques while you can't be promoted through the exams like you deserve. Naruto gave her a long look and she sighed. All right. If it's anyone other than Niji, I'll fight. All right. Naruto nodded and Hinata turned her gaze back to where the sun was sinking below the horizon. As they sat in each other's arms, neither of them noticed the red-eyed woman fading away, having overheard their entire conversation, nor the white-eyed boy on the balcony above who was staring at the sky in confused contemplation. Chapter 38 Genin Observer. Naruto stood to one side of the dais, looking over the assembled genin stood in neat ranks in the main sparring hall. On either side of the platform, the Jonin-senseis stood, 2 Konoha and 1 non-Konoha on the left while the other 4, 2 and 2, stood on the right. The 21 genin stood in 3 rows of 7, each team standing in line behind their senior genin, waiting for the final part of the second stage to begin, and Naruto almost jumped out of his skin as a hand dropped onto his shoulder. Anko? Hey, brat. Anko smirked. You did good out there. You got the squads in place? Naruto nodded, then paused as the Oto Jonin gave him a measuring look. Squads? Orochimaru tried something in the forest. Anko shrugged. Naruto-kun here helped set up the counterattack that drove him off. Congratulations, Chunin. The Jonin smiled. My name is Raishur and it's an honor to meet the son of the Yellow Flash. I'm only a genin. Naruto demurred, then he frowned. Damn, word spread that far, has it? Raishur nodded, then turned his attention to the other side of the stage where Hiruzen was talking to Ibiki. I've got a job to do. Anko stated, and so do you, remember. Got it. Naruto sighed as he summoned 2 clones. Be back soon. The world seemed to blink around him, then he was standing in front of Jiraiya. Hey, brat. Pervy sage. Naruto nodded back, then he turned to look at the screens. Any sign of Orochimaru? No. Jiraiya growled as he watched the screen on which Hiruzen was giving his speech, then the one showing Jonin Sensei's. And that worries me. When he did apply himself to it, he was a very convincing actor, and now he knows that we can be on top of him within seconds of finding out just who he's masquerading as one of the Jonins. Naruto asked. Raisher, Baki, or Zabuza? I've met Zabuza before, so too obvious. Jiraiya countered. More likely he's pretending to be one of the ANBU. There should be a dozen of them around, hidden from view. There's probably 13 ANBU in there, but since they're under orders to conceal themselves unless summoned or something happens that requires intervention, damn. For a long moment, Jiraiya stared at the screens, then he shrugged. All right. Leave another dozen clones, then head back. Looks like Sensei is finishing his speech and you're going to want to watch your girlfriend do her stuff. Naruto paused mid-technique to glare at the snickering sage, then a dozen clones popped into existence around him before he rejoined the 2 clones that had allowed him to make the Hiraishin jump. Good luck finding that bastard, he said before he vanished in a flash of golden light. Yeah, luck's the only way I will find him. Jiraiya sighed as he turned back to the screen where all bar 2 of the genin were making their way to the viewing balcony. Movement caught his eye and he grinned as Naruto shooshined to beside Hinata, who responded by taking his arm and wrapping it around her as they watched the duo squaring off. What did I miss, other than the speech? Naruto whispered as he gave Hinata a one-armed hug. Kabuto quit, saying he hadn't recovered enough from the forest. Hinata replied just as quietly, but with a frown. I checked, he didn't have any obvious injuries and his chakra levels seemed to be quite high, almost to the level of a Jonin. Interesting, Naruto mused. I'll tell Gigi afterwards, something like that is their starting. Below them, Sakura finished adjusting her gloves while the white-haired teen opposite her unslung his sword. The front of the blade was narrow but widened into a cylindrical center while the trailing edge seemed to be covered in tags. That's the Shibuki or blast sword. Naruto gasped. I remember Kosuke-senpai telling me about the swords of the mist. It deploys exploding tags from the back. Hinata inhaled sharply as the teen below spoke. Are you a boy or a girl? I mean, you're so flat-chested, it's hard to tell. Bad move. Naruto whispered as Sakura seemed almost to glow with fury. Not that it really matters, although I have to say, that's a huge forehead you have. Begin. Hayate commanded as Sakura seemed to be surrounded with incorporeal flames for an instant. He tried to trash-talk Sakura. What an idiot! Naruto whispered as the kunoichi below exploded into action even as Suigetsu attacked. Suigetsu swung his sword, only for Sakura to deliver an uppercut to the side of the blade that sent the blade flying into the air, embedding itself into one of the rafters. The fuck? Suigetsu managed before a second punch sent him slamming into the wall where he exploded in a shower of water, his hip gourd clattering to the ground. Ha! The water flowed together and reformed into a scowling Suigetsu. Ignoring the shocked looks, he picked up his gourd, opened it and drank deeply before glaring at the wide-eyed Sakura. That hurt. He growled. And I'll make sure you hurt even more. Sakura growled as she pulled out a kunai. No one makes fun of my forehead. Shinaro. Damn, she's good. Naruto noted as Suigetsu frantically threw himself backwards to avoid the blade that threatened his crotch. She fights dirty, too. I blame you for that. Kakashi noted from behind them, causing them both to jolt in shock. After that wake-up call you gave me at the bell test, I took a long look at myself and what I had allowed myself to become. I also considered how to train my genin better. Sakura studies for 2 evenings a week with Anko. It was expensive, but I think it was worth letting Anko see underneath my mask. No wonder she's been looking smuggler than usual for the last few months. Karini groaned as below them, Sakura threw a trio of kunai that impaled Suigetsu's arm briefly before he turned it into liquid just long enough to let the kunai drop to the ground. Interesting. Kakashi mused. I haven't seen any wielders of the Hozuki bloodline in years, although I did hear that one was in the previous iteration of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. I wonder if a crackling noise interrupted his musing, and Kakashi glanced below, noting the sprawled form. Well, looks like she found out how to use that nerve stimulation jutsu in combat. Clever girl. Down below, Sakura kicked the jelly-like form of Suigetsu, causing ripples to travel over his entire body. My forehead is not that big. Winner, Sakura. Hey-8 stated. Medics. The white-suited medic neens bustled in, then paused as they tried to figure out how to lift Suigetsu onto the stretcher. Haku. Zabuza commanded, and Haku vaulted over the railing to land by his teammate, his hands already blurring through a string of seals. A moment later, the spilled water around Suigetsu froze and shifted, turning into a stretcher made out of ice. It will last for about 5 minutes. Haku explained as the medics picked up Suigetsu. Thanks. The head medic said, then he followed the others back into the medical bay adjacent to the sparring chamber. Turning, Haku paused, then leapt first to the balcony and then to the wall. Running up to the embedded sword, he grabbed it in a reverse grip, then pulled it out and dropped back down to land beside Zabuza, who took the sword from him as if it was a regular occurrence. Next match is Kafinizuka Kiba against Abumizaku. Yes! Kiba exulted from beside them. A chance to show how good we are. Let's get him, Akamaru. He seems more excitable than normal. Naruto chuckled as Kiba vaulted over the railing, dropping to the ground with practice's ease while his opponent walked down the stairs. Interesting shirt. Naruto muttered, and Hinata took a closer look at Zaku's outfit, noting the 3 red kanji for death printed on his beige top. Are you Kof all ready? Hey-8 asked, and Kiba nodded enthusiastically while Zaku just smirked. Yep, Akamaru and I are ready. Kiba exclaimed. Right, bud. Akamaru barked in agreement. I need a new scarf, your mangy mutt'll do. Kiba snarled, his hand pulling a small pill out of his pouch. Begin! Kiba tossed the pill straight to Akamaru, who snapped it out of the air, then leapt sideways as something blasted out of Zaku's palm, shattering the stone where Akamaru had been crouched. A second blast clipped Kiba, sending him tumbling. Hinata? The veins around Hinata's eyes bulged briefly. He has devices built into his arms, they seem to react to his chakra. They fired blasts of chakra-infused air, allowing him to adjust it to create blades, blasts, or other techniques. Naruto concluded, looking at the gash in the opposite wall. That is a strong skill. So, you dodged my blasts, but there's more where they came from. Zaku sneered, unleashing a 2-handed blast at Kiba, who barely managed to scramble out of its way. Your aim is as lousy as your threats. Kiba taunted, and Zaku snarled as he fired alternating blasts at Kiba. Then the Otonin suddenly folded over with a high-pitched scream as a red blur impacted just below his waist. Gotcha! Kiba snarled as he delivered a rising spinning kick. As the sound nin somersaulted backwards from the power of the kick, Akamaru released his grip on Zaku's groin and Kiba snatched him out of the air, redirecting him so that when he landed, Akamaru was perched on his back. Kill you both, Zaku sobbed as he rolled away from the duo. As if. Kiba scoffed. Shikyaku no Jutsu. Jujin Bunshin. Kiba's nails and teeth seemed to lengthen, his face taking on a more feral cast while wisps of chakra flared around him. Then Akamaru vanished into a cloud of smoke, dissipating to reveal a second Kiba. The hell? Zaku frowned as he managed to stagger to his feet, one hand still pressed over his groin. Let's do this. Kiba snarled as Akamaru dropped down beside him. Let's cull the herd. Both figures burst into motion, running in opposite directions, and Zaku's eyes widened as he tried to gather enough chakra to fire another blast. Then he was sent flying by a double-footed kick from behind, followed by a spinning backhand that halted him in mid-air. Before he could fall, both Kibas grabbed his ankles and in a well-rehearsed movement, swung him down to slam face first into the ground, then up and over with twice the effort, leaving him face up in a small crater. Ouch! Naruto winced as Hey-8 ended the match. I hope he never does that to me. Kiba and Akamaru, transformed back into his normal form, jogged up the stairs to rejoin Team 8. Whew! We did it! Kiba cheered. We were awesome. Next match is about to start. Naruto pointed out and Kiba turned. Rock Lee and Tsuchikin Yosh. Lee shouted as he somersaulted over the railings and landed in a perfect three-point crouch in front of Hayate. At last, I have a chance to show my youthful prowess. Kin shook her head as she descended, the bells at her waist jingling with each step she took. Something odd about those bells. Kiba grumbled, shaking his head. They're infused with her chakra. Hinata noted as she deactivated her Byakugan. Are you ready? Hayate asked, getting 2 nods in reply. Then begin. Lee blurred straight past Kin, causing her hair to briefly stream in the breeze, then he collided with the wall, embedding himself into the stonework for a moment before he pulled himself out, blinking owlishly. That was a very youthful dodge, he said as he turned round to face Kin, who hadn't moved but was staring at him in disbelief. However, I can be even more youthful. Lee blurred forwards again and Kin ducked, but once more he completely missed her and plowed into the wall. What is going on? Niji muttered, just loudly enough for Naruto to overhear. You can't dodge forever, Lee declared as he started to walk towards Kin, then he staggered sideways. Whoa! Doton techniques now? I will not let you defeat me with these unyouthful tactics. Kin swallowed as she shifted into a defensive pose, Senbon appearing in her hands and the bells at her waist chiming louder. Lee staggered for a moment, then launched himself, passing straight past Kin once more and slamming headfirst into the wall. Kin threw a discolored Senbon at Lee, embedding it in his thigh, and a few seconds later he collapsed. He's knocked out. Kin shrugged. I think I won that. How? Naruto wondered as Kiba stopped rubbing at his ears. That sound stopped. The bells! Hinata gasped. She was using a genjutsu carried on the sound of the bells. She must have been casting it even as she walked down the stairs. Oh hell! Naruto groaned as he looked at the names on the screens above the dais. I was right. Hinata followed his gaze, then her head turned. A few meters away, Niji returned her gaze impassively. Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Niji, please come down. Chapter 31. A genin support Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Niji, please come down. Hayate said and Niji stepped towards the stairs. Proctor, I forfeit. Hinata called and Nei froze. My cousin is more skilled than I am and has served Konoha longer. He deserves the chance to become Chunin. I still need more experience before I can even consider myself to be ready for the extra responsibilities being a Chunin brings. I choose to let Niji progress. Very well. Hayate said after exchanging glances with the Hokage. Hyuga Niji wins by forfeit. The next match has been chosen would Aburame Shino and Kankuro of Hell No. Kankuro shouted. I'm out. No way am I going up against an Aburame. I've read the histories and a normal Aburame genin can destroy a Chunin puppeteer. I want to keep my puppets intact, thank you very much. Shino stood motionless, yet somehow radiated a sense of aggrieved triumph. 2 forfeits. I hope this doesn't become a pattern. Naruto smiled at Hinata and gave her a reassuring hug. Next time, you'll blast them away, he whispered. Unless either Gaara of the Desert or Akata Yoroi wished to forfeit, Hayate snarked, and both named genin glanced at each other before descending to the main floor. Gaara has a great deal of chakra surrounding him, like a suit of armor over his skin, more than he had in the first stage, Hinata mused, then she stiffened. That gourd he's carrying is full of chakra in 2 different colors. 2 colors? Naruto repeated distractedly as he looked round in an attempt to spot where Orochimaru could be hiding. Who has 2 different colors of chakra? You do, like he does. Hinata whispered and Naruto froze. Shit. Jiraiya said that that would explain it. Interesting. Kakashi mused. If I remember the histories correctly, the first Hokage handed the tailed beasts to various countries to try and keep the peace. Suna received the one tail, which would make Gaara the Jinchuriki of the Ichibi. He is probably one of the most dangerous genin in the room. We may need to prepare for a rapid evacuation. Should we try to warn Yoroi? Naruto asked as the two genins squared off against each other, then Yoroi lunged forwards. I'll drain you dry of chakra. Yoroi snarled as his hands slammed against Gaara's shoulders. Fascinating, Kakashi said, slightly lifting his headband. Yoroi seems to be draining chakra from Gaara at quite a rate. He'd be able to drain a genin in a matter of seconds and a Chunin within half a minute, but Gaara has more chakra than almost anyone else in the room, even me. How fast is he draining him? Naruto asked and Kakashi shook his head. Not fast enough, and his coils will overload if he keeps this up. Gaara smirked, then the cork of his gourd popped out, followed by a cloud of sand which flowed to surround the two of them. Not good, Naruto commented as he stood up. Yoroi! He's got too much chakra for you. Get clear. Shut up, I can do this. Yoroi yelled, then he glanced at his hands. Huh? What's with all the sand? With a sudden surge, the sand formed into a rising spike between Yoroi and Gaara, the impact flinging the Konoha genin backwards, then the spike turned into a wave of sand that engulfed Yoroi, cutting off his yell of shock. Sabaku Q. Gaara intoned, lifting one hand, then he clenched it with a sudden bloodthirsty grin. Sabaku so-so. The pile of sand encasing Yoroi compacted to a quarter of its previous size, sending a fountain of blood and gore arcing halfway to the ceiling. Several of the genin watching began throwing up, and Naruto caught Hinata in a comforting embrace. Winner Gaara. Hey-8 finally managed. You can go back to your team now. The sand rippled and flowed back into the gourd, pulling the cork back into place as Gaara turned to make his way back to the stairs, uncaring of the smear of blood and liquidized flesh remaining. Hey-8 motioned and an ANBU appeared, unleashing a Sui Tenjutsu that washed the gore into one of the drains set into the floor at the edges of the hall. Well, the next KOF match is Momochi Haku and Tobio. Naruto concentrated on hugging Hinata, gently rubbing her back as she shuddered. You don't have to stay, Naruto whispered. Kiba and Shino have both had their fights. I'll be okay. Hinata mumbled. It just came as a shock, I know. Naruto agreed. That boy's a psycho. I wouldn't want to fight him. Heck, as soon as I find out who's going up against him in the finals, I'm going to warn them. They need to know. Begin! Hey-8 commanded, and Naruto shifted slightly to get a view of what was happening. Below, Tobio unleashed a wave of shuriken that curved around to slash at Haku from a dozen different directions, only for them to be blasted away by a wind technique. Damn. Tobio grumbled. I thought futon users were supposed to be rare. Oh well, sprinting forwards, Tobio slashed with a kunai, only for Haku to counter with a trio of Senbon, blocking the strike. For a moment, Tobio strained against the block, then he dropped and kicked at Haku's knee, only to roll back with a yelp of pain as a Senbon embedded itself into his thigh. Shit. He hissed, hurling the kunai at Haku, only for Haku to catch it by thrusting a Senbon through the pommel ring in a startling display of speed and accuracy. I would advise you to surrender, Haku commented as he flicked his wrist, sending the kunai screaming across the room, embedding itself in the stone tiles less than an inch away from Tobio's groin. Hell, no! Tobio snarled. I'm not giving in that easy, Herc. Tobio started to reach for the pair of Senbon sprouting from his neck, then he collapsed in a boneless heap. Tobio! Sakura screamed as Hey-8 darted forwards, but Haku was there first, gently extracting the Senbon. I placed him in a false death state, Haku explained. He will recover, but I would advise having him rest for a week at the very least. Hey-8 looked at the approaching medics, and the lead medic nodded to show that he had overheard what Haku had said. Winner by knockout, Haku. Hey-8 confirmed as the medics placed Tobio on a stretcher and carried him to the medical room, one of them already using a healing jutsu on his neck. The next contestants' KOF are Uchiha Sasuke and Kinyuta Dosu. Naruto grinned as Sasuke started down the stairs. Good luck, team, he called, and Sasuke shook his head. I don't need luck, I've got skill dobe. He shot back before continuing down, leaving Naruto grinning as Hinata looked between the two genin in confusion. Naruto? Meh, he's hired me as a sparring partner a few times to test new moves on. Naruto shrugged. Area effect ones, distance ones, that sort of thing. Being able to pump out Kage Bunshin all day comes in handy. Oh and I thought that it was my teaching that led to him improving so much. Kakashi mock sulked, causing Naruto to roll his eyes. Yeah. How many techniques have you let him copy, by the way? Only a few. Kakashi shrugged. I've been working on building up his speed and chakra levels. Knowing 1,000 jutsu doesn't do much good if the other person can do it faster than you, after all. Don't think I didn't see him slip off his weights before heading down. Naruto smirked, nodding to where Sasuke's armbands lay on the ground, along with a second set of bands that had appeared to be part of his sandals. That dude's in for a shock if he thinks duck but will go down easy. He hates that nickname. Kakashi pointed out. Then he should style his hair differently. Naruto shot back. Whoop, they're starting. Below, Dosa flipped his right sleeve back to reveal that his arm was encased in a metal contraption studded with holes. My melody gauntlet, he said, his single visible eye narrow. Let's see if your fancy eyes can match this. Drawing a kunai, Dosa struck the gauntlet, causing the world to seem to flex and distort for a moment. Naruto grabbed onto the railing as his inner ear rebelled before settling, while below, Sasuke dropped to one knee, his eyes turning red. You're helpless against my techniques. Dosa gloated and Sasuke shook his head, then fired a small spray of fireballs at Dosu, forcing him to dodge. That's new, Kiba noted. Before Dosu could recover, Sasuke blurred forwards, his kunai clashing against the frantically interposed gauntlet, and Sasuke staggered backwards, shaking his head. Ha! The closer you are, the greater the effect. Dosa taunted and Sasuke growled, firing another spray of fireballs, but with less precision. Dosa responded by throwing a punch, which somehow knocked Sasuke back, despite the distance between them being almost 24 feet. How? Naruto asked as Hinata deactivated her Byakugan. He's using his gauntlet to create chakra-enhanced attacks, she said. But it's not like any futon technique I've ever seen before. Sasuke rolled to one side as Dosa swung his fist again, then threw a dozen smoke bombs to engulf the area in shifting eddies of darkness. That won't help, Dosu sneered. I can still hear you, AARGH. The smoke seemed to be illuminated from within even as a barrage of incredibly loud cracks and bangs echoed, causing everyone to clutch at their ears. Then Dosu was propelled upwards out of the smoke, bent double, and with Sasuke launching himself into the air after him. At the top of their arc, Sasuke grabbed Dosa's foot and used it to slam his feet into Dosa's stomach before pushing off and spinning round to deliver an axe kick to the back of Dosa's head. The Sounin fell back into the dissipating smoke, landing with an audible thud, and Sasuke landed lightly next to him, pulling out a kunai and resting it on Dosa's neck. Winner, Sasuke, Hayate announced, and Sasuke straightened up, returning the kunai to his pouch before almost strutting up the stairs, a triumphant smirk on his face. Not bad, team, Naruto called out. Glad you think so, Dobe. Sasuke shot back as he rejoined his team, picking up his weights and reattaching them to his arms and legs. Could Temari and Tsurugi Misumi please come down? Hayate called, and Naruto's gaze darted to the kunoichi from Suna. What's that on her back? He wondered. I'll look forwards to getting close to you. Misumi sneered, and Temari unslung the weapon that she was carrying. What, you think a club will help? I'm a taijutsu specialist, I can easily get past a weapon that clumsy. No, you won't, Temari stated as she spun the weapon, unfolding it to reveal that it was a giant fan. Going to do a fan dance? Misumi chuckled as Hayate took a step back. Begin! Temari leapt backwards, spinning round to build up momentum, and sent a blast of air at Misumi, picking him up and ramming him headfirst into the wall. The genin slumped to the ground, and for a long moment, no one moved. Winner Temari, Hayate finally said, and Kiba groaned. Man, that has to have been the lamest fight ever. That dude's a disgrace to Konoha. I've heard of a couple of other one-hit fights. Kakashi supplied as the final two genins started down towards the arena floor. One where someone trash-talked the other and ended up knocked out with a broken jaw, while the other was knocked out by a kick that was meant as a means to buy a couple of seconds to prepare for the expected counterattack. Still lame. Kiba shrugged, looking down at the two genin. A swordsman versus a weapons mistress. Kakashi mused. This could be interesting. Below them, Jojuro unslung his sword, holding by both handles and letting the bandages wrapped round it drop to the ground, while Tenten reached behind her to unseal a chikudo from a storage seal inscribed on the back of her belt. They're both going for kenjutsu. Kakashi noted. I wonder how skilled she is. Guy is primarily a taijutsu specialist, which is why I asked the youthful Yugao to help fan Tenten's flames of youth with the ways of the sword. Guy said from behind Kakashi, startling everyone except the silver-haired Jonin. Then this will be very interesting. Kakashi said as the two genin squared off against each other. Final match. Hey 8 declared. Begin!